Is anyone speaking?
We are standing by. We're still having technical difficulties. The coordinator is working with IT to try and resolve them, but so far they're not resolved. So just stand by. We're doing our best to get them fixed as quickly as possible. Thanks. Okay, I believe we have now fixed our technical difficulties. I apologize for that delay in our meeting. We're now going to go to item number 2, consideration of the 2021 draft operating and capital budgets, public delegations and approval. So before I call the public delegations, I want to start by asking members of the board who have items to table them now, so that when the members of the public are considering their comments in front of the board today, they can also address the motions that they know are being contemplated. Of course, at any time, those motions could change or be altered, or a new motion could be introduced as a result of the public delegations. But we have heard 40 delegations already, and some of that has informed the decisions that we want to put forward today. So in the interest of the public being aware of what those are, I'm going to call upon the members to read into the record for the public benefit the motions that will be considered at the end of the meeting. And I'll start by calling Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair Deans. As I had stated a little bit earlier in the first segment of this meeting, I was the inaugural co-chair of the Community Equity Council prior to my election as City Councillor in April 2019. I was really proud to be in this role, working to foster a good working relationship between Black and Indigenous communities and the police service. The mandate of the CEC is to collaborate with the Ottawa Police Service to work more effectively with racialized communities, Indigenous communities, and faith-based communities in Ottawa to build trust. What happened on the weekend has unfortunately eroded trust between the community and the OPS. One of the roles of the CEC should be to contribute to healing to that relationship, acknowledging that this will not be an easy task. The success of the Community Equity Council lies in the need to be very engaged in their communities. We know this because Compact, the predecessor to the CEC, failed because a review determined that the members of the community didn't have the tools it needed to build bridges between diverse communities and law enforcement. Much work has been undertaken by the council since its inception in 2018, and much more work needs to be done. However, to allow people to truly participate in any consultative process requires that they have the tools to do so. The CEC continues to build capacity along with a willingness to bring forward perspectives to the police. However, they are also people with lives, jobs, and other responsibilities as parents, caregivers, and family members. The additional funding that I'm seeking will be allocated from within the existing budget and should go towards ensuring that CEC members and CEC event participants obtain supports they require to fully participate in meetings. Whether this is assistance with childcare, translation expenses for community resources, reliable transportation expenses when they cannot meet, when they meet in person. Again, the funding sought by this motion will allow for current and future members of the CEC to be able to participate fully and allow them the means to do so. One of the key roles of the CEC is really defined by the terms of reference, is also to respond to community around specific situations and facilitate resolution with the OPS and to be a bridge or liaison in that role. Again, policing happens 24/7. Being reactive and responsive, as well as the time to be thoughtful and considered, may really require more resources. You really cannot be fully present if you need to get home to attend to your child or be worried about other things. In seeking additional funding today, I want to ensure that we are really continuing to redress and reduce barriers to participation. Oftentimes, when we have full-time jobs, we really can take this for granted in terms of what is necessary to work as a volunteer on this advisory group. This motion today helps to facilitate the participation and I really do hope that the board members can support it. And so I'll read the whereases. Whereas the Ottawa Police Community Equity Council has a mandate to collaborate with the Ottawa Police Service to work more effectively with Indigenous, racialized, and faith-based communities in Ottawa. And whereas the relationship framework of the CEC stipulates that members of the council are expected to attend meetings, work on a subcommittee, and work with both members of their own identified community and members of the public. And whereas there is a recognition that this work takes time and the commitment may be prohibitive to some who want to participate but do not have the resources to do so. And whereas to make the membership of the CEC most representative of the community and recognition that resources to fully participate in these meetings may be required. And whereas some of these resources can include such things as reliable transportation and childcare to allow for members to fully participate in the CEC. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ottawa Police Service allocates an amount no more than $25,000 to be funded from existing budgets to support members of the CEC and CEC event participants with reasonable expenses to be determined by the Chief Administrative Officer, and therefore be it further resolved that an accompanying policy for expenses is developed by the CEC to assist with clarifying eligible expenses while still maintaining flexibility. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member King. I have three motions. I'm not planning to speak to them right now. I'm just going to introduce them so that the presenters will be aware of them when they make the presentation. I'll speak to them later in the meeting. The first one is moved by myself and seconded by Member Johnson, whereas the Ottawa Police Services Board and the Ottawa Police Service have committed to making meaningful change within the service to best serve the city and communities. And whereas the OPSB, the Ottawa Police Services Board, wants to lead change in policing by updating policies and procedures in partnership with the service. And whereas the Police Services Board has already added 2 policy reviews, use of force and truth and reconciliation calls to action to their work plan. And whereas these reviews will require significant research and analysis of best practices, current legislation, and must include robust public consultations. And whereas it is the intention of the board to undertake a 3-year strategic planning exercise to align with the 3-year budget forecast. And whereas the Police Services Board is entering into collective bargaining with both the Ottawa Police Association and the Senior Officers Association, therefore be it resolved that the Police Board increase their professional services budget with one-time funding by $150,000 for 2021 to be funded from existing police service capital works in progress budgets in order to allow for the board to take on a scope of work change, and therefore be it further resolved that where possible, this work is done in consultation and partnership with the police service and external stakeholders in order to avoid duplication of efforts and ensure outcomes that best serve the City of Ottawa. Second motion that I'm introducing, also seconded by Member Johnson, whereas the Ottawa Police Service and the Police Services Board are dedicated to making meaningful change and ensuring the police service best reflects the needs of our city. And whereas the Police Services Board is committed to develop a 3-year strategic plan, which is responsible for outlining the priorities for both the police board and the police service while reflecting the needs of our communities. And whereas the police service and the board will be conducting policy reviews that may impact the operations and requirements of the service and the board in the future. And whereas a long-range financial forecast will allow the service to reflect long-term goals and prepare for anticipated changes. Therefore, be it resolved that during the 2022 budget development, the police service builds a 3-year financial forecast that aligns with the strategic plan as approved by the board. And the third motion that is moved by myself and seconded by Member Nerman, whereas the police service and the police board are dedicated to making meaningful change and ensuring the police service best reflects the needs of our city. And whereas the Ottawa Police Services Board and the Ottawa Police Service 2021 draft operating budget includes funding for the hiring of an additional 30 officers. And whereas the police service has committed to expanding the neighborhood resource teams beyond the urban core to include both suburban and rural communities. And whereas the service and the board recognize that communities across Ottawa have needs based on their unique demographics and that deployment models should reflect these differences. And whereas the police service and the police board have committed to reviewing and updating policies and procedures related to how the service responds to calls for service, therefore, be it resolved that the Ottawa Police Service review how they could use alternatives to sworn officers, including civilians who have suitable expertise, experience, and certification in a variety of areas such as mental health, practitioners, social workers, or youth outreach workers to make up deployment teams based on community needs. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Ottawa Police Service work in consultation with key community partners to determine where and how these individuals could be deployed to best serve the community. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Ottawa Police Service report back to the board with a final plan on how they will leverage civilian members to further support community policing prior to issuing any offers of employment. So I will speak to that later. I did mention this motion in my opening comments. So we will now proceed to our public delegations. Delegates were asked to register in advance to speak and were given until the start of this meeting to do so. Only those who have registered will be permitted to address the board. Delegates will be heard in the order they registered. With some flexibility. Our very first speaker had to pick up her kids, and I certainly understand that, so I'm going to let her stand down until she arrives back, and then we will put her on the list. When I call your name, you will be unmuted and able to speak. A reminder that each delegate has up to 5 minutes to address the board. While I recognize that tensions are high, I just want to take a moment to remind everyone to ensure their comments remain respectful of others and do not contain any offensive language. Failure to adhere to this may result in comments being curtailed. The list of delegates on the agenda has been updated since last Wednesday when it was originally published. We will now proceed with the first registered public delegate. Following the public delegates, we will proceed to the questions and comments from board delegates who are from council, from my city council colleagues who are registered to speak. So as I noted, Laura Shantz will speak to us after 4 o'clock. So we will start with Aster Lee, and Aster will be followed by Brooke Shaw. So Aster.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes to address the board. Please proceed.
So my name is Aster Lee, and I would like to speak to you today about why the city should decrease the $376.4 million proposed police budget and reinvest in social support. I work at a criminal defense firm in the city. I witnessed firsthand the type of trauma and violence the criminal legal system inflicts on those who have already experienced disproportionate amounts of violence and trauma. When people dismiss abolitionists for not caring about victims or safety, they tend to forget that those engaging in criminalized behavior are also victims of abuse, violence, and historic injustice, and that the criminal legal system has come under consistent fire for not taking the needs of victims into account. So first, let my experience supplement decades of social science studies stating the same. Jail and policing fundamentally does not work as a crime deterrence measure. If our clients stop committing crimes, it is because they find permanent housing or meaningful employment. They get treatment for substance abuse issues or help for mental health issues they might be suffering from. Not once has a client gone to jail to be taught a lesson and never reoffended because they feared going back. Society must spend time and money reducing root causes of violence. If we are committed to eliminating harm long term, then society must offer quality housing, food, daycare, transit, and employment so that the people will not be forced to resort to criminalized behavior because they need food, money, or a place to live. Spending more money on police means less money for social services. Second, reform, whether it be through police training or procedural reform, fails to address fundamental problems inherent to the criminal legal system. Well-trained police are still going to be arresting people for mostly low-level offenses, and the burden will continue to fall primarily on communities of color because that is how the system is designed to operate. Even the best apples surveil, arrest, and detain millions of people every year whose primary crime is that they are poor or homeless or have a disability. Cops escalate violence disproportionately against people with disabilities and in mental health crises, even the ones who call for 911. The right thing to do for a cop is wrong. Our clients include an individual who attempted to break into a commercial enterprise to fund his beloved 14-year-old dog's medical bills. Another client was tased 3 times because he threw small rocks at a car. Another client walked away from a restaurant with a pitcher of beer. This is the vast majority of our clients. This is the type of good work and crime solving our Ottawa Police Service consistently accomplishes. Third, the types of services the budget increase would go to demonstrates a fundamental misunderstanding of what the role of police should and must be. The police are not a social service. They exist to enforce laws. They are not social workers or mental health workers, and the city should invest in more social workers or mental health workers if the police find they are being called to act as such. Some of the funding has been allocated to the creation and training of a mental health response team for police. However, the police have shown time and time again that they simply do not have the capacity to react to individuals in crisis in a compassionate and nonviolent manner. Police should play no role in responding to individuals experiencing mental health issues. Their very presence, their legal authorization to use force, creates the possibility of the individual being murdered or brutalized, no matter how well trained they may become. Finally, the city is considering increasing the police budget by $13.2 million, while only allocating $485,000 for all community organizations in the city. This is telling the disenfranchised that the criminalization and punitive infliction of violence on their bodies is more important than their safety and well-being. This is especially true now, during a pandemic. Resources have become stretched even thinner than usual. Residential abuse programs are operating half capacity or less. Housing and shelter have become an increasingly scarce resource, and public spaces are closed. This is problematic because homeless individuals have lost access to the public spaces they would normally use to send emails or use the phone to keep in touch with their supports. The pandemic has hit those already struggling to survive the hardest, and increasing the police budget by $13.2 million will do absolutely nothing for them except subject them to harm. We must look to divest the $376.4 million allocated to the proposed police budget and reinvest in social support and services. Thank you. Those are my comments for today.
Okay, thank you very much, Aster, for your comments. Are there any questions for the delegation? Okay, seeing no hands up, I will go to Brooke Shaw, and Brooke will be followed by Robin Brown. Is Brooke on the call? Okay, not seeing Brooke. We'll go to Robin Brown from 613819 Black Hub, and Robin will be followed by Suzanne Obier. So, Robin, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks a lot. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, Chief. As you know, on behalf of Black community groups, the 613-819 Black Hub presented at the November 9th Finance and Audit Committee meeting to give conditional support to the proposed Ottawa Police Service 2021 draft budget. We said that we weren't there to ask you to defund the police, and we're not asking you to do that today. However, like almost every presenter at the November 9th meeting, we're now calling on you to freeze the OPS budget at 2020 levels, and we will be asking City Council to use the proposed $13.2 million OPS budget increase for Ottawa Public Health. We changed our position partly because of the many great presentations at the November 9th meeting, and partly due to three things the Ottawa Police Service did since then. First, the Ottawa Police forcibly removed and arrested peaceful protesters who were demanding change for Black and Indigenous people in the early hours of Saturday morning. The police said the demonstration disrupted regular traffic and blocked an important route for emergency responders, causing multiple safety issues. In fact, the protesters had worked with city staff specifically to block off a route for emergency vehicles using pylons. Also, if safety was really an issue, why didn't the police remove the protesters when they first arrived Thursday afternoon? Why did the police wait until 3 a.m. or 3:30 a.m. Saturday morning, well out of sight of the media, to move in? Protesters said police handcuffed and harassed them and put them in a stuffy, airless police van. They said the police alternately yelled at and ignored them and bullied them from the moment the police arrested them to when they released them. The protesters had an agreement to meet with some city councilors at the intersection they were blocking at 10 a.m. Saturday, and with members of the Ottawa Police Services Board at City Hall at noon, and the police knew this. That the police went ahead and forcibly removed the protesters just hours before the meetings was an act of bad faith. Also, charging 12 protesters with mischief contradicts the OPS's frequent claim that they want to, quote, improve community relations, unquote, as it appears to be no more than an intimidation tactic. Since, as previously stated, the timing of the police action suggests safety really wasn't an issue, why did the police choose to arrest and charge 12 people? Yes, blocking an intersection is illegal, but so is jaywalking. But the police don't enforce it because most of the time, safety isn't an issue, just like in this case. This contradiction makes it difficult for Black community groups to support the OPS's current request for over $1 million in its 2021 budget for neighborhood resource teams that it claims will improve community relations. Removing, arresting, and charging peaceful protesters supports the many Black community voices that say NRTs are just lipstick on the pig of the OPS's real aim, the continued criminalization of poverty and dissent. Second, we found out that the OPS has hired Carleton University's Dr. Linda Duxbury to produce a report on the effectiveness of the new NRTs. Duxbury did the study on Peel Region's School Resource Officer program that puts cops in schools and concluded that everybody loved the program. The only problem is she didn't separate out Black students' responses. Ottawa Police Association President Matt Scoff cited Duxbury's report in his recently published critique of Chief Slowly to say the chief should defend Ottawa's SRO program against critics. Third, we learned just how much the OPS has actually committed to the actions it plans to take on our main asks in 2021. To hire more Black officers, provide de-escalation training, improve the OPS's ability to do their part in responding to people in mental health crisis, and continue funding the work of the Respect, Values, and Integrity Directorate, the OPS has committed a little over $5 million. The OPS total budget is $320 million without the proposed $13 million increase. They have more than enough. We therefore join the other voices calling for the board to freeze the OPS budget at 2020 levels. And one last point. City Council's unanimous approval of the motion by Councilors Menard and McKenney that the Ottawa Police Services Board hold public consultations to find alternatives, including non-police responses to people having mental health crises, is encouraging. However, the fact the review will take 3 years is unacceptable, given the OPS continues to using force in ways that too often end up hurting and killing Black people, especially those experiencing mental health crises. The board is responsible for working with the chief to set the OPS's strategic priorities and ensure the force is on track to meet them in a timely manner. Given the current crisis, 3-year timelines aren't timely and therefore greatly impede the OPS's ability to fulfill its 2019-2020 strategic priorities. Thank you.
Chair, you're muted.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, Robin, for your comments. I appreciate your comments, and we are going to be embarking on a new strategic plan. We will consider those comments when we think about timelines. Our next speaker is Suzanne Obior. I probably got that name wrong. Director of Primary Care and Regional Programs from the Somerset West Community Health Center, and Suzanne will be followed by Frederick Langlois. Suzanne, are you there? Just while we're waiting for Suzanne, I might just want to remind you, we are having challenges with capacity on our Zoom site. So if you're not addressing the board, if you would kindly access the meeting via YouTube just to free up some space on Zoom so people that do want to address the board can get on the site, that would be greatly appreciated.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead, Suzanne.
Okay.
You have 5 minutes to address the board.
Okay, good afternoon, Madam Chair, board members, and Chief Slowly. And thank you, Madam Chair and board members, for your opening comments, which offered hope, understanding, and real commitments to collectively moving forward. So my name is Suzanne Obiora, and I'm here in 2 capacities, one as the Director of Primary Care at Somerset West Community Health Center, but I'm also here on behalf of the Ottawa Black Mental Health Agency, a network of 15 Black leaders in health and social services, academics, and community associations, all of whom are committed to ensuring safe, accessible, and culturally competent mental health programs and services for Ottawa's Black community. The United Nations report of 2017 shared that history informs anti-Black racism and racial stereotypes that are so deeply entrenched in institutions that they've become either functionally normalized or rendered invisible. So our job is to dismantle the discrimination and oppression embedded within our society that sadly many of us cannot see. To achieve this, our efforts need to be inclusive of varied approaches grounded within Black communities and centered around the Black voice. Robin Maynard writes extensively about Black experiences and police interventions and explains how Black communities are not only fearful of being stalked or harassed by police, Black communities live in a state of heightened anxiety surrounding the possibility of bodily harm in the name of law enforcement. Our coalition has engaged in community conversations with over 1,000 members in the Black community, and we continually hear about a deep fear and lack of trust in our healthcare and criminal justice systems. Black bodies have a history attached to deviancy and are not afforded the same privileges as their counterparts to be sick. And when behaviors that are symptoms of mental unwellness surface, the outcome is almost always negative in the eyes of law enforcement and sometimes fatal. And so we need to ask ourselves, why is access to mental health services for Black people more likely to be through police or the courts than it is for white people? What is lacking in our society are culturally responsive services by mental health professionals who understand the plight of living Black in Ottawa. This is needed within social services and also within the criminal justice system. Many transformative justice movements have demonstrated that in moments of crisis, the first responders with the greatest success are with those who know or can identify with the person in crisis. We need to recognize there is value in developing models of care with community members who can competently respond to mental health crisis. This requires investments in funding to build capacity within our community. While our health system provides varying levels of clinical care and emergency services, we do not have enough supports that address local needs in the community to minimize mental health, minimize mental distress, foster hope, and support recovery. Everyone in our city should have confidence to safely access and navigate our systems, especially when addressing mental health and its surrounding stigma, particularly in Black communities. To move forward, we need to foster racial and community healing between Black communities and the police force by listening to the voices of those who are hurting. The Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition represents those voices. We are open and activated to nurture that healing and to respectively and fairly help build the necessary bridge. We would like to express our desire to collaborate on developing a comprehensive mental health strategy. We are pleased to learn of your intentions to lead a broad and meaningful community engagement process. We'd like to stress urgency in the need for this engagement process to take place immediately. And members within our coalition have the expertise, experience, and relationships to work in partnership to create a safe, culturally responsive, anti-racist mental health strategy that fosters trust and resilience in our community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
And thank you, Suzanne, for your comments this afternoon, and also for offering to assist us in building bridges. I heard what you said, and I appreciate that, and we will reach out to you. I called Frederick Langlois next to speak, so I'm going to allow him to speak, and then Laura Chance has returned from picking up her kids. So after Frederick Langlois, we're going to hear from Laura Chance. So Frederick, over to you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
We can.
Hi, my name is Fred Langlois. I'm a member of Courage, but today I'm speaking on behalf of Horizon Ottawa about the police budget. First of all, we condemn the Ottawa Police deceitful action against peaceful Indigenous and Black protesters on November 21st. Civil disobedience brought us progress, not asking politely. I want to say a little bit about myself. I'm a scientist. Unlike what you see in movies, science isn't willy-nilly experiments. The methodology is the keystone of science. It's essential for us to understand tools at our disposal and to know their limits. Therefore, good science first establishes what must be accomplished, and second, uses the best method to do the work. With that in mind, it's worth asking ourselves, do we want to prevent crime? Do we prefer rehabilitation, or do we prefer retribution? In light of a documented history of violence and discrimination by the Ottawa Police, it's obvious that increases in budget and attempts at reform are not working out for people who need the most protection. Scientific evidence has shown that we would reduce harms and achieve positive outcomes by providing ample social and health supports, but not by criminalizing people. Money is always better spent on needs such as housing. Therefore, Horizon Ottawa calls for elected and appointed leaders to reduce in half police staffing. And we're calling for at least a 50% reduction of the $376 million budget. Instead, we must expand community-led mental health and safety initiatives, must expand low-income housing and harm reduction services delivered by organizations that would have no affiliation with OPS. Horizon Ottawa collaborated with 17 other organizations to present a 2021 alternative municipal budget. It's sound alternatives where people come first. You can find it at horizonottawa.ca/our-work. In addition to that, we also have non-budgetary demands. 1, demilitarize and disarm the police. 2, make the OPS be more independent from the police and give them full access to all police records and resources to provide advice to chief of police for disciplinary investigations and punishment. 3, provide victims of discrimination access to independent specialists and professionals. 4, provide emergency mental health services that are completely separate from OPS, and responders must receive anti-racism training. 5, request the immediate resignation of Ottawa Police Association President Matt Scoff. 6, reduce police presence from our streets and eliminate it from public transit, schools, and universities. And 7, depenalize simple drug possession. And that's in line with the Public Prosecution Service of Canada recommendations. In addition, Horizon Ottawa supports Black and Indigenous protesters' demands to end dynamic entry and sexual assault by police, increase funding for Indigenous and Black students, provide funds to fight the public health crisis resulting from systemic racism and racism in healthcare and public services, and immediately stop evictions and provide affordable housing. Horizon Ottawa stands in solidarity with Coalition Against More Surveillance, Courage Ottawa, Criminalization and Punishment Education Project, No Peace Until Justice, and Women's March Ottawa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Fred. And if I could just ask you to email to me your 7 requests. I'm not sure I got them all, so I'd just like to have a copy of that if you wouldn't mind.
I will.
Thank you. Don't see any questions for you, so we will call Laura Shantz, and Laura will be followed by David Hennessy. So Laura.
Hi there, can you hear me?
I can, go ahead.
Awesome. First off, I just want to say a quick thank you for accommodating me. Accessibility has been a huge challenge in the past with all kinds of city committees, and Zoom isn't perfect. It's still hard for people without stable internet connections, but this is a start, and I appreciate that.
Okay.
I've been following the discussions around policing in our community for a while, and the discussions around this budget in particular. I want to address one specific issue today, and that's focusing our remarks that were made that were indicating we need to increase the size and budget of the Ottawa Police Force to reflect the changing demographics of our city. I'm going to speak about different ways that demographic impact should be showing up in the police budget. Nobody should need to state qualifications to have their voice heard in these proceedings, but I'm a member of Courage, and to put my remarks in further context, I hold a doctorate in criminology and have extensively studied marginalized groups, including older adults and those experiencing homelessness and social exclusion. First, we know that Ottawa's population, and Canada's more generally, is aging. There are now more people aged 65 or older living in Ottawa than there are children and youth, and between 2011 and 2031, the senior population is expected to more than double. In criminology, we're talking about aging out. That is, as the people get older, they are less and less likely to come into conflict with the law. So while we are hearing lots about the pressures of a growing population, we are talking a lot less about how our relative need for policing services per capita will be declining as our population grows older. While there are safety and security issues pertaining specifically to older adults, these are often heavily intertwined with social and mental health services, areas that the police freely recognize are not their specialty. So why not forgo that additional $13.1 million in funding so that the Community and Protective Services envelope could be increased instead? Second, on demography, class, and income. By most standards, Ottawa is a very wealthy city. We have high rates of stable employment. We have what we consider a recession-proof state of employment due to the significant presence of government as an employer. But that wealth is not distributed evenly in our city, and neither is the way that we police the haves and the have-nots. It's time to say the quiet part out loud. Those who are poor and those who are most targeted by police tend to be the same people: Black, Indigenous, and people of color, and particularly young people. Now, last time I checked, being poor wasn't supposed to be a crime, but charging and policing practices sometimes say otherwise. We could reduce interventions against this group through proven crime prevention measures, affordable housing, access to necessities, mental health supports, childcare, and better opportunities for youth and young adults. The police can't do that stuff, but our social service sector certainly can, and they're crying out for money. We heard just last week about what happened about the police budget, the budget being frozen at the Community and Protective Service Committee. A lot of our community service sector is really starving for money right now. Lastly, let's talk about demography as it pertains to race. Once again, we're kind of saying the quiet part out loud. Ottawa will never be Ottawa will never be as white as it once was. And to me, that's a really good thing. That's a wonderful thing. But it also means we need to think about doing business differently. And I don't mean by hiring Black and Indigenous police officers. We know, for example, that Ottawa has a sizable refugee population, many of whom have fled state violence and unstable conditions. For this group, a less visible police presence often helps to promote healing and feelings of safety in their new home. Our diverse communities also need us to respect their diversity and their desire to do things differently. We need to recognize that not everyone follows a 9-to-5 schedule. Not everyone socializes indoors. Some people like to be outdoors late at night. It's a common thing in the Somali community, for example. So let's recognize that as being normal, not suspicious. Time doesn't permit more examples, but they are legion. Demographic changes mean being open to doing things in new ways, not just trying to make the OPS less white. So these are some very simple examples, but they all could point that demographics are shifting. New leaders are emerging in our community, and they are raising our voices to tell you that business as usual is not acceptable, that there needs to be bold and immediate change, that money is better spent on social services than on deploying police against peaceful protesters. I urge you to take the first step in making changes by saying no to the 4.5%, $13.1 million increase to the police budget for 2021. Go listen to the folks who spoke at Community and Protective Services last week, or at the Transit Commission, or at your own public meetings throughout this year. They gave you informed opinions and clear rationales for changing business as usual. They brought the receipts. These are our community's new leaders, and they're telling you new ways of doing things are needed and needed now. And while I heard you, everyone initially say that your minds are already made up, which was, I have to say, very disheartening, being at the beginning of an agenda of almost 90 community speakers to hear that your minds are made up and business as usual is going to happen. I urge you to keep thinking. Please demonstrate that our words matter. Please show us that you're listening. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Laura, very much for your comments. And I do believe that we are demonstrating we're listening. We're demonstrating that we listened to over 40 delegations last week. A number of the motions that you heard presented here and will be debated later arose out of those public delegations, and we continue to listen. So we may have a difference of opinion on how far, how fast we go. I do believe that generally speaking, we are all aligned that change is needed and necessary, and we need to work hard together to get there. So thank you for your comments. We will now move to David Hennessy, and David will be followed by Caroline Lintz. Are you there, David? David, can you please unmute?
We can go toe-to-toe in the middle of a sale. Fucking with me cause I'm a teenager with a little bit of gold and a pager. Searching my car, looking for the product, thinking every nigga is.
Oh, I don't know. I think he wants this time. I would let him do it.
No, I think that was a protest.
I think that's fine. I think it should continue. I think you're still muted, David. David, can you unmute?
Sorry, I was unmuted there.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. I'll just make this pretty short and sweet. I think that the other day when the police decided to just forcefully come in and arrest everybody was really one of the most pathetic things I've frankly ever seen. You had the roads blocked off, and the police had to do that. But you know, I think at this point, the police have been trying to, like kids, like activists and stuff like that. Like we don't know what we're talking about, but as the last speaker just said, I think these are not only new leaders but are also experts in the field. So you've really got to listen to us. I hope you listen to us because we're only going to keep growing and we're only going to get stronger, honestly. And if you keep toying around with us and pushing us around and making us look like idiots, then honestly, it's just going to make matter. So you better get your shit together. See you later.
Thanks, David. And I understand what you're saying. We have no intention of doing that. We are listening and we intend to continue listening. So thank you for being here today. Next is Carolyn Lintz, and Carolyn will be followed by Samantha McLeese.
Hello, I'm here to encourage a vote to reject the 2021 budget increase of $13.2 million and to encourage you to consider disbanding the police altogether. What I'm asking today is that if you won't consider abolishing the police, at the very least, you must consider redistributing funds and lessening police presence when there are much safer and non-aggressive solutions. There are numerous solutions to helping people and providing them with resources and services that do not involve violent police presence, which enforces aggression and racism throughout all of their operations. In addition to the countless other violent crimes carried out by police, the most recent example is the blockade that occurred this Friday and Saturday. The response to it is the violent example at Laurier and Nicholas. Although there have been claims made today that the actions of the police were ethical, safe, and nonviolent, this is not the case. The OPS needs to recognize that the overtly aggressive role they played in the arrests and disruption of this blockade. These actions are not an isolated event, but representative of the continued violence perpetuated by the OPS and all police institutions. Instead of turning to violent arrest, why can't police and politicians hear out concerns from the community and acknowledge the anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism that they exercise every day they clock in at work? The policing system on all levels is built on systemic racism, so violent events as such will continue if we don't take steps to dismantle the police and redistribute funds. There have been a number of communities that have taken steps to divest from police funding, including Camden, New Jersey, which disbanded their police services between 2012 and 2013, and the result has been much safer communities that have been able to successfully address issues of systemic racism within municipal and other institutions. There are already a number of existing resources in Ottawa that work in crisis intervention and provide resources, whose funding must be prioritized in the city's budget over police funding. These include YouthNet, Safe Talk, Minwashin Lodge, Youth Services Bureau, mental health crisis lines, and much more. And we could have many more than that. On top of increasing funding for already existent services, there needs to be more specific services with specific training, more shelters, safe injection sites, increased housing services, and easily accessible mental health services. The police budget is so large, it could easily be redistributed to support a high number of resources that would keep communities at large much safer than they are now, with dangerous police presence and officers who are not even properly trained to deal with crisis. We can't continue this system. Instead of paying cops, we could be paying for housing, medical, and other services. From a social, political, economic, and all other standpoints, there is no reason to keep funding the cops and increasing their budget. This is not change that can happen over time. It needs to happen now. This is urgent and it needs immediate change. I hope that you will consider voting against the police budget increase and will work towards using your position in the police board to fight for the redistribution of funds and disbandment of police. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much, Carolyn, for your comments. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none, we will move to Samantha McLeese, and Samantha will
Well,
pardon me? Oh, and
sorry, we're just making fun of you.
oh, that's fine. Samantha McLeese will be followed by Cassie Slack.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Great. Like so many others, I'm here today to support the 10 demands from the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, the Justice for Abdirahman Abdi Coalition, and the KZ Land Protectors. I'll emphasize the first demand, which is to freeze the Ottawa police budget. I spoke to you earlier this month about Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. This plan identifies 6 priorities, including housing, mental well-being, poverty reduction, discrimination and racism, and gender-based violence. The Ottawa Police Force has a history of acting in opposition to these priorities, and today I'll focus on housing. In January, Ottawa declared a housing and homelessness emergency, yet we continue to lose affordable housing units across the city. Each year, Ottawa pays over $3 million to house families in motels. Right now, approximately 3,200 households in Ottawa are at risk of eviction. Close to 200 people slept outside last night. Take a quick look outside right now. Last year, almost 8,000 people stayed in an emergency shelter in Ottawa, a record high for the city. More than 12,000 families and individuals are registered on Ottawa's subsidized housing list, meaning some could wait 19 years for a safe and affordable home. Despite all this, investment in preventing and ending homelessness remains deeply insufficient. Housing is a public health issue and a human right. And at a time when we are all being told to stay at home, we cannot forget about those who do not have that option. The Ottawa Police Force is set to get a $13.2 million budget increase. But what do the police do to end or prevent homelessness? We can't arrest our way out of homelessness. We can't criminalize our way out of homelessness. We need homes, not guns and tasers. We need prevention, not punishment. The Ottawa Police Force actively works to perpetuate the cycle between homelessness and incarceration. My own research with frontline workers across Ottawa highlights this. One way they do this is via the crime-free multi-housing program. This program encourages landlords across the city to conduct police and criminal record checks. This means that people with criminal records who have served their sentence and who are in the community trying to rebuild their lives after the trauma of criminalization and incarceration cannot find a place to live. Even if they have a job or access to subsidies that will allow them to afford an apartment, this program, which was given an award by Crime Prevention Ottawa, actively prevents people from securing housing. Without housing, people remain at risk of further criminalization. This exclusion facilitated by landlords with the support of OPS is amplified for Black, Indigenous, and racialized residents of Ottawa who already experience heightened discrimination in the rental housing market and who are also at an increased risk for being criminalized. In Ottawa's 2021 draft budget, the city is proposing to spend $33 million on housing and homelessness. OPS will get 10 times that amount. All community-based organizations across the city are getting an increase of nearly $485,000, while police will see an increase of $13.2 million. Charities, I've heard you in other meetings emphasize that the priorities in the community safety and well-being plan need to be funded and acted upon now. You can literally make progress towards that today by freezing the OPS budget and redirecting $13.2 million to the priorities in that plan. I'll end my presentation today with this. What has become painfully clear is that most leaders in Ottawa are only interested in supporting folks across the city who are already thriving. And when you are done pandering to those people, you have little time or energy for individuals and communities struggling to survive and stay safe. If as an elected or appointed official, you don't feel you have the ability or capacity to effectively meet the needs and address the concerns of those suffering most in your community, then you need to step back and leave space for people who know what needs to be done. It sounds like some of you have made a decision on the budget before listening to the public today. That alone is reason for you to step back. That alone is proof that you haven't been listening. Freeze the budget, drop the charges.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. Any questions or comments for the public delegation? Seeing none, Cassie Slack will be next, and Kathy will be followed by Sarp Kazir.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Cassie, and I'm an independent designer and artist living here in Ottawa. Honestly, you made it clear at the beginning of this meeting that you aren't with us, but here we go. I am here again to demand that this board freeze the police budget and that Ottawa police drop all the charges laid on the protesters from the action over the last few days. I want to thank all the organizers and the community members who've just experienced several days of traumatic events at the hands of the Ottawa police and are still here doing free labor for this board today. I was going to talk about mental health crises today, so let's talk about the impact the Ottawa police have had on the mental health of the community over the past few days. 50 cops showed up in the middle of the night to arrest peaceful protesters while they were asleep. People were mocked and harassed by the police who arrested them. People were denied their medication by police. A Muslim woman had her hijab removed. People were denied water. People had their medicines, spiritual items, and belongings taken and then trashed by the police. And let's talk about the impact of getting on these calls with you to be gaslit about our lived experiences. What are you going to do to take accountability for the trauma you've allowed to happen in our community? Because this board says that it's responsible for governing the police and providing adequate and effective police services to the residents. And what I've witnessed from the Ottawa police over the last few days is neither of those things. Every single member of this board had days to show up and talk to organizers. You failed to show up for the people that you serve. And clearly there's something wrong when the city promises to meet with organizers and then the police go ahead and arrest them in the middle of the night anyways. I don't care if you didn't know about it, or I don't care if you're not supposed to be responsible for those decisions. You're responsible for the outcomes. And these outcomes from this board are completely unacceptable. Let me be clear, you have not listened to us. Listening is proven through action, and I have not seen action from you. I have seen excuses, gaslighting, and violence. Here's what I have seen in your actions, though. I watched the police let a white person go after they forcibly rammed their car into the medics. Yes, the medics, people wearing first aid helmets and vests, and then turn around and arrest peaceful protesters in the middle of the night while they're sleeping. I watched you deflect responsibility in your press release after the organizers were arrested in the middle of the night on the morning they were supposed to meet with you. I watched the police charge peaceful protesters with mischief while leaving racist protesters at the war memorial for months while they harass people. I've watched you tell delegates at these meetings that you're listening to their concerns and then go ahead and approve almost $1 million for guns and tasers in the exact same meeting. I've heard you say that there aren't organizations ready for 24/7, 365 service, while you sit on more cash than any of those organizations. I've watched you let police rape their peers and do nothing. And I've watched you rebrand your neighborhood police teams every time they come under fire for literally murdering Black and Indigenous people in the city. And I'll finish with this. The fact that you have not figured out that social media is real is telling. The community is here, and your failure to meet us where we are, like turning off the comments on your YouTube live stream, is a failure of you to do your job. You are so out of touch that I'd laugh if people weren't dying. You are liars. You are gaslighters. You are the foot soldiers of white supremacy and the patriarchy. We are so far past the point of listening and learning. Do something about it or get out of the way.
Okay. That was Cassie Slack. Thank you. This board has tried to be very respectful of this community, and I would ask in return that you show the members of our police service and the members of this board some respect. You may not agree with us, you may not like our approach, but we too are human beings doing the best we can in what we believe is the best interest of this city, and I would appreciate a little respect. I'm sure that's a lot to ask, but we have been sitting here and listening. I know you think we don't listen, but I moved a number of motions that were in reaction to what we have been hearing, and I haven't heard anyone acknowledge that. So I would appreciate if you do acknowledge some of the work that we are trying to do in response to what you were saying to us. Our next speaker is Sarp Kazir, and Sarp will be followed by Mar Korkordina.
Hello.
Hi, Sarp. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
At this point in time, my thoughts are with the 13 people who were arrested violently and charged after they demanded that they be shown the same dignity, respect, and human rights as anybody else in the city, with a clear and poignant list of very well-articulated demands that were shared with the board and the entire city multiple times. Black and Indigenous people, particularly who are Algonquin, who reside on Algonquin territory, were viciously brutalized and arrested on their own land and territory where they are allowed to gather and take up space as they see fit. These are some of the people we've been fighting for at these meetings since the beginning of the summer, and they're gonna need a lot of support from our community moving forward. Support that the police and the city will never be able to provide. If you have any humanity left in the cast iron ball that replaced your hearts after you stabbed everyone in their backs this weekend, you will publicly stand up for what's right and demand that the Crown drop all charges against each and every one of them and attach your names to those calls. The entire world is watching you right now. All eyes are on Ottawa. Sandy Smallwood, you kept telling us you were listening. Your pervasive nature was apparent way before the events that took place Saturday, though. On top of that, nobody really knows what you do, except for conducting meetings. You haven't really provided any clear understanding of what you are hearing or what your role at this board is. Also, it becomes especially difficult to see what your job is when we don't even know what the point of the board itself actually is anymore. Sometimes we hear you pushing back on police who ask for more money, but we all know that the pushback comes with a wink and a nudge because it's all theater. There is way too much apathy within you and everyone else on this board for it to be real or effective in any sort of meaningful way. When the time comes, I will be requesting that the board be completely dismantled and replaced with an exploratory committee on the defunding of the Ottawa Police that centers the demands of Indigenous land protectors, the justice for Abdi Rahman Abdi, and the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalitions, as well as civilian-based community groups that want to break free from the oppressive system that they are financially handcuffed to so that they can reach their full potentials in a world where funding is sanely allocated and policing isn't required anymore. Diane Deans, you said you were going to meet with activists, and then an armed assault squadron of paramilitary police showed up and violently arrested Black and Indigenous people under the veil of darkness while people were sleeping. These cowards showed up with guns and tasers in an OC Transpo bus right after City Council promised community organizers there would be a meeting in the morning. And you had the audacity to victim blame the organizers for the meeting not happening. And then, much to none of our surprises, Ralston King signed off on it too. You and I do not share any common goals. More money will not make a racist police force any better. You are lying to us and yourselves. For your information, since you seem to be so far withdrawn from anything that is actually happening on the ground in the city, this violent arrest caused the separation of families. I repeat, this violent arrest caused the separation of families. A tactic that was ripped right out of the pages of Donald Trump's Make America Great Again white nationalist playbook. Speaking of white nationalists, it was noticed that a few of the officers involved were wearing thin blue line patches, the same types of patches that are being worn and waved around on flags at Trump rallies alongside swastikas. This is who your organization is about to give a $13.2 million raise to, just in time for Christmas. Chief Slowly, you currently operate a machine that has the license to kill Black and Indigenous people and people of color with impunity. The Ottawa Police Service.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Once you start making comments like that, I think that's crossed a line that I can't bear. So if you can't dial it into something that is a reasonable discourse, I'm going to hold you there.
The Ottawa Police Services has had since Abdi Rahman Abdi to get this right. You've had since George Floyd's murder to get it right, but you failed, and so has the entire organization. We waited to see if things would be different under your regime, but then we lost Anthony Oust. We are done waiting for change to happen. You are in charge of an organization where your employees are killing people. I'm assuming that after the public delegation...
I'm not going to allow those comments. We're going to move on to our next speaker. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mar Corcordina, and Mar will be followed by Kate Noisy.
Prior to continuing this delegation, I'd like to ask that you could give my colleague Sarp Kazir his due time in order to speak. I consider this to be unfair, unjust, and inappropriate. I ask that you give him his time to finish his speech.
If Mar would like to finish his speech, he will have to refrain from making the type of comments that he is making about the police being murderers. I find that over a line I cannot tolerate. This is supposed to be respectful discourse, and that is a two-way street. And so if you, Sarp, you can continue if you can keep it within the bounds of reasonable discourse. How much time does Sarp have left? Sarp, you have 1 minute. If you can keep it without making unveiled accusations, I will allow you your extra minute. But if you go over that line again, then we will move along.
Okay. In closing, your police officers assaulted and violently arrested multiple individuals who identify as women 3 days before International Day of the Elimination of Violence Against Women. Shame on each and every one of you for that, and may this weekend's actions be the legacy that follows your political careers all the way to the end. I'm done.
Thank you.
I have a question, Chair Deans.
Okay, Member Johnson.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the comment that it caused the separation of families. What was meant by that? Thank you. From the speaker.
When mothers were arrested and taken away from their children.
Okay.
Is that it, Member?
And what then what happened then to the children? Did they have other family members there?
I'm not at liberty to discuss anything that happened after that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Chair Deans, I may have one follow-up question with Mar, if I can.
You can, Member Nerman, but if you could speak closer to the mic, we're having trouble hearing you.
Okay. Is it okay now?
No, you're still very quiet. Speak up.
Okay, Mar, are you able to hear me?
It's SARP.
Okay, leave it then. Leave it. That's fine.
Okay. Okay, thank you again, SARP, for your being here today. Our next speaker is Mar Kurkadina, followed by Kate Noise.
Thank you. Prior to continuing, I'd like to comment that I believe the previous interjection by Diane Deans was utmost censorship and should not have been allowed. SARP, I'm sorry that happened to you. That is not acceptable. I'd like to begin by saying, how dare you? I speak here today just days after I was woken up out of my tent at 3:20 in the morning, told by a friend that I had 10 minutes to pack my things or else I would get arrested. Arrested on counts of mischief for peacefully protesting alongside Black and Indigenous comrades occupying space for whom the Algonquin Anishinaabe have inherent territory to, and exercising our right to peaceful demonstration demanding justice for Black and Indigenous peoples in the city alongside justice for Abdirahman, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, and KZ Land Defenders. The amount of rage, fear, vulnerability, and lack of security I felt being torn out of my place of sleep that night and terrorized out of the camps, only to later to return to legally observe alongside my community members as a white ally, is nothing compared to the trauma inflicted onto Black and Indigenous organizers and freedom fighters that night when 13 community members were violently arrested and countless others terrorized away from the camps. I speak to you today with the primary obvious ask that you freeze the police budget, but after what my community experienced at the hands of your officers this weekend, I also repeat and ask of you today, how dare you? How dare you lay a finger on Black and Indigenous community members in the name of keeping them safe? Peter Slowly, how dare you gaslight community members by saying we had ample time to collect belongings and leave when we saw with our very eyes how officers encroached upon the space, giving no time for collections or negotiation, let alone the sacred Indigenous medicines you mistreated, the ceremonial flame you refused to put out traditionally, and the horrific, non-negotiable manner in which your officers encroached upon a space to tear it down, throw belongings into vans, throw comrades into jail cells, and throw any hope of restoring trust or dialogue out the door. How dare you insult the camp's leadership by saying that there was very little cohesive leadership at this site, when the very little cohesive leadership I see is from you alone. The organizers of this camp, who held down the space for 3 days, kept all of us safe more than your police force ever did, and hold more bravery, more unity, more leadership and cohesion than you or your police force ever will. How dare you insinuate that the actions that took place this weekend were anything more than heinous, cowardly, and an act of direct violence against the very communities you made a promise to rebuild trust with, you made a promise to do better for, and the very same community your police board made a promise to meet with the next day. I suppose you don't need to have a meeting with the communities you say you will if you arrest them all first, do you? All this to have taken place days before the board votes on a budget increase of $13.2 million. Shame on you. My demands here today are to echo those of the Black and Indigenous community. Drop all charges against the 12 protesters charged on Saturday morning. Issue a public apology for the violence that took place against Black and Indigenous people, as well as the sacred objects that were desecrated and mistreated. Vote against this policing budget today. Better yet, defund and abolish the police and reallocate all funds towards healthcare and social services. At this point, I wish to echo the point of my earlier delegate, because the more I wrote this speech and reflected upon my engagement with the Ottawa Police, the less I feel, quite frankly, any respect is owed at this point in time. So get your shit together and vote against this budget. The people are watching. I yield my time.
Okay, thank you, Mar. Member Johnson.
Just a brief comment. I am sorry that the sacred objects weren't respected.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm waiting.
Reparations.
We don't allow
donate your money.
dialogue, but I would maybe if Chief Slowly is available, if he could comment on that or at least provide a note to the board on that issue. Because I'm not fully aware of what we're talking about. So it would be important that we hear from you, Chief, if you're there, or if you want to provide us more information on that.
Chair, I reflect again, there was a number of inquiries from board members at the start around the various activities in this. Happy to have that conversation now or at some other point in the future.
Well, we have heard it from several delegations, so I think it would be important to hear what you have to say on that particular topic of the sacred objects.
Thank you. And I'll obviously need to be able to provide a more fulsome report down the road, but initially we recognized that there was a number of Indigenous elements, cultural elements at the demonstration over the course of the 36 hours. We took the extra step to reach out to a number of other agencies to get some advice on what we could expect and how we could handle that. We listened to that advice. We made some significant efforts to be able to, as I referenced, manage the sacred flame as well as medicine. Ultimately, though, we recognize that in the efforts to secure and keep those additional objects, that mistakes were made. We're going to have to review how we do that in this instance, learn from it in the future, and we will work with our Indigenous partners to help us to get that better understanding and build that into our practices going forward.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mar, for your comments today. We'll now move on to Kate Noyes, followed by Mawin Yella.
Hello.
Hello, you have 5 minutes, go ahead. Yes.
Great. Hi, yes, I'm here. Holy smokes, folks. Whew, wow, I am astounded by how this meeting has gone so far. I have to say, first off the bat, I'm feeling a little bit distracted by you continuing to, well, you've kind of stopped at this point, but you were centering your feelings. And it was resulting in censorship, and that's just flat out unacceptable. So let's remember that respect is earned, and in this instance, it absolutely has not been earned. You want thanks. You brought up the fact that you haven't received thanks for things that we're not even discussing right now. I just want to remind you, listening is a verb. It's not a characteristic that you get to ascribe to yourself. We will tell you when you've been listening. When we feel heard, we'll know that we're being heard if you freeze the budget today. But unfortunately, at the top of this meeting, the first thing I really heard from you is that you've already made up your mind about that. So I really wonder what I've spent my time doing this weekend preparing for this meeting. I really wonder what all of these people who have spoken so eloquently, so much more than I will be doing today, what we've been doing with all of our time. If you've already made up your mind and you've made it very clear that you have absolutely no interest in listening at all. Once again, listening is not a characteristic you get to ascribe to yourself. We will tell you when we've been listened to, when we feel heard. Thank you very much. I'm here with a couple of objectives today. Mainly, I'm here to echo the sentiments of the community, foremost the Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. Oh, I'm just so mad thinking about what happened this weekend. Oh, it was just, the trauma that I have been witness to, the pain that I've seen in people's eyes following the events of Thursday, Friday, and Saturday morning and Saturday is frankly unforgivable. People have been forever changed by this violence. And I think that's an impact that you greatly underestimate, okay? I'm a social services worker. I'm a career social services worker. I've worn many hats in the community, okay? I'm the person that you claim wants to work with the police, and I'm here to tell you that that is not the case. I despise working with the police. In my line of work, working with the police has only been a liability. I like to say, like, because I've had so many jobs, it's hard to describe what I do. Basically what I do is I clean up the messes that police leave in communities for about 1/4 of the starting salary of a police officer. Yeah. Police have no business in mental health. They have no business in harm reduction. I was appalled that you brought up Narcan as a reason we need police around. Having responded to a number of overdoses myself, police are when I arrive on the scene of an overdose, the first thing everybody says is, don't call the police, please, we're begging you. Okay. And when the overdose crisis hit 3 years ago, I didn't see police carrying Narcan. So I really have a lot of disdain for you bringing these things up to justify staying, to justify this violent, racist, white supremacist institution that I just want you to know, as a community member, as a queer person, as a sexual assault survivor, and as a social services worker, I do not want police. Okay? So if you're listening today, what you're gonna do is you're gonna freeze the budget in response to this emergency, this overwhelming emergency that is policing. Thank you very much. If I have any more time, I don't want it because you're not listening anyway.
Okay, thank you, Kate, for being here and for your comments today. And what I said at the start of the meeting is that this board must listen to all of the voices in our community, and your voices are being heard loud and clear. There are other people in the community who still very much see a role for police and want to see a presence of police in their communities. And this board has to balance the views of our residents and all of our community. And that's what we're trying to do.
I'd like to briefly respond to that, ma'am. You keep
Unfortunately,
bringing
we
up
don't
the
get
fact that there are
to
people
respond to that. That's not how this works. We're moving on now. Our next speaker is Minuela, D, followed by Karen Freeman.
Okay, we can start the time now. Please know that I have some disabilities, so I know there's 5 minutes provided here, but I really wish that I could have had a couple more minutes. I had written some stuff down. I just want to say that first of all, I just got off the call with, let's see, what's her name? With Jennifer Hodgson. She's a colleague at the Police Services Act, and she went through to do an investigation on one of the 2 officers that I made a complaint against last year. And they sent me in August 27th, they sent me a letter to say that there has been a discipline imposed on this officer, Constable Allery. And I was not able to get in touch with them until today. Finally, after all the voicemails and everything, I get in touch with Jennifer Hodgson, and she just told me, contrary to what U Ottawa's legal lawyers told me, that I cannot even know the discipline placed or imposed on the officer that I made a complaint about. She's saying that I have to make a review, I have to request for Freedom of Information Act. Where is the accountability? There's zero. First of all, if you're going to say that, you know, you truly want to help out racialized groups, and that Chief Slowly, I heard you say in the last meeting that you didn't think people with disabilities or mental illness should enter into the criminal justice system, but everything is pointing away from that. You want me to spend 3 years figuring out how, like, what kind of disciplines have been imposed on officers while they go around also, you know, doing more misconduct to other Black women, other Indigenous people, other homeless people? Like, so I just want to echo the demands for the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdirahman Abdi, KZ Land Protectors, that specifically to freeze the Ottawa police budget, to end dynamic entry, no police in contested Indigenous territories, to fire Matt Scoff immediately. We're saying no to police expansion, and mental health so-called wellness checks by police, and school resource officer program, divest and reallocate funds back into the dismantling of systemic racism in public health care and social services, and equip and recruit racially trauma-informed and harm prevention trained health support professionals. We don't have that. I can tell you for sure at Cornerstone Shelter, they don't even know what intersectionality is, let alone over here. You guys are talking about you're gonna do this EDI, you know, equity and diversity thing. When I looked up the people who are running the programs, they don't even acknowledge systemic racism, which I see as a common thing in the city. Matt Scoff has come out and denounced systemic racism. I think that was directly undercutting, the status of your authority, Chief Slowly. And I don't understand why this guy is still on the board after he called, one of the leaders at Justice for Abdurrahman Abdi a CUNT. Disgusting. Okay, they can't even acknowledge systemic racism. I've never heard the mayor or Diane Dean say systemic racism out of their mouth or write it down. It's always systemic barriers, systemic, something. Like, if we can't even acknowledge that, we've got a huge problem. There's a cultural problem in Ottawa, even worse, that people are calling the cops for things that are like, you don't need to call the cops for noise complaints. You don't need to call the cops for, obviously if someone has a low substance on them or things like that. I think you guys have admitted that, you waste a lot of time with these sort of calls, mischief and stuff like that. We don't need more police for that. No to police expansion. And I'd like to say that you need to have people with lived experience, because I don't even think half of you would even believe all the stuff that I've been through in the last 2 years since I've been back to the city. It takes 3 years just to get a caseworker on CMHA. There's women, like even another white woman, she's talking about her daughter, how she had to make a report against her and make her a criminal before she could actually get any help. I mean, but yet you guys should get the money. Makes no sense. We need to reallocate that to housing, which is supposed to be the emergency, declared emergency, but actions speak louder than words. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate you being here today. You said that you have never heard the word systemic racism out of my mouth, but in my opening comments today, I did speak specifically about and acknowledge systemic racism inside institutions, including police. Karen Freeman has dropped off the list, so we'll move now to Ifra Yusuf from the Justice for Abdi Coalition, and Ifra will be followed by Stephanie Harrison.
All right, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. As you mentioned, my name is Ifra. I am the co-chair of the Justice for Abdurrahman Coalition here in Ottawa, on these unceded and unsurrendered territories of the Algonquin Nation. We are a group of Black and allied Black activists. As you may remember, I previously spoke at the board meeting a couple of weeks ago, calling on the freeze of the police budget and for the reallocation of the taxpayers' money to necessary resources, such as Ottawa Public Health and housing. Over the past 2 weeks, several events occurred. On November 18th, the Justice for Abdurrahman Coalition learned that the Crown would not pursue an appeal in the trial of Constable Monsian. The next day, on November 19th, the We Are related action began taking place in the intersection of Nicholas and Laurier, led by the hard work of the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition and the Indigenous community members, where the community demanded for an end to systemic racism in this city, starting with the freezing of the police budget. This occupation was a safe space for Black and Indigenous people. We shared speeches, learned about one another, prayed together, and contemplated. This safe space was then ruined and destroyed by the Ottawa Police Service and city officials who swarmed in at 3:30 a.m. on Saturday after 36.5 hours of peaceful protesting and being blindsided by the police. I would like to make it clear that during a conversation on Friday night, one of the organizers asked the police liaison officers if the police will arrest anyone at the intersection, where one of the liaison officers responded, "Does that look like what we're doing right now?" in a sarcastic tone. The 13 peaceful protesters, the 12 adults and 1 minor who were mostly sleeping or were trying to leave, were arrested and detained for several hours under terrible conditions. To add insult to injury, The Ottawa Police Service then charged all 12 adult protesters with mischief under the criminal code. We are appalled by this inordinate and unexcusable police response, and especially the use of non-police City of Ottawa resources, such as OC Transpo, paramedics, and city maintenance vehicles. This was clearly in bad faith. The City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Service have broken once again the trust of Indigenous and Black communities here in Ottawa. They have caused deep harm, trauma, and have set the relationship back many years in the space of one night by a way of a reckless and violent decision. We, the coalition, along with several members of this community, are calling on all charges against the 12 adult protesters to be dropped and to be wiped off clean of their records. These protesters were exercising their charter of right to freedom of assembly in a peaceful manner. For the board, specifically Councillors Diane Deans, Carol-Ann Meehan, and Ralston King, the Justice for Abdirahman Coalition demanded you to explicitly name the city officials who authorized the irresponsible use of non-police city resources during these arrests. On Twitter, we gave you a deadline of noon today to give those names. This deadline was not met. Your silence and your complicity to violence against Indigenous and Black peaceful protesters speaks volumes. To conclude, this reckless move by the OPS leaves many wondering, is this institution worthy of a $13.2 million increase this year? The community was lied to after being promised meetings and being told that no one would be arrested that night. We also saw a lack of response from the police regarding the female driver who used their car as a weapon and harmed the protesters on Thursday. As a matter of fact, Chief Slowly said himself in July that the OPS does not need an increase in their budget. According to CBC News article dated on July 28th, 2020, and I quote, Slowly said, OPS won't seek any additional funding to implement the organizational changes, but will make use of the funding already approved by the police board for 2019 and 2020. The police service has taken a 13 million hit because of combination of revenue shortfalls, but according to reports presented to the board, despite this blow to this budget, the OPS was able to find the money for the changes within a balanced budget. Therefore, the Justice for Abdirahman Coalition is making the final call and demanding for the police board chief Diane Deans, Councillor Carol-Ann Meehan, Councillor Ralston King, and board members Daljeet Nirman, L.A. Smallwood, Bev Johnson, and Robert Sweda to vote no on the police budget increase at this meeting. As mentioned, we are demanding for this increase to be transferred over to Ottawa Public Health and as well as into Indigenous and Black communities. Councillor Deans, you have made it clear that your mind is made up, despite more than 40 public delegations 2 weeks ago and the 92 scheduled delegations today. As I said at the last police board meeting, we ask you today to actually listen to the communities that you serve and who are watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Ifra, for being here today and for your comments. We'll move now. I don't see any questions or comments, so we'll move now to Stephanie Harrison, and Stephanie will be followed by Velvet Leclerc.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes, Stephanie.
Thank you. I would just like to begin by thanking all of the presenters before me for speaking out very passionately to the police against their concerns. So hello, everyone, and thank you. Today, I will be speaking on 2 topics that involve community policing, the topic of mental health, harm, and safety, as well as the topic of ensuring accessibility for all individuals to safely and confidently engage with the Ottawa Police Services and other types of civic participation. I would first like to preface my concerns by saying that I recognize the hard work already done by the Ottawa Police Services and those officers who work hard every day to try to keep our communities safe from harm. I believe it is important for the Ottawa Police Services to continue to take care of safeguarding the mental health of their own members, as their mental health truly affects us all. If the goal of policing is to protect public safety and to foster community care, then the entire institution of policing must be transformed to be aligned with the values that are found within community care practices, specifically trauma-informed, culturally competent, person-centered care. The professional values, code of ethics, licensure, restrictions, and measures of accountability that both mental health and health professionals must adhere to helps to ensure that this safeguard is in place at the institutional level. It is not enough to have police members trained in mental health. The profession of policing and the profession of healthcare are distinct and separate, and I believe they should stay that way. Please think carefully through about the differences in ethical and professional obligations that your police members will have towards the people they interact with, as compared to the ethical obligations that a health professional, such as a doctor or a psychologist, would have. I'm very concerned about the blending of these two professions without the necessary ethical and professional oversight that may sometimes come in conflict with each other. In my opinion, it is inefficient of time and money for the police to concentrate so hard on training their members to, quote, do it all, when there are already so many competent health professionals who have been assessing and helping keep vulnerable members of the public safe, well, and healthy for their entire careers. When it comes to nonviolent matters of mental health within the public, it is of my opinion that mental health professionals, both intimately familiar with and recommended by the communities they serve, should be the ones in charge of safeguarding the mental health of their communities. In my opinion, the police must ensure that they work in tandem and in cooperation with community partners and social services to be involved in all police service calls at all stages within the criminal justice system, in order to ensure that the health and physical safety of all individuals is safeguarded by trained mental health and health professionals. This includes the safeguarding of all parties, including the police members themselves, the clients and members of the public interacting with the police, as well as any witnesses who may have observed these interactions take place. The second topic I would like to speak on is for the police and their community partners to ensure that there are safe and accessible pathways for all individuals to engage in these types of civic participation with the police and within their communities. I would ask the police and the board to please take note of the populations of persons that they are not hearing from today, and to understand why and what barriers that they as police may contribute to in some people feeling unable to openly and safely talk with the police about their personal experiences. It is in my opinion that OPS must ensure that they understand the current barriers to accessibility and is what is preventing all members and all types of the public to feel safe enough to even begin to engage with police services on such an intimate and vulnerable level. This importantly includes the voices of Black, Indigenous, and persons of color, persons with prior criminal records, and persons, quote, known to police, persons who are homeless, low income, or without reliable access to technology, and persons with disabilities and neurodivergence, including mental, physical, intellectual, and developmental disability or difference. Everyone's voices must be represented, and equal access to representation must occur. I cannot stress the importance of inclusion in this process enough. The Ottawa Police Services needs to take a long and hard look at what the core values and priorities are of the police as an institution. If it is truly community care, then what is right is understanding what harms versus helps these communities and doing everything that is within your power to try to prevent harm from occurring, even if that means recognizing that you yourselves may be part of the problem. It is time for OPS and the OPS board to be a part of the solution and to do what is right. I am asking you, the Ottawa Police Services Board, to please reject this budget increase, to minimally freeze the budget at 2020 levels, and ideally to work together with community partners and members of the community who are most impacted by your policies and actions to defund the police and to refund this money back into our communities towards supporting what we know to be the socioeconomic determinants of health, safety, and community well-being. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Stephanie, for your input today. Your words are important. Our next speaker is Velvet Leclerc, and Velvet will be followed by Miriam Shafto. Is Velvet on the list? Velvet, can you unmute?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I am a victim of sexual assault and sexualized police violence, and I have a personal story to share. That being said, I need to issue a trigger warning. My speech today will highlight how the Ottawa police dismiss evidence and they also manipulate evidence. I will also mention some of the police reform work that has happened in our city. Sexism and racism tend to go hand in hand as they are symptoms of patriarchy. When the community comes together, we can create real concrete changes to policing. This is what I will be speaking to. Before I proceed, I need to mention that my words are backed up with documents from the Ottawa Police and court documents. What I am saying is based on facts, not my opinion. In the early 2000s, my sister and I were drugged at a bar, then kidnapped and taken to a home to be raped. The next day, we reported it to the Ottawa Police and provided a blood sample. A month later, I was brought in for my second interview, only to be told that the case was being closed. The rapist claimed that we were drunk and that everyone had consented. It was devastating. I was able to access the documents and the videotapes of the investigation. It was shocking to discover that our blood sample had not been tested properly for date rape drugs. That was our main piece of evidence. I brought the case to the media and participated in a 2-part news serial, which is currently on YouTube, called Cops Ignore Rape Part 1 and Cops Ignore Rape Part 2. It is relevant to share today because Carol Ann Meehan was one of the journalists who participated, and therefore she should know better and do her part now to stop increasing.
I'm going to hold this delegation
Back then, the
here.
community rallied together.
I'm going to hold this delegation here. This is a budget meeting, and this is straying way off the course, and I'm afraid that it's not appropriate.
It's very disappointing to learn that the Ottawa Police.
I would be happy to take it to another forum, but I don't think this is the correct forum. So I'm going to hold this delegation here. And it's not that we're not concerned with what you're saying, but it's maybe not the right forum today. So we're going to move on to Miriam Shafto, and Miriam will be followed by Bibi Hakim.
Hello, I'm going to ask that you please allow the former delegation to finish speaking. I believe it's super relevant, and please let them finish their thought.
It was getting into a lot of details of a case where we really can't hear these details in this forum. And
however, you did not allow the delegate to circle back to the point, the reason that they were bringing up this experience.
Well, my impression from listening to the delegate was that she wanted to go into a lot of detail, and there is no opportunity for discourse in this is a hearing that the board is having to hear budget, and this was off course, and I'm sure you won't agree with me, but I have to rule that this is beyond what we should be listening to in this forum, so I'm going to move on. So Miriam, your time starts now.
Can I ask that you please allow the former delegate to at least have a chance to finish their thoughts? At least have, if they still have a minute, to at least fill that minute.
Okay, Velvet, if you can relate, I think you have made it clear what your concern is, and the board members have heard the nature of the concern. If you can relate it back to the budget, you can have your minute to finish your thought.
That was really disappointing. I've spoken openly about sexual assault in the past with 2 different cases, and that's what I was going to speak to today. And like that you silenced me like that, I find that really disappointing. I just wanted to advocate that I believe in all the work that Horizons Ottawa is putting forward with the alternative municipal budget. I believe in what the Coalition for Justice for Abdi Rahman is doing. There's other people in this city that are victimized by the Ottawa police, and I have a story to tell, and it's shameful that you've silenced me and not let me spoke. Like, I sued the police for sexual assault. They edited the videotape, the surveillance videotape from the cell block. That was never captured in the media. That's one of the things I was going to speak about. I was raped. The evidence was never shown. The police didn't even test my blood sample after I was date raped. Like, the police are inept to be able to deal with
We're
things.
going to ask to mute. We heard your words. This is a budget deliberation, and this is beyond what we're listening to today. And I regret that you feel unheard or unlistened to, but I'm going to move along to, no, I've lost my spot. Who's next?
Can I please demand that you allow my former delegate to use their full time?
No, I have given 2 opportunities, and it is out of order, and so I'm moving on. Would you like to speak, Miriam, now, or would you like us to move on? I
am incredibly frustrated that you are not allowing the former delegate to use their the delegate before me to use their full time. I don't think that it's appropriate for you to be censoring delegates who have signed up and registered to this meeting. And I'm just going to ask one more time that you please allow my the person before me to finish their thought.
And I have ruled that I will not. Do you care to address the board, or would you like me to move on?
Again, I am going to reiterate that I find this unacceptable. And I guess I will speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I'm speaking today to echo the Justice for Abdirahman Abdi Coalition, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, and the Anishinaabe Land Protectors, as well as many of the other speakers today, to demand that the Ottawa Police Services Board reject the 2021 police budget today and freeze the police budget. First of all, I condemn the actions of the OPS in forcefully ending a peaceful protest and arresting demonstrators at Nicholas and Laurier on Friday. In voting on the budget today, the board must prioritize and center the well-being of the Black Indigenous community in Ottawa and not only listen, but also act on their demands. Rejecting the budget increase today and freezing the police budget is a concrete first step which the board can take today to work towards the 10 demands put forward by the organizers of the protest and blockade earlier this week. To reiterate, the demands are as follows: freeze the police budget, no police in contested Indigenous territories, and dynamic entry mental health checks and sexual assault by police, and which is extremely relevant, and the former delegate was attempting to have their voice heard on this issue. End the school resource officer program, end discrimination against Indigenous and Black students in schools, no racial slurs in classrooms, no more funding for more funding for Black and Indigenous students, funds to fight the public health crisis of systemic racism, end racism in healthcare systems and public health services, and no more evictions and affordable housing now. These demands highlight the need to defund and ultimately abolish the police and to reallocate funds towards other services. This funding is desperately needed to address the many emergencies facing the city of Ottawa at the moment: the health emergency caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, the housing emergency, which is all the more urgent in the context of overcrowded shelters as COVID cases rise and the winter sets in, and the overdose emergency. Similarly to police violence, these emergencies also disproportionately affect Indigenous and Black folks. The $13.2 million increase to the police budget would be better spent addressing the health and housing emergencies this city is facing. A commitment to freezing the police budget would be a concrete demonstration of the board's willingness to engage with Black and Indigenous activists in this community who have been tirelessly demanding change. I heard board members comment today that their efforts are not being recognized, but let me ask you why you feel the need to be recognized for actions which the community has clearly indicated are insufficient. While I recognize that truly transformative change takes time, there appears to be no true recognition from the board of the urgency of taking immediate action to transform the way we understand community safety. People are literally losing their lives. Take responsibility today and freeze the police budget. I'm also going to add that you please stop censoring further delegates who have taken the time to register and make their voices heard today. Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Are there any comments or questions for Miriam before we move along? Okay, I just want to be clear that this is a hearing the board is holding on the 2021 budget deliberations. We do not, this forum does not hear personal grievances through this process. There are rules around that, and I would ask the delegations to please respect those rules. And we'll try and be respectful of each other, but we have to respect the rules. They are posted on our website. Our next speaker is Bibi Hakim, and Bibi will be followed by Aaron Green.
Good evening, Chair, board members, and Chief. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today at this meeting concerning the draft operating budget. My name is Bibi Hakim. As a member of the minority Ottawa community and Yippee alumni, I'm here today to share with you my perspectives on political and in the policy sector. As expressed by some members here today, I respectfully disagree and would like to strongly emphasize that defunding the police would only do more harm to our community than the intended good. My goal here today is to express and counter-argue why we should instead upfund the Ottawa Police Service and provide a recommendation for the improvement of its service. Currently, Chair, we have no other service or organization in place other than the Ottawa Police Service that can toe the line that is presently being tugged. Given my unique experiences in the policy realm as an intern with the United Nations, studying gender-based violence, policy, and politics, a mental health advocate, and as a past Yippee alumni, and someone who lives in a high-risk area, I can say that based on the knowledge and research that I have done and gathered at this current time, we would be doing a disservice to those living in Ottawa, especially the vulnerable that rely on OPS, such as myself. By defunding the Ottawa Police Service when there is no other service presently in place that is reliable 24 hours, 7 days a week, that can relieve the pressure that OPS is facing, we won't be able to address the issues present here today. My experiences as a Yippee student and studying gender-based violence, policy, and politics here in Ottawa and with the United Nations has shown me that in order to achieve the quality of life that is being asked, there needs to be more collaboration between the police and its community. In addition to my lived experiences in a high-risk neighborhood and as a minority myself, studies have shown that without this collaboration between both parties, the system would fail as we are seeing here. When you threaten the functions of the policy cycle, you are threatening the applications of its resources. As Sir Robert Peel once said, the police at all times should maintain a relationship with the public that gives reality to the historic tradition that the police are the public and the public are the police. With everything mentioned in this budget, therefore, by defunding the police or by refusing to pass this budget, Chair and board members, you would be shooting yourself in the foot and be putting a greater risk and strain to the city. And I can guarantee you that your to-do list and agenda would only grow from here. Given what is presented here today, everything that is being asked is outlined in this very draft operating budget. For police officers to be adequately trained on the issues of systemic racism, more diversity within the police service, and better training for responding to mental health crises. The issues of systemic racism and racial bias are being addressed by the EDI framework and by the draft operating budget by hiring an additional 30 officers for a more diverse personnel to reflect the Ottawa minority demographic. Also in this draft operating budget, funds will be allocated for the necessary training officers need to better respond to mental health related calls. In addition, Chair, if I may make a recommendation, here's what I would propose. That the police is the only service with the wide range of services that respond 24/7, 7 days a week at the moment. I would recommend that a percentage of this operating budget be allocated or factored in to expand the mental health response unit, which would allow for improved outcomes for mental health calls. Toronto just recently announced their expansion of the mental health crisis intervention team, which includes nurses and social workers working alongside police officers on mental health related calls. As a concerned citizen myself, I would strongly suggest that this board consider the sentiments needed in order to keep our community and city safe. Being in the realm of politics, it is with no doubt that international events will have an impact on us here at home. However, it is important to remember our progress and the progress being made thus far. Policing has evolved since it first started. Although the service is not perfect, there is always room for improvement and improvement to be made. I hope that with my deputation here today before you brought some insights on why defunding the only service that responds to all of our needs is a dangerous move. I was once told that everything you do should be done with truth and dignity, even if that means standing alone. It's easy to do the wrong thing, and it's always hard to do the right. I'm happy to provide this board with my research on policing and mental health if they so wish. Chair, thank you again for this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you, Bibi, for your delegation. And yes, we'd be happy to receive any information you care to share with us. Is there any comment for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Aaron Green, and Aaron will be followed by Jack Belmar.
God, that quote was so good because you're literally the only one. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to preface this by saying that I do have a disability, and I hope that it won't interfere with my ability to say my piece within time limits. But I hope that if I have some issues with stuttering or needing a moment to get a breath in, going a little bit over time to finish my presentation might be forgiven. So this police budget is not a budget of innovation, no matter how many times you claim it to be. It is a budget that feeds more money into services that do not work and endanger the majority of the population here in Ottawa, and steals money from services that do provide the help that the community needs, that actually do prevent crime and are starving for funding. This is not the time for incremental change. This is the time for radical innovation, the time to drastically reimagine and change the way this city operates and funds services. And you've heard the massive outcry for this from the community. It's past time for investments that long-term would provide much more effective and efficient services. And in the middle of a pandemic, when people are relying on social services more than ever, these investments couldn't be more urgent. We do not have time to wait for this money to be reallocated in future budgets. This needs to start happening now. Firstly, we know that policing does not, and will never work as a crime prevention strategy. Police are a crime response service, not crime prevention, and they could never be crime prevention. Crime prevention is providing the support that communities or individuals in a community need so that they do not have to resort to criminal activity. Numerous studies have been done that identify underlying conditions that drive people to criminal activity, and it is not a lack of a close relationship or presence of police in the community. Again and again, these studies mention poverty, food insecurity, lack of affordable housing, lack of adequate mental health care, lack of affordable education. The list goes on about lack of social services being the determiner of the likelihood of criminal activity. And yet we continue to pour our money and resources into community policing while neglecting the root issues. If we keep putting our money into policing, into crime response, there will always be crime to respond to. The proposed 25 new officers for neighborhood resource teams and community policing cannot provide money, housing, food security, or mental health care. We have organizations that can, yet you choose to put our money into clipping the tops off of weeds instead of pulling out the roots. The exasperation, the fear, the discouragement, and devastation of us in Ottawa seeing council and the board trying the same thing again and again and expecting a different outcome while people are killed, are houseless, are starving, and are dying of treatable conditions. It's the definition of insanity, and no matter how many times you tell us that you are listening and you're taking this seriously, we will not believe it until we see the proof that you care enough, that you take your responsibility seriously enough to make the bold, innovative, necessary steps and changes to stop wasting millions on these proven ineffective strategies, to stop wasting millions on endangering racialized people, harassing members of the community, and put our money where we need it and want it, into social services. Now, I spoke to the subject of OPS's proposed investment in a mental health care strategy at the last meeting, and I'd like to speak a little bit more to that now. Chief slowly proposes a $1.5 million investment into a mental health strategy, but can't tell you how that money will be spent. This to me is ridiculous. Chief Slowly, you claim not to want to be at the head of the table, but if you've asked for and are receiving the money, that is exactly where you've placed yourself. The idea that police, an organization that we have all agreed should not be involved in mental health care, has a right to this money when numerous organizations, which I will not take the time to list because that is a job that City Council can take on themselves instead of asking members of the public to do so, is an insult to the humanity and threat to the health of anyone in Ottawa living with a mental illness. This is being done backwards. The money must be given to the appropriate health and community organizations who they themselves can then inform police about the best way to approach and delegate emergency mental health care, not the other way around. I am appalled that several board members have stated that you've already made your decision on this budget, despite nearly 90 people taking the time and energy out of their lives to speak today. You say that you're listening, but if you've already made your decision, clearly that is not true. I am also appalled by the disrespectful censorship of members of the community speaking here out of pain and trauma. While for many of you, this discussion may not be so personal, many members speaking here have gone through traumas at the hand of police that make this discussion extremely personal and emotional, a discussion that directly affects our daily lives, and they deserve to express that just as much as any other delegate. Frankly, if people are debating your right to safety, your access to housing or healthcare, debating your humanity, you have every right to present in any way that you need to, and that to me is respect. I call on the board to freeze the police budget and put this money into social services and the development of an emergency mental health response led by healthcare experts. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Jack Belmar, and that will be followed by Khadija Hilali.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Jack, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon. Before I begin, I wish to bring up my unconditional support for Justice for Abdi Rahman's 10 demands put forward last weekend. If you take anything away from my comments, do what they say. I'd like to explain why I think you should reject this proposed budget. I'll use traffic as an example. In the citywide budget for 2021, $523,000 has been earmarked to improve road safety. And Chief Deans, you mentioned in your opening remarks how many people go to you about traffic enforcement. Yet, when I reviewed the salaries of the 13 drunk drivers currently employed by Ottawa Police, I learned that 9 of them are collectively paid $1,027,000 a year. Another 4 didn't make the sunshine list. So I ask, how does their continued employment align with any city objective? When we don't fire these people, we say this individual's freedom to act with impunity is more important than public trust. If you vote for this budget, you're going to pay them. You're going to pay the 2 men who killed Abdi Rahman Abdi. You're going to pay the 2 men who killed Greg Ritchie, the dart team that killed Anthony Oust. You're taking money out of the entire city's mouths to give a new Glock to someone like Nerman Messick, who thought assaulting his tenant and threatening to traffic his child was appropriate. Underpinning every critique of the Ottawa Police is the fact that the people who make it toxic are never rejected. Dan Delaney, who murdered Troy Emerson in 1995, is still on payroll 25 years later. Capital Current reported that the new anti-racism secretariat set up by the City of Ottawa had an initial budget of $100,000. Councillor King, is that accurate? I hope not. James Ramsey, the one cop who made the infamous racist meme of his fellow cops this past May, makes $111,000. Your commitment to equity will go nowhere without material support. It will go nowhere until the people who undermine it go away. We need you to listen to the dozens of delegations behind you and before you tonight, not people who did not wish to come forward. I would like to address my next comments directly to members Sweda and Johnson. You are political appointees. I say this to point out that you have something we need. You have the province's ear. We need your help to change the Police Services Act. Mr. Sweda, you attended a Conservative fundraiser this past spring. Would you tolerate a waiter assaulting guests at KS on the Keys if they had no previous history of discipline and a positive employment history, as mentioned in countless OIPRD tribunals? Ms. Johnson, you are involved with the Canada Carleton Riding Association. You've served on the boards of several women's organizations. Would you protect the continued employment of a rapist at Centrepoint Medical Center if his crimes had not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt? You must reject the dangerous idea that a police officer's employment status is entitled to a presumption of innocence. From the most serious crimes to the pettiest, The lower standard that you hold your police officers to is unacceptable. When Alec Moraru decides to rob the Loblaws in 2014, his employer should be able to fire him. He should not have a lengthy, expensive court process that results in a rehiring and an incompetent being given back a restricted firearm. That does not make Ottawa safe. The lower standard you hold police officers to is unacceptable. I call on you to use your powers as members of the Ottawa Police Services Board to reject this budget and, if need be, to let it go to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission, because we need you to exercise your powers for the city that you represent and the city that is telling you 40 people 2 weeks ago, another 90 today, telling you, please reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack, for your comments. I just wanted to point out that this board and also Ottawa City Council disagree with provincial legislation that does not allow the service to fire members of the service that have egregious charges or convictions against them. And both have written to the province asking that that legislation be changed.
I'd like to know what they do within the system at fundraisers.
Okay, well that's, I'm just going to move on. We don't engage in dialogue, as I think you know, Jack, but they heard what you had to say and they are welcome to follow up with you. Our next speaker is Khadija El Hilali, and Khadija will be followed by Tamara Saluha.
Can folks hear me?
Yes.
My name is Khadija El Hilali and my pronouns are she and her. I'm here today to echo the previous points raised by my peers and fellow community members. I vehemently oppose an increase to the OPS budget. In fact, I'd love to see this paramilitary, colonial, and racist organization lose all its capital and resources. But y'all are not ready for that conversation, so I'll stick to the discussion about the proposed budget increase of $13.2 million. Simply put, I demand that these funds be allocated to community-led organizations and mental health resources. Jim and Diane, a number of activists and I sent you an email on September 30th in regard to many concerns we had about these meetings. One of them was the board's lack of acknowledgement of the land you occupy, the land you're causing harm on, and the harm you're causing to its owners and its keepers. Diane, you replied, and I quote, "Going forward at every monthly meetings of the board, I will be opening each meeting with an acknowledgement that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. I agree that these acknowledgements are an important step in extending respect to all First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples for their valuable past and present contributions to this land." End quote. Following this email exchange, the board has done the performative action of beginning the ensuing meetings with a land acknowledgement. However, the board is missing the point. You cannot acknowledge a land you occupy while pushing for a budget increase that will directly harm Black, Indigenous, and people of color. You cannot acknowledge the land while arresting peaceful protesters for no reason. You cannot acknowledge the land while disrespecting the rituals, ceremonies, and sacred items. You cannot acknowledge the land while standing by and allowing all of this to happen. This is not reconciliation. This is not land acknowledgement, and this is not humanity. Are you folks not reading the room? This is not a real life version of Monopoly. We are real people and your actions and decisions have very severe impacts on us. Think about that for a little bit. Ralston, you are my city councillor and the representative role of council is clearly indicated in section 224 of the act. As one of your constituents, I demand that you vote against the budget increase. To everyone else, I also demand that everyone on this board votes to freeze the budget at the 2020 level. I demand that all charges be dropped against the 12 land defenders and allies that were detained this weekend. If you all didn't make the call to have the peaceful protesters removed, you cannot be complacent and allow this to happen to your community. You must voice this publicly and condemn the abuse of power and illegal actions of this past weekend. Peter, you said this was an OPSB decision, but why do you keep saying we? Reveal who exactly made this call and show transparency. Instead of investing in policing, our city must prioritize alternatives like education, increased mental health services, housing initiatives, income security, harm reduction services, accessible rehabilitation, mutual aid, community workers, and other services. These initiatives must support our most vulnerable communities and center the experiences of Black, Indigenous, and people of color in our city. I'm asking you to create a better future for all residents in our city by divesting from harmful policing and investing in life-affirming services. I'm not comfortable continuing to fund racist policing in my community at the expense of essential services like housing, firefighting, transit, libraries, and community health centers. In the face of cyclical police violence happening throughout North America right now, there's no better time to commit ourselves to change. What we need is leadership that can initiate a reduction in the immense police violence that targets our most marginalized people toward the eventual abolition of police and prisons. The suggested increase to the OPS budget doesn't benefit BIPOC communities, it only benefits your salaries. Diane, you regrettably don't agree with the reallocating of $13.2 million to the community and social services, and you claim that you had no role in this weekend's events. Nearly 100 people came today to tell you to divest, and you oppose this opinion, and you do not represent us. This board has made many empty promises and filled our heads with hollow words. None of the people on the board can relate to us, and thus y'all don't represent us. I welcome any comments and questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Khadija, for your comments. Are there any questions or comments for Khadija? Seeing none, thank you for being here. Tamara has sent her comments electronically, so you will find those in your inbox. We'll move then to Laura Aguiar, and Laura will be followed by Dr. Catherine Desblanc.
Hey there. I want to start out by thanking the amazing work of the land protectors, the organizers, and the allies who showed up over the weekend to protest the white supremacist colonialist violence that is the Ottawa police. I also want to, from the start, state my opposition to a budgetary increase of the Ottawa police. I also want to express gratitude to everyone who has spoken before me. I wanted to take my speech originally in one direction, but right now I'm just feeling really confused, I guess. We've been getting a lot of mixed messages today. So we've been told time and time again that you guys are here to listen. However, you stated from the start that your mind has been made up. The decision has been made here. So your actions are not matching with what you are saying. So that's been confusing. I'm also really confused because, Diane, you keep reiterating that there are people on both sides of this. There are those of us who are abolitionists, and there are those who want to increase the police presence. Yet we've heard from one person and yourself who wants to increase the police budget. So that's also confusing. Y'all also keep talking about how you support protests and the right to protest, but it seems like you only support that if it is convenient for you and if it meets what you guys believe to be appropriate. However, liberation and justice has never been achieved by asking for it nicely. So I'm sorry, Diane, if your feelings are hurt right now, but this is life or death that we are talking about here. So maybe sit with that discomfort. It also is abundantly clear that members of this board have not read or done the research on abolition theory, on disability justice, and on community care. These are the principles that we are living by as abolitionists, and why we do what we do, and why we do it all from a place of love. Contrary to what you might think, Diane, this comes from a place of love. We love our communities. We care for each other. We take care of each other. We do not need the police. I also wanted to take some time to, I guess, contextualize the history of our beloved abolition movement. Because again, it's abundantly clear you guys have not done your research, which is disappointing and quite frankly disgusting that you're relying on Black, Indigenous, people of color, disabled folks to educate you, and you're not paying any of them. So policing in Canada actually has its roots with contact and with the displacement of Indigenous people from their traditional lands. So colonizers decided that they were going to exploit and abuse traditional Indigenous lands and break treaties that were made in good faith. And so in order to displace Indigenous people, the Royal Northwest Mounted Police were established in order to do that. And then with residential schools, when you had children who would run away from the abuse, torture, and rape that was happening there, police would be called. So yes, police inherently uphold a colonialist system. In the States, police have their origins as slave catchers. When slaves would run away, you would call a slave catcher. And then when slavery was abolished, policing really took off in order to continue to police Black people. So that is some of the history. Abolition is a movement that has been around for decades. And you guys are asking for more time? I am sorry. Absolutely not. You guys are out of time. This movement has been happening for decades, and you guys are only just listening now. The time is up. This is life or death. People are dying. I know you got upset earlier, Diane, when someone mentioned that police do murder people, but it's a fact. This is life or death. So your time is up. Start acting according to what people are asking you for, and take a step in the right direction. Open your minds, open your hearts. I also saw the beautiful tribute you made to police officers who died this year tragically. And I'm wondering if you had those same memorials for people like Abdirahman Abdi, who died and was murdered by police. For Greg Ritchie, if they had similar tributes. That's all from me today.
Thank you, Laura. You were just at your 5 minutes. Any questions or comments? No, we'll go to Dr. Catherine Desplanck, and Dr. Desplanck will be followed by William Philipchuk.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So my name is Catherine Desplanck. I was raised in South Keys, Ottawa, in a mixed race, Black and white immigrant family. I want to clarify that I and everyone present here as delegates, everyone that attends protests, everyone that advocates on behalf of their community, who tweets or posts on social media, has jobs, families, and obligations. This is unpaid volunteer work, and we receive no benefits to our careers or otherwise through this investment of our time and energies. We don't do it for fun or out of boredom. We are busy and struggling in a pandemic. We are here out of love, hope, and desperation, and we are reaching you how we can. Here as delegates on social media, via emails, and via peaceful protests. I take issue with the earlier comment from Carol Ann Meehan that chastised social media activity. Firstly, I implore the OPS board to listen to the pleas of your community very consistently expressed to you over the past 6 months, and to vote to reject the proposed OPS budget. I doubt that Ottawa is capable of providing you a more historic demonstration of our disagreement with this budget. Secondly, I want to express my shock, disgust, and terror at the OPS board and OPS's actions between Friday, November 20th and Sunday, November 22nd. This board set meetings with protesters occupying the Nicholas and Laurier intersection around 9 p.m. on Friday. A few hours later, in a coordinated raid, OPS jailed a dozen protesters, providing them with little warning at around 3:30 a.m. to change locations. After releasing protesters, OPS dumped sacred Indigenous objects and personal belongings near Herdman Station outdoors under a tarp, and provided protesters with very little notice to collect these belongings on Sunday. Amongst the belongings dumped, protesters were not able to find their Justice for Abdirahman Abdi banner or most of their other banners. Ottawans have witnessed OPS permit the anti-masker, anti-vax, the Canadian Revolution occupation by the National War Memorial for months during a pandemic, and provided them written notice to leave the premises days before their removal. Similarly, during the Nicholas and Laurier protest, a man with a Make America Great Again hat entered the occupation swinging a baton, and a person drove through the intersection in an SUV, injuring protesters. These people were politely spoken to by police, I'm disturbed by this discrepancy in treatment. This only provides more evidence of a strong double standard where BIPOC community members asking for police defunding are disrespected and terrorized, whereas white protesters whose advocacy is supportive of police and military are treated with great patience and leniency. Both Chief Solly and Diane Deans stated in this meeting and elsewhere that they had no knowledge that one another was planning to break up protesters while the other was planning to meet with protesters. I find this hard to believe, and I simply cannot find a more respectful way to say this. I do not expect this level of perfectly contradictory miscommunication at your pay grade. I am equally disturbed by OPS's and Diane Deans' press releases. Claims that the encampment was repeatedly asked to move are frankly news to everyone who was there. I personally witnessed protesters cooperating with OPS with no delay to clear and mark off an emergency lane through the Nicholas and Laurier intersection on the afternoon of Friday, November 20th. Bev Johnson, your apology is a start, and I hope we hear more formal apologies and offers of reparations, but the best apology would be a vote against this budget. In your EDI action plan update, you state that you will, quote, prevent, identify, and eliminate all acts and forms of discrimination in the way we deliver service to the public. You have already failed. Further, though you list community organizations you plan to partner with, you continue to exclude grassroots community organizations from consultation. Producing a transitional budget is dangerous. You're kicking the ball down the road, and you can't guarantee who or what will be there to pick it up in a year. Will you be here to continue this work? And I have to wonder if you're hoping that we won't be here to hold you accountable. You must make changes now. Vote no, start over. You can move a mountain today. We want to see Ottawa policed less, not more. We have seen in the delegations in this meeting alone that Ottawa has no shortage of expertise to construct alternatives to policing. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move along to William Felipchuk, and William will be followed by Jennifer Bonagondo. He's not on. I don't believe William is on the call right now, so we will move along to Jennifer Bonagondo, and Jennifer will be followed by Farnaz Farhang.
Okay, first of all, Bongondo, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jen, and I'm a biracial, queer, disabled person who lives in Ward 14, Somerset Ward in the city of Ottawa on unceded Algonquin territory. I am speaking before the Ottawa Police Service Board to express my opposition to the proposed 4.5% or $13.2 million budget increase for the OPS, and ultimately in support for the defunding and abolition of the Ottawa Police Services. I want to bring up a pattern of behavior of Ottawa Police. First, I have to bring up the recent events that unfolded this weekend during a Black and Indigenous-led protest organized by JFA, OBDC, and KZ land defenders who took on the Laurier and Nicholas intersection for approximately 36 hours. As an attendee myself, within the very first few minutes that we had occupied the space, a white woman in her vehicle had attempted to run myself over and several other protesters, all white, while police stood there idly. She was never charged with any offenses despite using her vehicle as a weapon. OPS went as far as to claim that this had never happened because there were no reports, despite the fact that officers were there, they had witnessed it, and there were various photos and videos of this incident occurring that was later posted on various social media platforms. For an organization that surveils Black and Indigenous folks all the time, it is bullshit, and it's a fucking lie that you've never seen it. On the second day of occupation, a white man wearing a MAGA hat had brought a concealed weapon to us, and they used intimidation tactics to make us, Black and Indigenous folks, feel unsafe, claimed to cross the tape into our safe space, and again, there was inaction by police. Despite the clear use of intimidation, no charges were laid, his weapon was merely confiscated, and he could leave. And so the argument that OPS will use is that they need more funding because they cannot handle all these issues in the city. That is a fucking lie. Sorry. How is it that there are dozens of police officers all within 100 meters of us at our camp, and yet there are no police officers to handle white men coming into our safe space, inflicting violence onto us? And then miraculously, 18 hours later, they have the manpower and resources to then use the Veil of Night and various city services such as OT Transpo, paramedics, the City of Ottawa's maintenance workers to then raid and arrest 13 peaceful protesters, many of whom were sleeping at 3:30 a.m. on Saturday, November 21st. Sorry. Moving on, as mentioned before, I live in Ward 14. I am in Centertown, and Ward 14 has a high population of unhoused folks. Unfortunately, many of the folks in the city who are unhoused, rather than the city providing them housing, they're often harassed, traumatized, and criminalized by OPS. I want to also address the claim that this $1.5 million that the OPS is claiming to use for the mental health response strategy, which, quote, would involve increasing training for members, the addition of mental health professionals to responses, and better coordinated services for people in mental health crises. Police are not mental health workers. They are not social workers, therapists, crisis workers. So why in the hell are we allocating funds to these people to then traumatize our folks when it could be going towards mental health services? 70% of all calls made to Ottawa police is related to someone having a mental health crisis. Mentally ill folks in our city are often victims of violence perpetuated by police. And this is especially true for those who are marginalized in other ways, such as being unhoused, having substance misuse disorders, sex workers, low income, racialized folks, especially Black and Indigenous folks. And so rightfully so, folks like myself and many others do not have trust for the police because any interaction can become fatal. Police have shown time and time again that they cannot handle interactions with folks having mental health crises, be it from the murder of Abdi Rahman Abdi, who was killed by Constable Matisian in 2015, get to the events of just July 31st, 2020, when Ottawa Police Services tweeted a photo of someone in a mental health crisis. Again, this is a pattern of behavior. You cannot fix this. This is a system that is rotten at its core that needs to be cut out like a tumor. It is not something that you just fund a mental health task force. What the citizens of Ottawa need is not more policing. I'm very nervous, by the way. Contrary to what the slogans on their cruisers say, police do not exist to protect and serve us. No, they exist to protect and serve the interests of businesses, capital, colonialism, white supremacy, and ultimately the state. If we want to create a safer community for all, the solution is not increased police budgets and presence, but rather investing in social services, providing housing to folks, ensuring that folks who are having or in mental health crises have the support and resources that not only do they need, but that they deserve, and that we build strong communities. I am not only opposing this budget increase, but I want police to be defunded and ultimately abolished because strong communities make police obsolete. Again, I want to reiterate this, that I do not want more money going towards the Ottawa Police Services. And to Councillor Deans, I want you to really sit here and I want you to think about who are you serving here? Is it us, the people of Ottawa, or an oppressive system? And get off your phone. Thank you.
I'm not on my phone.
I heard your phone. Don't lie to me. Thank you. Goodbye. 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 Goodbye.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, you may have heard someone's phone, but it wasn't mine.
Someone get off your phone. So someone.
Well, it wasn't mine is all I'm saying. It was not my phone. So we'll move along to Farnaz Farhang. And Farnaz, after Farnaz, we're going to go back to William Philipchuk because William is now on the line. So Farnaz first and then William.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Farnaz.
All right, well, to begin, I just want to say that every delegate's content has been relevant to this conversation because you're deciding whether or not to use our funding for this organization. The actions of this organization need to be clear, including lived experiences involving police. This is personal, these are personal experiences, and our community funding is being allocated in the name of our interests for this. So I ask that you please respect the measly 5 minutes you give us. I'm going to make my comments regarding the budget, but before I do, I'm going to share a translated poem about empathy by a Persian poet named Sadi. Because people on this board really need it. And honestly, it's tame considering how I'm feeling right now. Human beings are members of a whole in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, then other members uneasy will remain. If you have no empathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot retain. So Our communities are hurting, in particular Black, Indigenous, and racialized community members and their allies. The police are a direct cause of this. Police are the leaders in systemic racism. You don't need a public forum to determine that. In other words, when you send your white supremacist paramilitary force to violently arrest 13 of our peaceful organizers, land defenders, and allies while they were sleeping with kids in those tents, then you've harmed and traumatized every single one of us. Arrests are violent. Human caging is violent. It is forced and it is traumatizing. And no, you didn't put an effort to respect those sacred objects. You piled all of it up like trash and put it under a tarp and destroyed or lost some of the items. Where is the mental health support for these violent actions by police? You still think it's appropriate for Steve Bell to create a mental health strategy as indicated in this proposed budget? You tried that in 2012, it failed. Police are the ones causing this harm in the first place. Arrests are not an indicator of success. The numbers you are reporting are manipulated and it's gross. If you, the members of this board, can't understand why this is harmful, then you have no business being here. Don't you dare make excuses for these disgusting cops. When it comes to community safety, I have no idea why any of you have been giving the power to vote on what happens with our community's resources. Yet here we are. We should really look into who sits on this board. I've heard all the gaslighting occurring in your self-preserving monologues in relation to the protests and police affairs and the budget. I'd like to reiterate that the NRTs and community police officers are simply a rebranding of police violence, and this has been the strategy for years. It hasn't worked, and it never will. No matter what you are saying in your community association meetings, it's a lie. Abolish the police. Reject this budget and drop the charges against the peaceful protesters now. Anything less would be a disgrace. This budget does not need to go to City Council. What you need to be doing at City Council is representing the constituents and figuring out how to directly fund communities with what is ours, the way we've been asking you over and over again. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Fernaz, for your input today. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll go to William Felipchuk, and William will be followed by Jade Odious.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Go ahead, William.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you. As a member of the Justice for Abdurrahman Coalition, I was part of the core organizers of the Chinawenduin We Are Related action that took place between Thursday and Saturday morning, led by the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition and the Anishinaabe Land Defenders, and supported by the Justice for Abdurrahman Coalition. I want to set the record straight on several of Chief Slowly and the OPS's untrue statements about our protest action, and end with some brief reflections on the current budget. I feel that all statements related to police misconduct and to the police response to our action on Thursday to Saturday are relevant to a budget discussion. It's extremely disingenuous to claim otherwise, because people need to know how this money is being spent, that there are sexual offenders and criminals and frankly killers within the Ottawa Police Force. We absolutely condemn the Ottawa Police Service's cowardly and deceitful police action at 3:30 a.m. on Saturday against Indigenous and Black protesters and allies like myself, including members of our organization. 3 members of our core organizers were arrested, and then at Councillor Dean's, you suggested that we still meet you at City Hall, despite a bunch of our group not being able to attend. Our 3 organizations and our allies took up space on unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory at Nicholas Street and Laurier Avenue, and we demanded a freeze of the OPS budget, and we protested systemic racism in policing, education, health, and housing. Our protest remained peaceful. There was absolutely no threat to public safety, unless Chief Slowly and the rest of you are confusing public safety with minor inconvenience for drivers and interprovincial truck traffic. We spent much of the occupation in contemplation, prayer, dance, poetry, and song. We engaged in Indigenous round dances. We held Friday prayer at the protest site. We did many, many peaceful and beautiful actions that showed solidarity between our communities. Chief Slowly, we did not have a shifting, growing list of demands. This is simply untrue. These were clearly laid out from the outset. 10 demands to change systemic racism in policing, housing, health, and education. At least 3 or 4 of these demands were directly related to policing. The only demands we added were, as of Thursday, to meet with the police board. That was a demand that we made Thursday evening, to have Councillor Deans, Councillor Meehan, and Councillor King come down, and we communicated that to Staff Sergeant McKenna, the police liaison at that time. And we also asked for you to arrest the white woman who was driving an SUV into our crowd. Secondly, contrary to the OPS's misleading statement issued on Saturday, our protesters did not block an important route for emergency responders. We agreed to leave an empty lane on the intersection dedicated to non-police emergency vehicles. We allowed City of Ottawa employees to come in with pylons and set that up. It's absolutely untrue that we were blocking emergency responders. Your claim that there was very little coherent leadership. From Thursday at 3 p.m. until Friday at approximately 9 p.m., I was appointed by the group as the police liaison, along with one other person who would accompany me each time. We were a small group with a very disciplined decision-making apparatus. We would rapidly and constantly discuss with the police liaisons and come back with our decisions. I was appointed by our principally Indigenous and Black group as police liaison because I'm a white man, and the majority of our group are from racialized communities and do not feel safe engaging with the police. And so they sent me to communicate our demands and to bring answers back and forth between the group. And we would do so rapidly and efficiently. So it's absolutely untrue and dishonest and disingenuous for you to say there was very little coherent leadership. Now, if you wanted to be serious about diffusing this protest action, what about our demand to meet with the OPS board on Thursday evening? On Friday morning, police liaisons Constable Megan Arbuthnot and Christian Lamarche told us that the OPS board had refused our request to meet and had offered us an extra 5-minute slot at this meeting, aside from the scheduled public delegations. Well, thank you. In an 8-hour meeting, an extra 5 minutes isn't much of a gift. We said no, and we asked that our elected officials come down and meet us at the site of our protest. We later learned that Constable Arbuthnot has a racist Blue Lives Matter graphic as her Facebook profile picture. She and the other police liaisons, when I left at 9 p.m., several of my Indigenous colleagues took over because there wasn't another core organizer available to do the police liaison work in our clear decision-making structure. And so they took over and engaged with the police, and right away, the tone changed. I was treated with respect and good humor by the police liaisons, and everything turned aggressive and rude as soon as our Anishinaabe colleagues began to engage with the police liaisons.
Well, Young, your time is up. So if I could just ask you to wrap up quickly.
I will.
Please. Okay.
I will. So to connect this to the police budget, this is yet another example of police failing, and the fact that your equity and diversity and inclusion lines in this budget are frankly dishonest and untrue, because as soon as the Indigenous people started engaging, the police liaisons clearly had no training in addressing Indigenous concerns. In the capital of Canada, that frequently sees in all manner of Indigenous protests. This is baffling considering the city we live in, and yet another example why the police budget should not be increased, along with all of the other misconduct and bungling and horrid violence that took place in our action.
Yeah, William, I'm going to hold you there.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm done.
Great, thank you. And our next speaker is Jade Odious. And I just hit the wrong button and lost my list, Krista.
Hello?
Hi, Jade. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Jade Odiasi, and I oppose the proposed budget increase of $3.2 million. Freeze the police budget. We need to defund, demilitarize, disarm, and dismantle the police, which is just a stepping stone to abolishing this corrupt system because our Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities deserve better. I do not want my tax dollars going towards a system that targets marginalized individuals, routinely surveillancing, harming, and killing Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Oppression, systemic, and institutional racism is entrenched in our criminal justice system policies and procedures. The police system is a tool which reinforces acts of colonial violence on both Indigenous and Black bodies, like we witnessed this weekend at the peaceful protests here in Ottawa. And I would like to demand for the charges to be dropped immediately. I mean, look at the history of Canadian policing. They have always been anti-Black and anti-Indigenous. For example, the RCMP was not created to serve and protect Indigenous people or Black people. It was created to serve white settlers from Indigenous folk while suppressing their ceremonies and implementing laws sought out to eradicate them. The police industrial complex does not serve to protect us. It seeks to harm and kill us. It enforces acts of systemic violence, which leads to the exploitation, marginalization, and repressions, especially of those of the underrepresented, underprivileged population. We need to stop overfunding these coercive systems, have carceral control over our people. Council, ask yourselves this: are today's police forces consistent with principles of a free society? Short answer, no. They're dressed, armed, and trained like soldiers, given protection from civil and criminal liability, and the negligence and errors made in their judgment result in deaths of people from our communities. The police have had the opportunity to take accountability for their actions and restore public trust. However, they have failed to do so, continuously stepping on others' rights to minimize the risks they have agreed to take on. Their priority is to protect themselves rather than those they are sworn to protect. The time for reform is over. I say this because our criminal justice system continues to pass laws and policies that have elevated police officers above the people they serve and continuously target marginalized individuals, rather than implementing policies and practices to scale back overly militarized, aversive styles of policing. Take Section 25 of the Criminal Code, which helps officers justify their use of excessive force, basically giving them the right to kill someone if they deem fit. In the Canadian Sentencing Commission under Section 4.3 of deterrence, they use criminal history and race as determinant factors on the effectiveness of deterrence. Race should not be a factor. Furthermore, I'd like to mention that there is no definitive claim that deterrence actually works. Therefore, we need to defund and massively reallocate money and resources to important areas meant to support individuals. Defunding is an expansion of safety, which will allow for us to address harm, lack of resources, and socioeconomic inequalities. Empirical evidence shows that crime arises when the basic socioeconomic conditions for well-being are not met. So let's invest in social services, including accessible education programs, mental health services, affordable housing initiatives, and harm reduction initiatives, etc., which will further counter the unfair criminalization of poverty, drugs, sex work, mental illnesses, disabilities, and etc., because these are barriers as well. Furthermore, we need to decouple police services in our schools, hospitals, immigration services, etc. I like to finish my time with a quote from Charles de Montesquieu. There is no crueler tyranny than that which is perpetuated under the shield of law in the name of justice. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jade. Chelsea Berry has dropped off the list, so we'll move to Nadia Hannock, and Nadia will be followed by Vince Nogueria. Oh, Nadia is also not on the list, so we'll go to Vince, and then Vince will be followed by Haley Riviere-Gat. So Vince next.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, loud and clear, Vince, go ahead.
All right. Well, first, I just want to say that I'm going to echo someone else and say that it is kind of ironic to acknowledge land when you're arresting people on that land. And Diane Deans mentioned that there are people that are in favor of this budget increase while there are people that are opposed to it, and that you want to see a community in balance. But where are those people today? Why aren't they present? And I want to know why 10 people were arrested for occupying unceded territory, but there was a hit and run with the license plate BWWW610 in a Hyundai SUV that I haven't seen an investigation begun on or heard of it or any comments about that yet. Where is the balance in that? You ask for respect on the board's end, but then we cut people off while they're speaking. Where is the balance in that? And where's the balance when protesters are demanding a conversation with the important members of the board 5 minutes away from City Hall, but no one came down to see them? Not Jim Watson, not Diane Deans, none of the members of the board. You say you want to listen to us, and as Peter slowly said, you don't want to be at the head of the table, but you're at the table, but you're not there. So where's the balance in that? And I'm going to talk about a little bit about the money, because I mean, that's what we're voting on. There's $45 million going to housing. That's great. We're in a housing crisis. I think that's great. I want to applaud that. I know that's not the discussion for today. But at the same time, we're getting $13 million to police. We're not in a crime crisis, as far as I know, especially not a suburban crime crisis where a lot of the new officers are going to be dispatched to. I mean, my own mom, she lives in Stittsville, and I don't know what the officers are even going to do in a suburban area besides get free coffee at Tim Hortons. I want to know who Chief Slowly has talked to about advancing community policing, what organizations he's going to include, what people are going to be a part of this community policing. You talk about making meaningful progress on equity, diversity, and inclusion. I want to know more about that, and I think that the board members should have a very clear understanding and a response to me right now about what that means, but besides the meaningful progress on equity, diversity, and inclusion. And you're saying that you're modernizing the work environment. These are 4 sort of vague things that are being said about the new police budget. And I want to hear details about how that money is being spent. I think people should know more, other than the fact that there's 11 million going to ongoing payments for police, 30 new officers, and then a couple new programs to educate the police. If we're giving $13.5 roughly million to the police, this should be a lot more clear, other than having to dig deep into the budget. This should be, I mean, I feel like every board member should be able to respond to where exactly is that $13 million going to, if they're going to vote yes on it. That's all I have to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vince, for your comments today and for being here and participating. Before we go to our next speaker, I want to note that a number of members of the board have asked for a short break. And I think in order to allow people to plan their evening around the board, I'm going to call a 15-minute recess at 7 p.m. So we'll continue to hear delegations until then. We'll recess for 15, or if you want 20 minutes, maybe 20 minutes, just to give you an opportunity to have some food, and then we will reconvene. So that you can aptly plan, we will take that recess from 7 to 7:20. Okay.
Is there any response to my comments?
Would anyone like to comment on what Vince had to say or ask a question?
Because I think there should be, to every comment, I think someone should have something to say about the $13 million being spent.
Okay, well, Vince, the members of the board will discuss the budget at the end after we've heard public delegations. So thank you again for being here, and we'll move to Haley Riviere-Gatt, and Haley will be followed by James Brummel.
Hi, you guys can hear me? So despite what's already been declared, I'm still here to call for a freeze to the police budget and a reallocation of funds towards community services, which research shows actually address the root causes of violence in our communities. The police are supposed to service all community members and make them feel safe. We know that this isn't the case. BIPOC folks are policed and criminalized at grossly disproportionate rates within a racist system. When they organize to peacefully protest these practices, they are antagonized and harassed. A white woman tries to drive her car through a group of human beings and is awarded more dignity than the protesters themselves. She is not arrested for this act of violence. She gets to drive home. Her humanity is never called into question. She commits a criminal act without being criminalized. On the flip side, after being granted a meeting with city councilors and this board, peaceful protesters were ambushed in the middle of the night. The video of the arrests is incredibly disturbing. To see 2 OC Transpo buses full of police descend upon vulnerable people at a time they knew nobody would be able to witness or come to their defense is not only predatory, but militaristic. Peaceful protesters, BIPOC community members, were treated as though they were enemies. They were arrested and confined for exercising their rights to public assembly, for daring to demand to be treated with the same dignity as white community members. Their belongings, including sacred drums and medicine, were dumped outside like trash. I am truly disgusted by the actions of the Ottawa Police and that these actions have been supported by this board. While the board has deflected responsibility, it certainly has not condemned them. That the brave individuals who were so unjustly arrested on Saturday morning have been charged with mischief is a disgrace. As a city, we should be embarrassed, and reparations should be made to address this injustice. I would like to express my support for the very clear and reasonable demands of the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, KZ Land Protectors, and the Justice for Abdirahman Abdi Coalition. And I want to thank these groups for their incredible work. Canadians have a right to peaceful protest. They have a right to dignity, respect, and safety. They have a right to live their lives without prejudice, discrimination, and fear. We know that this is not the reality and that the Ottawa Police Force continues to subjugate these rights. We need to move the money to people who actually have expertise in nonviolent de-escalation and mental health crises and addressing the root causes of these issues. They exist. A criminal justice system built within a patriarchal, capitalist structure and rooted in white supremacy is never going to do that. Very plainly, watching a system continually fail and responding by throwing more money at it is completely nonsensical. I'm sick of hearing that change is slow, that it doesn't happen overnight. You actually have the power to make this change today. The community is telling you what they want to see. You just have to do it. Change is not that hard if you mean it. Lastly, my sister Quinn could not make this meeting, but asked me to share this short statement on her behalf. I am a social work student. There is clear systemic racism in Ottawa and specifically in the Ottawa Police Force. This was witnessed Friday and Saturday when 13 innocent, peaceful protesters were arrested. I am against increasing the police budget. Put money into social welfare to protect the rights and lives of marginalized people, such as Indigenous peoples, whose lives we uprooted and whose land we stole, and people of color who face racial inequalities on a daily basis. We must protect and offer the correct supports for those suffering from mental illness. This has not and cannot be done by the police. Thank you.
Thank you, Haley, for your comments. Are there any questions or comments for Haley? Seeing none, we'll move on to James Brummel, and James will be followed by Allison Smedley. He's not here? Oh, James is not here, so we'll move to Allison Smedley, and Allison will be followed by Jennifer Fletcher.
Hello, and thank you for having me to speak. I'll be brief. I think that the voices that really need to be centered in this discussion are those from the Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. I think that it's really clear from listening to everyone who's contributing that the Ottawa Police Services is in need of a reset year. And I think the best way to accomplish that would be to vote to reject the budget increases, well, to reject the budget and to hold to a 2020 level of funding for this year. I think that that would speak to the communities that you are willing to actually commit to fundamental change. I realize that there's been a lot proposed in the budget around how police services could be shifted. There is absolutely the ability to tackle those initiatives without a funding increase. All it requires is the willingness to eliminate full-time equivalency positions. So there is the flexibility there. It's just you have to be willing to actually make change. I found it really disheartening at the start to hear that your mind was already made up around how the vote was going to go. It doesn't really speak to a process that's engaging with the public, where it's worth our time to sit here and make our voices heard. But I really do think that you have an option here, and that if you listen to everyone who's so engaged and committed to trying to find a way forward for our communities, that the option is really clear, and that is to not go forward with this budget and to take the time to really think about how you can change police services now to find a way forward in the future and ultimately abolish policing. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Allison. Are there any questions or comments for Allison? Seeing none, we'll move to Jennifer Fletcher, and Jennifer will be followed by Reem Al-Amiri.
Hi, I'd like to start by thanking the previous and the following speakers. I'd like to also echo the frustration of others with the censorship by the chair of this meeting. We're all residents of this city and have the right to speak to you and City Council for 5 minutes. It's unacceptable that a number of speakers now have been very insensitively and callously cut off. Next, we all need to recognize that the City of Ottawa is on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. With that in mind, and with the support of the City for All Women's initiative, I'm here to discuss the city's police budget. An article published by The Guardian in January of this year states more than 30% of inmates in Canadian prisons are Indigenous. While the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness provides data reflecting that Indigenous people account for nearly a quarter of Ottawa's homeless population, but only make up 2.5% of Ottawa's total population. This is completely unacceptable. Indigenous people are clearly more frequently targeted by police and are underserved in our community. Increasing the police budget in this city, given the international discourse around defunding the police, is frankly racist. Further evidence of the inherent racism and inadequate training to best serve our community in our own city's police force is clear in the case of Abdirahman Abdi, which thank you again to everyone else who has spoken so well on behalf of the Coalition for Abdirahman Abdi. He was a Somali Canadian who struggled with his mental health. Police were brought on the scene to intervene in a situation between Abdirahman Abdi and others in a local coffee shop, and he was killed by the Ottawa police. We should have interventions available to us that don't result in anyone's death. I would also like to point back to the case of Karen Gottschalk Miller, who was a DSW killed on the job I spoke to you about last Thursday. I strongly suspect she was killed because she did not have other staff present in the home where she worked to support her in de-escalating a crisis situation. I believe her death was avoidable, but unfortunately, I know with certainty from my own work experience that conditions exist here in the City of Ottawa that make it possible for a similar situation to occur again in future. Police did not prevent the death of Karen Gottschalk Miller. Most likely, however, more well-trained developmental services workers could have. We do not need to increase the police budget. We need to increase the budget for other social services. Speaking from personal experience as a woman with disabilities, parent of children with disabilities, and a worker who supports others with disabilities, the field of developmental services specifically is underfunded. I would like to again directly ask, is the City of Ottawa responsible on any level for the field of developmental services? How does the city advocate to the province and the federal government to improve standards and increase funding to developmental services? I have also needed to access many other streams of social supports and service in the city over the years, and it is evident that all fields of social support and service work are underfunded. Prioritizing an inflated budget for policing reduces the total pot for all other social services. For so many members of our community, police service is not the best response to the needs they have. I want to see more of the city's budget going to support and service, not punitive interventions. Furthermore, lives could be saved by giving more funding to workers who are trained to intervene non-violently in crisis situations. It is also insulting and incredibly frustrating as a worker in a field of social service to see how desperately underfunded social services are, that there's no real plan to increase the budget for social services, but there is a plan to increase the police budget, which already has a disproportionately high percent of the city's budget compared to other social services. Excuse me. Arguably, if social supports and services were better funded, there would be much less need for policing at all. Does the city really want to continue to set the example that we're not willing to invest in a few ounces of prevention and instead continue to put our resources into pounds and pounds of punishment? Or will the city of Ottawa, as the capital city of this country, set a progressive example that provides easily accessible supports and services to people instead of criminalizing them when they struggle? As a taxpayer, I and many others here today are trying to make it very clear where that money should be spent. 2020 has been a difficult year for everyone on some level. More and more people need mental health supports. More and more people need affordable housing. Police are not what we need to help our city through this pandemic. We need more funding for social supports and services, resources, and we need to invest in people, not police. Please demonstrate that everyone's being here today is more than an exercise in catharsis. Do not increase the police budget in 2021. Please redistribute the over 13 million planned to increase the Ottawa police budget to other social services. If not, you are undervaluing the work of so many, leaving community members underserved during a pandemic and endangering the lives of community members who are treated unfairly by police, as well as clients and workers across the board in other desperately underfunded social services. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Reem Al-Almiri, and Reem will be followed by Janet Jackton.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors and board members. My name is Reem Al-Almiri. I'm a student and a resident leader with the City of All Women's Initiative, and I'm speaking to you today from unceded and unsurrendered Algonquin territory. As a young person in this city, I'm worried about its future, and I think I echo a familiar sentiment when I say I'm sick of the violence, hypocrisy, and racism that exists in the systems that run my city. And honestly, I'm sick of seeing how the police force continuously and disproportionately targets marginalized groups. We saw that this weekend once again. I'm also sick of being frustrated at the lack of apparent imagination for change in the role of policing in our communities when solutions are blatantly in front of us. Now, before starting, Chair Deans, I just wanted to address you quickly. You are my counselor as a resident of Ward 10. And honestly, I am disappointed at what I've witnessed today. The suppression of people voicing their concerns and their lived experiences. I think it's important for us to note to whom and the nature of the force millions of dollars are going to. You shut down a rape survivor, and I don't know what you mean by this when you say that this is not the place to be discussing this, that these are budget discussions, but people's lives lie behind these numbers. And it's important for this board to understand that these systems are impacting real lives. So that was quite shocking to see happen. Going on with my deputation, I wanted to start with an example of what we could see in a reimagined world, a shifted system. As some of you maybe had to do, I had to line up to get some blood work done this summer. And due to the pandemic, the lines were long, and so I had to wait an hour or so. Lengthy wait times tend to frustrate people. And so up front, two individuals were arguing over whose turn it is in line. When siblings fight, we never tend to call the police, but in public, when people bicker loudly, it seems to be a common thing to do. So the police showed up, and you would think one officer would come, but no, 4 constables actually, 4 cars, 4 engines, left on for the full hour that they were there with their lights, over a small oral argument about whose turn it was in line. They created a chaotic situation over a small issue that could have been resolved if someone had called a community counselor, for example, trained in relationship psychology or de-escalation. The police were not needed here, and there are so many examples of unnecessary police interventions. Changing our systems would reduce operational costs that take up so much of the budget, with over-attendance used to justify more funding. The police are not necessary everywhere, and it is possible to shift our systems, so I don't understand why we can't wrap our heads around that. The issue today, however, is that there's $13.2 million in the police budget this year that have increased, in contrast to $485,000 for nonprofit community services that are actually needed to keep communities safe. The issue is that core demands on change in the community hinge on issues of respect, values, and inclusion, yet they seem to have only been allotted 0.5% of this budget, and only 1.5 million is allocated to mental health. So what that tells me is that our demands have not been prioritized to begin with. The issue is that most of the money is going to human resource costs and hiring when people don't want more police patrolling their neighborhoods in the name of so-called community policing that only stigmatizes our most vulnerable communities and reduces trust in the police. Budgeting is not the answer. Addressing the root causes is, quote unquote, those are your words, Chair Deans. So what I want to understand is, how are we addressing the root causes of crime and the problems in our city if there's a lack of affordable housing, if transit fares are going up 2.5%, if the Ottawa Rape Crisis Center had to shut down due to lack of funding? Where is this work with partners and the community? We need a city budget that supports community. The status quo is not working, so stop bolstering it and lead in changing the system as a whole. So I'm here to reiterate what everyone has been saying today. Ottawa needs to freeze the police funding for 2021 at 2020 levels and reallocate the money to essential community services. We need a conversation to start on why things function the way they do in order to shift our systems. I acknowledge that our police services are made up of brave officers and that some of this is outside of their control. And I understand that you are all working for the best of the city. And I thank you for listening. But the issue is that the way decisions are made remains within a same broken system. We can't fix these problems within an existing broken system. More training won't solve our issues. More officers won't solve our issues. Divesting from the police will allow the specialized community organizations and other municipal services to replace police officers as the primary providers of frontline services. This needs to be prioritized where police are known to be ineffective. So I hope you will reflect this needed change with true leadership and your vote today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reem, for your comments. And are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Janet Jackton, and Janet will be followed by Apollinaire Mushana.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Good day, bonjour, honorable councillors, officers, and my fellow speakers and everyone out there. I am speaking to you on unceded Algonquin territory. C'est un honneur d'être parmi vous et d'avoir la chance de m'exprimer aujourd'hui. My name is Janet, and I work in the private sector, providing support to parents and caregivers of children and youth struggling with mental health challenges and/or addictions. I speak today as a resident leader with Cowie. I am here on behalf of that mother who is afraid to call the police because she's scared he will be killed like Abdi Rahman. He is not violent and has never been. He simply has a mental illness that has gone unaddressed, in part due to the fact he does not want the stigma attached with it. I can relate. How many of us are out here simply trying to keep roofs over our children's heads and food on the table? Our mental health has been heavily impacted by the toxicity of the workforce. I have spent the past few weeks living in a nightmare, consistent panic attacks, and insomnia. I barely have the capacity to do anything now. I have considered ending things as I do not see the light anymore. I supposedly have rights, yet the power lies with the bigger pockets. We are expected to shut up and be grateful we have jobs, even though it's killing us. Is this the world we want to leave behind for the future generations? It's not that we don't need police presence in our communities, we absolutely do. But our community organizations are struggling to stay afloat. There is a high turnover rate, compassion burnout, and we wonder why more money is needed in mental health. Well, here's a little reason why. The police does have a role to play in the society, but what we really need is more funding in the mental health of Black, Indigenous, and modest income families. Police is giving $1.5 million towards its mental health initiatives, yet the community did not get any funding to go towards mental health. These community organizations serve predominantly Black, Indigenous, and modest income families that already have so many barriers accessing mental health services. Please, counselors, we are calling you to advocate for more investments in the organizations serving our communities. You are investing in our health. Invest in the health of your Black and Indigenous communities. We deserve to feel safe to call the police. The police deserve to have an efficient relationship with community partners so there is a decreased need for their presence. We deserve to be healthy. My children need their mother. I need my sanity back. I don't know how much longer we can go like this. To all speakers, do not give up. We are in this together and we will be heard. Thank you.
Chair.
Yes, Chief, go ahead.
I really appreciated the comments by the previous speaker. And I want to recognize the stress that she's expressed that she's experiencing. We're going to try to coordinate with your staff around offering some supports there. And for any other callers, it's a difficult session for everybody. It's obviously very difficult for some of the callers. I suspect for some of the board staff as well. So, you know, I'm just going to provide some information. I'm sure there's other options, but there is a distress center for anybody that is feeling challenged as a result of this long call. And I think we should all be mindful of our health and wellness needs. The local distress center, the phone number is 613-238-3311. That's 613-238-3311. Just let's all recognize the humanity on this call, and there may be different needs for different reasons, despite all the difficult conversations we're having, but people should make themselves available of these services, and they can do so at any time. So Chair, sorry for the interruption, but I thought that would be helpful.
No, that was absolutely helpful and necessary, and thank you for that, Chief. And I would encourage anyone who needs help to reach out to the Distress Center. Are there any questions for Janet? Seeing none, our next speaker, Apollinaire, has canceled, so we're going to move to Khulud Beg, and Khulud will be followed by Rachel Urban Shipley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Khulud.
Awesome. I'm speaking today as a staff member of City for All Women Initiative and a community member who stands in solidarity and full support with all the Black and Indigenous community members who were organizers who were peacefully protesting at the Nicholas and Laurier intersection and were arrested in the dead of the night, even when meetings were promised the next day. I, as a community member, and Kawi as an organization, stand in full support with all the 10 demands put out by Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdurrahman Abdi, and KZ Land Protectors. We call for charges to be dropped for those arrested, and we call on all members of the police board to drive accountability to senior leadership involved with Ottawa police who vocally dismiss systemic racism in police. We call on this board to drive accountability of women who attempted to drive over peaceful protesters on Thursday. Many speakers before me have presented a detailed account of what happened on early Saturday morning at 3:30 a.m. when in the quietest hours of the night, hours before the meetings were promised, peaceful protesters were violently arrested, and peaceful Black and Indigenous organizers were as part of this operation, police officers disrespectfully and ruthlessly confiscated their sacred medicines and belongings, disrespected the sacred fire, and utilized non-police tax dollar funded resources such as OC Transpo and maintenance vehicles and paramedics to inflict violence upon Black and Indigenous bodies. Details of the arrest involve forced removal of a Muslim woman's hijab, denial of water for protesters, and bullying and mocking of peaceful protesters at the hand of the Ottawa police. As I spent hours contemplating the details of this operation since the early hours of Saturday morning, I have the following questions for the board. What kind of power does Ottawa Police have that is unchecked by any apparatus of accountability or oversight from the Police Services Board or any other body? This was respected in Diane Dean's comments that she didn't know that this was going to happen. Were the details of the meetings not communicated to the police staff? And if they were, what was the reason for the police to go ahead and operationalize violent arrests in the quietest hours of Saturday night, when the risks of so-called public safety were minimal? The incident that has happened has led to the community losing any trust in the board's ability and capacity to bring any change in police functions. Why has Chief Slowly not acknowledged that protesters and organizers were collaborative on important emergency routes and had left routes open for pylons to be set and cleared for emergency vehicles, and that the protests were completely peaceful? And then finally, who approved mobilization of tax-funded non-police city services like OC Transpo and maintenance vehicles to operationalize violence on peaceful protesters? Does this mean that OC Transpo and other tax and user fee funded services stand in service to Ottawa Police to inflict violence upon Black and Indigenous bodies? I would like to question what kind of apparatus of accountability functions around these services to stop them from being utilized in inflicting violence upon Black and Indigenous communities. The violent arrest of protesters on Saturday has not just led to a severe breaking of trust with police services, it has also called to question the apparatus of transparency and accountability that governs other city-funded services from becoming tools of violence on Black and Indigenous communities in Ottawa. I would also like to address another key point that has constantly been referred to in this meeting. Many of the board members, city councilors, and the chief himself has spoken to the dire need for preventative measures vis-a-vis investments in community, and it was emphasized how many demands in community are beyond the purview of the police. Yet, city councilors on other meetings on community services, on affordable housing, tell us how there's no money at the city to fund core services serving our most vulnerable people, that we have to go to the province and feds to ask for the money. Our councillors vote against lower fares for residents. They act surprised when they find that racialized families are boxed in rat-infested family shelters. They fail to engage when communities go to council and ask for more money for Black and Indigenous-led youth services. Yet police-led neighborhood initiatives continue to be funded. While youth programs and services can't find money, school resource officers continue to get increased funding. While neighborhoods, particularly low-income, mainly racialized neighborhoods, are struggling to find supports that sustain their well-being, we are seeing new funding for 20 new police officers for neighborhood surveillance teams. Dollars that can be spent rebuilding health and community and well-being in Indigenous and Black communities are continuously being directed to policing and surveillance. As a member of the community, as someone who's continually involved in the city through Kawi, I'm appalled and baffled about this lack of transparency that I've mentioned. I stand with community members, and I have lost trust in the police to be able to meaningfully bring change in the way that they currently operate. Kawi stands with organizers of Justice for Abdurrahman Abdi, KZ Land Protectors, and Ottawa Black Diaspora Collective in calling for a police budget freeze, in calling for an end to dynamic entry, school resource officers, and mental health checks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khulod, for your
Chair?
Okay, if you could just allow me back before you speak.
Oh, of course.
You had asked a number of questions about the details of Friday night. There were a number of inquiries at the start of the meeting, and we have asked Chief Slowly to report back at the next meeting. So I would just ask that he include in his report back answers to the questions that you have posed here today. So Member Johnson.
That's exactly what I was going to ask for. So thank you, Chair.
You're
Thank you, Khulod, for your good questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Khulod. Now, Rachel has had to postpone, so we'll drop her down to a little later in the meeting. And Annie has canceled, so we'll move to Erwin Guidez, and Erwin will be followed by Fatima Sinago.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead, Erwin.
Sorry, one second. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
So I just want to preface, I grew up in Alta Vista in the South. I went to Franco-Cité. I just graduated from Queen's Commerce, and I've been working mostly in recruiting in Ottawa, Kingston, Toronto, Ireland, and the UK, mostly focused on small and medium businesses and getting people jobs and getting recruiters to find people, which is obviously something in the pandemic that affects people's economy and has to do with criminality in the end and the way we police our communities. I'd like to call upon a recent NDP motion that is rooted in fact, and I'll go over it a little bit. Earlier this year, the Proud Boys, a right-wing extremist group that promotes white supremacist views, made international headlines after being bolstered by Donald Trump. Its founders from Canada and the CSIS, similarly to the FBI, somehow, despite leaders in our country denying some of these issues, have directly said that the #1 threat in North America is right-wing extremist groups, and a lot of that comes from social media and indoctrination from there. So it's concerning to hear a lot of comments around how it seems you are not on social media. We're only ever going to interact with you over email, Zoom calls, and whatever the meetings you have. That's a bit of a concern, especially the calls earlier about not posting anything on social media because it won't be read anyways. Here are some facts from the NDP and the CSIS. Canada has seen a 200% increase in active hate groups in the last 5 years. Criminal and hate-motivated incidents reported to police rose more than 60% between 2014 and 2017. And in 2018, the federal government's own report, like I said, identified this as the #1 threat and also identified that there was infiltration in police groups. And what's even more telling is that pretty much all of these groups, along with the anti-maskers, great extremist crowd you have supporting you, support the police full on. And most people in the middle are quiet. They're not here. They're not here in this meeting. So you call us extremists, but look at the extremists supporting you. The police force, which are right-wing extremist groups and anti-maskers. Those people love you, and I'm sorry if you believe or don't believe that. I also wanted to echo and simply support what Horizons Ottawa is doing. Justice for Abdihaman, the freezing of the budget, the issuing or freeing of the charges for the 12 protesters and the meeting of demands of Algonquin and Anishinaabe people whose land we are on and unceded, and it's a privilege for us to be here. You keep referring about these members of the community that don't believe what we do as this counterpart to all these points that I just keep hearing eloquently being made. Where are they? They don't care enough to educate themselves on the issue because the status quo works for them, because we white people are too often ignorant and bask in our silent complicit support despite our claimed good intentions. They're not here because they're not hurt like the entire delegation is, because they can afford to just keep dictating their needs for police and have you assume them because they don't understand the issues marginalized people in our communities face. Just because you have a majority opinion supporting you doesn't mean it's a moral argument. And I can't believe I have to argue this in Canada that keeps presenting itself as a hopeful country for all people. Once you grow up past 20 and you want to look into it a little bit, you find out quickly that that's not the case. That's very sad. And it's sad to see through all the efforts that people have been made. And thank you everyone for educating me and everyone else here today with your stories. And I'm forever grateful for that because the communities know what the communities need. And activists and protesters are an important extension for that knowledge, because many unfortunately have to dedicate their lives on top of their existing lives that we have. We're all struggling with the pandemic, but they have to dedicate even more energy to that, to fight for their survival. And these organizations do a lot of the necessary work better than the city does. So I think it's time to listen and learn. And you have to stop responding to us, telling us you're not hearing us, because you're demonstrating we're not being heard. That's just how we feel. And then I will end off on 2 points. The chief of police, I think earlier mentioned, and I quote, the homicide team, those who commit these crimes are held to account. What about Daniel Monsian? Where's the accountability for Abdihaman? You want police or language. What do you call someone who wears illegal reinforced gloves? And I don't even want to say it, but did what the hell they did with another officer in front of his mother. That's what do you call that if not murder? And you cannot police our language and tell us that we just have to accept the justice decision because just because it was decided doesn't mean it's justice or it's a moral verdict. And the last thing I want to, well, two small points. I was a bit concerned with the tone. Something was said earlier by the police chief when he mentioned a safe outcome with regard to the protest on Laurier. And then he mentioned an unsafe outcome. And to be very honest, these things sound like a threat, because in some way, it almost like you're dictating that such protests happening in the way they did in the future that work in generating the attention that they need are not welcome. And you're kind of dog whistling that future protests could be met with unsafe outcomes.
Erwin, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, please. I could give you a few seconds to wrap up, Erwin, if you want. You're muted, though. Can you unmute?
I was just saying freeze the budget, and I support everyone else.
Okay.
And I will keep listening to what everyone else has to say. Thank you for everyone here. You're doing great work. And you can, I will mute myself. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Erwin, for being here. And, you know, I absolutely see the value in protest. I did speak about that earlier in the meeting, and I understand that your voices are important. You question that there are people that see more value in police than you do. And I can tell you, the last time I had a community safety in my meeting in my ward, there were 500 people showed up, and they were asking for more policing in the community. So, you know, in light of the budget that was tabled, they may not have felt a need to come out tonight, but there are other voices, and that was all I was saying. And that does not in any way diminish yours. I hear the passion of the people that are speaking tonight, and I know this is a very important issue for this community, and I know that we need to do better. So we thank you for being here. Our next speaker is Fatima Senego, and Fatima will be followed by Sam Boswell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Fatima.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Fatima Senego. I am 20 years old. I am a university student and a resident of Ward 13. The police force says it is committed to the health, safety, and wellness of its officers. In the short time I have today, I would like to examine with you why I believe the proposed policing budget does not carry the same consideration for the people it is supposed to serve, the Ottawa residents. 1. On the question of health, our communities and the police themselves have recognized that mental health is a substantial issue in the city. The lack of resources allocated towards mental health services have only become more apparent during the COVID-19 pandemic. In light of this situation, a meager $1.5 million investment for mental health out of $376.4 million is a more than questionable response. Furthermore, the community services budget added only an inflation adjustment to all of community services this year, with no allocation to specific services like mental health. Budgets that are truly in tune with residents' needs and truly in tune with the times should reflect the importance of mental health through much more funds. 2. On the question of safety, the budget prides itself on public safety, yet it proposes to hire and send more officers into specific neighborhoods, effectively targeting those individuals as potential criminals and breakers of law. This type of surveillance does not induce a sense of safety, and it does not improve police-resident relationships. Instead, it is an act of violence, especially against communities of color. In the last 4 years, there have been numerous instances of inadequate use of force against and brutalization of Ottawa's Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities by the police. When thinking about safety, it is crucial to ask for whom. 3. On the question of wellness, there is much work to do to get to everyone feeling safe, and the board's current approach is completely out of touch. This isn't about a difference of opinion over how far or how fast. Residents are traumatized. Residents are suffering. Residents are literally dying at the hands of police. You have cut off testimonies in this meeting, disregarding them, saying that this discussion is about the budget. This is the problem. Behind discussions about politics and money are people's lives. It is about real stories and real pain that will persist in 2021 because this very budget funds a cycle of violence. Asking us to adjust the way we express our anger in our deputations does not address the causes of our suffering. The budget puts money aside towards anti-Black and anti-Indigenous racism training for officers. Training alone is not enough of a commitment, not in light of the unwarranted intervention or excessive use of force by the police, as was the case in this weekend's peaceful protests. A budget committed to racial justice would have money allocated towards paths to accountability for officers. A budget committed to racial justice does not increase police funding by millions. A budget committed to racial justice would not expand neighborhood policing, but instead heavily invest in social services like health services, housing, and food, invest in disarming the police, and work towards the dismantling of the suppressive organization. A budget committed to wellness for all would put significant funds to empower and heal, not surveil, Black, Brown, Indigenous, immigrant, and LGBTQ+ residents. I would like to reiterate the demands of the activists and residents present here today, and am urging you to reject the current proportioning of the budget and to freeze the budget at 2020 levels. I am here because the stakes are too high and the budget response is too low. I am here because I want my family, my friends, and my fellow residents to feel healthy, safe, and well in the city, not harassed by police. I am here because behind the numbers that this board writes down are people's lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Fatima. Are there any questions?
I just have a comment, Chair, if that's okay.
Yep.
Yes. Fatima, you know, there's certainly a lot of mental health issues, very importantly, being raised today, and they're very well spoken. And I, as probably the rest of the board, are listening very closely to this. I also have noticed just in my own clinic of patients that the pandemic itself has added a lot of stress for people. There's uncertainty, there's loneliness, there's fear. So I just thought I'd just note the impact of the pandemic on mental health. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson, and thank you, Fatima. Sam Boswell has actually dropped off the list now, but Rachel Shipley has returned, Rachel Urban Shipley. So I'm going to go to Rachel next, and Rachel will be followed by Roxanne Buckle.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Rachel.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, everyone. I'll keep this quick. I'm asking you to please vote against the budget increase. I found that when I emailed to propose changes to the police budget, I received the response that the Ottawa Police Services Board can have its authority over the OPS strategic direction removed if it does not provide sufficient budget. And I'm really concerned about how frequently this is cited. Even if the requirement is to provide enough money for, quote, adequate and effective policing, end quote, that doesn't require more money. Effectiveness can come from things like removing responsibilities for mental health response from police mandate. Other groups can do things like this better. If it is really the case that not increasing police funding could result in control over strategic direction being brought back to the Ontario Civilian Police Commission, that's a really big problem. Public safety is a broad category, and elected officials in the community should be in charge of it in order to appropriately decide how best to promote public safety. Particularly because policing makes up such a large proportion of the Ottawa budget and municipal budgets overall, limiting space for things like affordable housing and similar elements that I believe are really important. It's alarming to me that municipal officials do not feel they can even maintain the current funding, leaving aside the option of reducing it. If our current system doesn't allow that, we really have to change this. Like it's a really big deal. Likewise, I don't want the police to take the lead on making changes to public safety. It's not in the best interests of the public to have the group that stands to lose funding or cease to exist as responsibilities are shifted to more robust ways of promoting public safety in charge of this transition. They're not a conflict of interest-free party. City of Ottawa officials have mentioned to me that defunding police would not immediately save money to reinvest in other things due to the costs associated with letting personnel go. This is understood, but increasing their funding makes this argument feel empty to me. If the first year of reducing the police budget wouldn't save money to reinvest in other things, how far out in time is this money saving being pushed by increasing the budget? First steps are first steps, but increasing the police budget is an active step in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Rachel. Are there any questions for Rachel? Seeing none, we will go to Roxanne Buckle, and Roxanne will be followed by Aubrey Wolf. Are you there, Roxanne?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Chair, board members, and Chief Slowly, and fellow delegations from the public. I am a 60-year-old white settler woman of European descent living on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. I want to first of all acknowledge my unconscious bias and white privilege and say that I do stand in solidarity with all who have spoken so courageously this afternoon and evening to share lived experiences. I moved my young family from Toronto to Ottawa 26 years ago, favoring what I thought was a kinder, gentler, more progressive civic environment in which to raise my children to become socially conscious adults. I never quite realized at what price my privilege came and could almost convince myself that some progress was being made to dismantle systemic racism in Ottawa. My disillusionment really began in 2016 with the tragic killing of Abdi Rahman Abdi and then Greg Ritchie and the dynamic entry tactics used to facilitate the death of Anthony Oust. This weekend was really the final straw though, and based on the events of this weekend, I, am now slightly ashamed, quite ashamed to live in a city in 2020 that bears increasing resemblance to the pre-civil rights cities of the southern US, where police use intimidating and disproportionate tactics against peaceful protesters. And I want to emphasize peaceful protesters. I am here to express my extreme disappointment at the backward steps taken by the City of Ottawa and the police by acting in bad faith with the raid on the peaceful protesters early Saturday morning. How is the dialogue you all endorsed earlier in this meeting to happen when police sabotage that by making arrests? Many speakers have spoken of the specifics that took place that emphasize the unacceptable and unconscionable use of force by police, and those are all such important considerations. What I want to speak about more fully, though, are comments made to the media by the chair about the OPS board having no say over police actions/operations. Specifically, and I quote, "The board cannot interfere in the operational decisions of the service and therefore not involved in, and was therefore not involved in this action." I believe this was a deflection of responsibility. And what I wish to say now is the time to interfere in the future operational decisions of the service by freezing any budget increase. A board of any organization which has full authority to grant funds, of course, does not get involved in the day-to-day operational decisions. However, the operational decisions a department does make about how to spend their funds should and must be brought to bear on annual budget reviews, which are also a form of performance review. What I wish to challenge is that the daily operational decisions of the police service are a direct reflection of the performance of the police in their resource allocation of funds and therefore need to be accounted for in developing subsequent budgets. Cumulatively, these daily operational decisions result in the spending of the police budget. Decisions such as sending a disproportionately and unacceptably large number of police to diffuse a peaceful community protest is a salient example of questionable allocation of funds. I worked for decades as a business executive and leader of organizations of hundreds of employees and contractors. I have also served on boards which decide how much financial support to allocate to those various departments in fulfilling the goals of the organization. These people were given budgets, salary increases, and infrequently bonuses for work that reflected a level of performance in line with expectations. Poor performers were not rewarded with increased pay, and poor performers were called out in their performance reviews of how their actions negatively affected the performance of the organization. When poor performers are not given consequences, the organization suffers greatly because over time, trust and confidence is eroded. I think you're getting a sense for that. For politicians, the price to pay will be exacted at the next election. So who outside their own ranks is reviewing the performance of the OPS, such as contributing to the damaging of the relationship with Black and Indigenous communities and bringing this to bear on the budget? Actions such as the OPS misleading statement issued on Saturday saying that the protesters blocked an important route for emergency responders. The facts are that the organizers agreed to leave an empty lane on the intersection dedicated to non-police emergency vehicles. There was absolutely no risk to the safety of the public. The police must stop using the panacea of public safety as a justification for their egregious actions, and the OPS board must make them accountable by freezing their budget. In my opinion, the Ottawa Police Service has done nothing to show that they merit any increase at all. Furthermore, the actions of the OPS are seriously undermining the progress of the overall City of Ottawa in becoming a fairer, more equitable, and safe place to live for Black, Indigenous, and people of color.
Roxanne, your time's up. If you could just wrap up, please.
I will. I ask that you very seriously consider. Dishearteningly, you do appear to have already made up your mind. I urge you to reconsider, demonstrate real courage and leadership. Those of us with privilege bear a tremendous responsibility to do the right thing. You must vote to freeze the Ottawa Police Services budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Roxanne. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, this will be our last delegation coming up before the break, and then we will return at 7:20. So I will now call Aubrey Wolf.
Hello.
Hi, Aubrey.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes.
Hello, my name is Aubrey and my pronouns are they, them. I'm a white disabled queer, and despite my abundant privilege, I have experienced violence and dehumanization at the hands of the Ottawa Police Service. And I want to thank all the delegations for their eloquent, factual, and emotional contributions to this meeting. I will do my best to speak clearly within the time limit. I want to echo the other delegates in insisting that the 10 community demands be met explicitly as it pertains to the OPS, freeze the OPS budget, end dynamic entry, mental health checks, and sexual assault by police, end SRO programs, and no police in contested Indigenous territories. I would also like to speak to the arrests at Nicholas and Laurier. To say that there were no injuries to the arrestees is a complete lie that utterly ignores the medical and social sciences research around trauma. Each of the 13 arrestees has sustained trauma at the hands of the OPS. You cannot claim to take mental health seriously while ignoring all the facts about it, including how police actions such as this create indelible mental health crises in the community. This discrepancy between your claims and actions shows the community that the OPS fundamentally does not understand the nature of violence. The public deserves to know exactly how much the OPS spent on arresting these marginalized people exercising their rights to peaceful protest. If you truly want to rebuild broken trust, especially over the past weekend, the absolute bare minimum required is to freeze the budget at 2020 levels. Further than that, the public deserves to know exactly how much is spent by the OPS on PR and marketing. As a previous delegate named, more money is spent on the payroll of criminal police officers than is allocated to increasing social services in the city. This is absolutely unacceptable. If you want more room in your budget for quote unquote moving mountains, I encourage you to look to these flagrant wastes of taxpayer dollars as a source of those funds. The increase in police spending is the cause of increased crime rates in Ottawa because it deprives our social and housing services of the necessary funding to decrease crime. As you've heard from previous delegates, only housing and social supports create the proclaimed desired outcome. We need to divest funding from the police and reallocate it to those services immediately. The proposed expansion of the NRT project is unacceptable, considering there has been no meaningful evaluation of it that has not been discredited. A thorough evaluation of the impact of NRTs on the communities in Ottawa is absolutely necessary before any expansion is proposed or occurs. Refusing to listen to our voices today will tell our community that the only recourse is further civil disobedience and public acts of protest and resistance. Refusing to listen to us will clearly signal to us that the time for the cooperation between the public and the police is over. Finally, the comments and interruptions by the Chair, Diane Dean, are completely unprofessional and unethical, and for demanding that unpaid community members inflate your ego by patting you on the back, for demanding that communities silence themselves about the cost to life and well-being at the hands of the police. I respectfully suggest your immediate resignation if you're not capable or willing to appropriately serve the people of this city going forward. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time. Aubrey, are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Okay, seeing none, it's 7 o'clock and we're going to take a 20-minute recess. We will be back on Zoom at 7:20, so we'll see you all then. this on. Oh, where? Oh, here. What do I do?
Exit full screen.
Okay. You ready? Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a good break. We're going to resume the speakers list with Sam Hirsch.
Hi, sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Sam.
Okay, great, thank you. Hello to you all, and obviously first I want to reiterate that we're on the unceded and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people. Judging from the actions of the Ottawa police, however, over the weekend, they proved that this actually matters very little to them. Members of this board and Chief Slowly, you can say land acknowledgements and use buzzwords about missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls until you're blue in the face. But if there is an action behind that, or in this case, an explicit right, your words mean absolutely nothing. I want to start by saying that it's been over 48 hours and our mayor, Jim Watson, has said absolutely nothing about what transpired over the weekend. Not even an acknowledgement that it took place. Since the event took place, he's written or retweeted 5 tweets about small businesses, 2 tweets about the weather, and 1 on snowplows. Our mayor doesn't care about racialized communities being brutalized by police. He doesn't care about reconciliation or working class people, unless they're shopping at his favorite store. My name is Sam Hirsch, a member of Horizon Ottawa, and I want to continue by giving those who organized the protest this weekend and who stayed at the encampments overnight the thanks and gratitude they deserve. I know my words might do very little, but Justice for Abdrahman Coalition, Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, and KZ Land Defenders, your actions continue to inspire, and whatever the Ottawa Police Services say or what Slowly says cannot take away from what your leadership really means. You have shown thousands of people across the city what is possible when we band together and organize. When we organize for what we believe in, a lot is possible. We might not get the budget cut or freeze to the police we want this year, but the tide is shifting, and that is in due part to you folks, so thank you. At Horizon Ottawa, we focus a lot on the influence that developers have on the city. You know, what we haven't talked about as much, though, and is clear, is that there's another stakeholder that has significant sway over public officials, the police. A press release issued Saturday by Councillor Dean said at the bottom, the Police Services Board is responsible for governing the police services. From my end, it doesn't seem that way. Board members, you are accountable to us, the residents of this city, not the police. You work for us and are supposed to advocate for us. You are our representatives to the police, not police representatives to us. The beginning of this meeting was incredibly disappointing, Chair Deans. I found your words to be incredibly disrespectful to the almost 100 people who have taken the time to speak today, most likely tomorrow, to basically say to them that their reputations would make no difference in your opinion. No, but I'm also glad that you mentioned this because it shows this budget process for what it is, a charade. The budget is presented a month before approval, and we're supposed to have meaningful consultation on hundreds of or thousands of pages of complex and complicated documents no one can understand except for city staff. The mayor, Jim Watson, has designed this process in a way that seeks to engage the least amount of residents as possible because it works for him. It's in his interest and the interest of the likes and of the like of folks like Chief Slowly, Don Manconi, Steve Canelacos, and others who wish to push their budget without any input from the public because in their technocratic world, they know best. The budget process must be changed and put back into the hands of residents. Only then will we see a budget that truly reflects our needs. That's what we tried to do with our alternative municipal budget we released at the beginning of this month that has already been mentioned in this meeting. We wanted to show that in this current context that a better world is possible with the current resources we have, that it doesn't have to be this way, that we don't have to live in a world where the police get a budget increase that's more than 27 times the funding increase of every single community organization in this city. Yes, our alternative municipal budget calls for radical changes and radical solutions because we face radical problems. Radical problems demand radical solutions. So with that, I want to renew my call from last meeting and reiterate that the members of this board must remember, and most members of this council don't agree with me though. They don't think climate change is going to kill us. They don't think that almost 100 people sleeping on the street every day, or that people are dying from overdoses, are radical problems, because quite frankly, if they did, it wouldn't be happening. We'd see the funding needed for it in this budget. So I'm renewing my call to action. I recognize the names of a lot of people who spoke here tonight. And some I didn't, but folks here, most of them I know you are damn good organizers. In order to get a budget in our image, a budget that is actually centered on the people who live in this city and human dignity and inclusion and social justice, we need to vote out these councillors and organize against them in 2022. A movement is starting here thanks to groups like Justice for Abdi and the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition and many other groups. So join us. Maybe someone on this call should think about running themselves. You'd probably make better representatives than a lot of those on council. So let's make this a city that works for everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Brianna McKelvey, and Brianna will be followed by Amanda Rocha. Oh, Brianna is not available, so Amanda Rocha, are you on the call?
I am. Can you?
Okay, and Amanda will be followed by Gabriel Fayant. So Amanda, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I would like to begin by saying I am here as an ally in support of the Indigenous and Black community and echo the sentiments of those that have been brave enough to share their experiences and opinions this evening. I am absolutely not in support of a budget increase for Ottawa Police Services. In preparation for this meeting, I took the liberty of reading up on the values of the OPS as stated on their website. Honor, courage, service. The We Are Related protest was a small, peaceful demonstration, and the OPS knew that they were Indigenous and Black protesters as soon as the calls started coming in by the chief's own admission. This was an opportunity to build relationships between the police and these communities, an opportunity to show them respect, to show their sacred objects and practices respect, to hear their criticism and go forward together in building a relationship. And instead, they sent 50 officers to round them up in the night while they rested. They have since lied to you, the board meant to hold them accountable, as well as everyone else in this meeting about what occurred, gaslighting the people that were there, that witnessed or were subjected to this injustice. These lies have been presented to the media as fact and been used to further demonize Indigenous and Black and Brown people in the eyes of Canadians. At what point do you stop, quote unquote, working toward change and simply decide to be better in that moment? Where was the honor, courage, and service when dealing with these members of our community? As a member of the community that the Ottawa Police are meant to serve, I condemn the actions taken to suppress these Indigenous, Black, and allied voices. I absolutely condemn the disrespect these people suffered at the hands of the people meant to protect them, the unconstitutional disrespect for their sacred objects on their own unceded land, which they have a right to occupy at all times. I condemn the use of City of Ottawa resources in aid of this injustice, as well as any punitive measures taken against the 12 people that were arrested, simply for daring to ask that their lives and customs be valued and respected equally to their non-Indigenous and people of color counterparts. I believe the OPS has absolutely failed in their vision to be a trusted partner in community safety. If I were to fail at my job, no one would be offering me more money to theoretically improve myself. I would either be expected to improve at my current rate of pay or I would be dismissed, as I'm sure everyone here can relate to. Why then do we allow the Ottawa Police to be an exception to this rule? Despite having started this meeting with what equates to a statement that the decision to increase the budget has already been made, I would point out the following. You say you must represent all your constituents, but where are they tonight? The people who showed up this evening to speak are overwhelmingly against this budget increase, and I would urge you to consider why so many of your constituents are so secure in the knowledge that you will represent their interest in sticking to a status quo that has proven repeatedly to be based in racism and inequality. Consider that these constituents benefit from systems founded in white supremacy and are sure that these systems will never change because all of you here tonight will remain complicit in upholding them. I would ask that the board, as an absolute bare minimum, show their support for the people speaking up in this meeting and the communities they represent by freezing funding increases for the OPS until such time as the leaders of these disrespected and marginalized communities are in agreement that the OPS is making active progress in dismantling the systemic racism that they have repeatedly proven is alive and well in their force. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Are there any comments or questions for the delegation? Seeing none, We will go to Gabrielle Fayant, and Gabrielle will be followed by Christy Fletcher. Oh, there's no Gabrielle on our list, so Christy Fletcher followed by Sylvia Hughes.
Hello. I just wanted to say everyone else who spoke today was so eloquent, and I want to say thank you. I do not support the Ottawa Police budget increase for 2021, and I would like to see those funds allocated to community programs, housing, transportation, and harm reduction instead. I also believe that police should not be part of mental health response calls, and fortunately had to make an ambulance call this summer, which was responded to by 2 paramedics and 4 police officers for 2 people. The police officers offered nothing to the experience and only served to make it a more tense and dehumanizing encounter. Halfway through the response, another police officer showed up to the uneventful call, seemingly because he had nothing better to do, and openly discussed previous responses to mental health calls that I can only assume was private information. We should be spending money on people better suited to these jobs instead. I've made calls to the police in the past before I was more familiar with policing, and I can't honestly say that they have ever solved a problem that I've called about. That's everything I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much, Sylvia. Oh, and I understand Gabrielle Fayant is now on the call. So Gabrielle, would you like to go ahead? Gabrielle, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. So ani bojo tanchekiwao mishen dengwe ankwat kwendish nakas pakchahan sandon jaba umamawene nishnabe king and donji makwando dam. So hello everyone, my name is Gabrielle Fayant. I'm originally from Alberta. My family comes from Fishing Lake Métis settlement, but I've been a guest here on traditional Algonquin territory for the last 20 years. I would like to also acknowledge that this is unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory. And that's just a really nice way of saying that this is occupied territory. There was never a deed, there was never a sale for the land. This land was never bought or sold or won in any kind of war. And so settlers arrived here and occupied the land illegally and have been here ever since. So this is really important to acknowledge that the liaison officers that communicated with the peaceful protesters actually had no idea what this meant. One of the liaison officers actually told one of the Algonquin folks that they were going to look for the deed and the sale of the land. And so your cultural training is really garbage. I want to start off by also acknowledging the reason that I have never participated in these meetings and why there's very few Indigenous people. I'm the actual, maybe one of the first. I think there might have been one other Indigenous person that spoke so far out of 53 speakers. One of the reasons why we're not here and why I have not felt comfortable coming here is because time and time again, it is proven to us that you do not care about Indigenous peoples. We put report after report out, and they're constantly ignored. Our community speaks up about the concerns and they're constantly ignored. Time and time again over the last 20 years I've lived here. 2, not only do you not care about the well-being of Indigenous peoples are highly surveilled. Indigenous peoples live in constant fear of police and we're constantly targeted by police. There's reports and articles about the amount of surveillance that police and the RCMP do on Indigenous protesters. And we have to live with that fear and we have to find ways to protect ourselves. I've worked in Indigenous communities for the last 10 years of my life. I can tell you that I do not know one Indigenous person that would ever call the police in a moment of crisis. We do not use or need your services. In fact, the majority of Indigenous people I know consider the police to be dangerous. Additionally, our communities, such as Vanier, are over-policed and over-patrolled. And so I ask you, why do you think that adding more police to these communities to patrol them even more will reduce your crime rates? When the chief himself just mentioned how the crime rates are going up. It makes no sense. We, as Indigenous community members, we have to do the unpaid labor to keep our community safe. We have to intervene during suicide crises. We have to intervene to do harm protection and prevention and reduction. We help our community members when they need housing. We walk our peers back home when they feel unsafe. We have to find our peers employment, and we have to help them with resources. The biggest threat to the well-being of Indigenous peoples is systemic racism. There is nothing wrong with Indigenous peoples, but there's something very wrong with the systems that violate and exploit us. The OPS is responsible for the removal of Indigenous children from their families, contributing to the overrepresentation of Indigenous children in the child welfare system. The OPS is responsible for the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, Two-Spirit, plus from the willful ignoring of alerts from missing women from community to poor investigation and mishandling of murders of Indigenous women, to not criminalizing human traffickers and harassing Indigenous sex workers instead. The OPS are responsible for the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in jail and the criminalization of Indigenous peoples, which contributes to the poverty and the unemployment rates of Indigenous communities. The OPS are actually not a preventative service at all, and are responsible for criminalizing Indigenous women who are fleeing domestic abuse. And they are not helping those victims that flee this abuse. We have to do that. Lastly, the OPS is responsible for killing and violently harming Indigenous peoples, period. There is no accountability mechanism for OPS employees, and it appears that white supremacists and murderers in your organization are awarded for their behavior. If I was looking for a salary increase at my job, I would need to demonstrate that I was competent in my job with a full list of facts, which the OPS does not seem to need to do before getting a budget increase. The amount of money that the City of Ottawa provides to a violent, reactive organization compared to preventative social and health services is highly disproportionate. Just 4 six-figure salaries of OPS employees makes up all of the money that is available to community groups during a pandemic.
Gabrielle, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, please.
I strongly recommend defunding the OPS and investing in proactive social and health services that are led by community. And I call to drop all charges against the peaceful protesters that were wrongfully arrested this weekend. Miigwech, hi.
Okay, thank you very much, Gabrielle. Are there any questions?
Just a comment, Sarah, if you don't mind. Thank you so much. Thank you for your strong voice tonight and your strong statement and your informative statement. It's appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Member Johnson, and thank you, Gabrielle. We will now go to Sylvia Hughes, and Sylvia will be followed by Victoria Marchand.
Hello. Thank you to all the delegates who spoke before me and who will speak afterwards. I do not support increasing the police budget. It should be decreased, with funding going to community programs and harm reduction to address the needs proactively rather than reactively with force. I support the 10 community demands made by the coalitions, and I ask for the charges against the protesters to be dropped. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sylvia. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll go to Victoria Marchand, and Victoria will be followed by Danny Lanouette.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Kwekakna, Victoria Indigenous Cause, Kitagan CB and Long Point, Ndonjba, Mongol Dodem. I am from Kitagan CB on my father's side and Hunters Point Indian Algonquin settlement on my mother's. I am a traditional rights holder to the land you call Ottawa. I am an Anishinaabe person, an Algonquin person, And this means that I have more claim to this land and the actions that have happened on this land than the entire Ottawa Police Services Board. I have 5 minutes. You will not censor me, gaslight, and if I go over, that is my blood right. I am appalled that this specific conversation is being moderated by the chair of the board. And trust me, I understand that's part of your role. However, for this specific conversation, why not a third party moderator who isn't a white woman, who refuses accountability and censors community members, who deflects all responsibility, who demands respect instead of earning it? The police were created on this land to control, assimilate, and kill Indigenous people. If you believe so heavily in law and order and not respecting inherent rights, then you believe in the continued assimilation of my people and upholding institutionalized and systemic racism. For the Ottawa Police Board to do a land acknowledgement to the Anishinaabe, my people, while they arrested Algonquin people for exercising their inherent right to occupy the land, needs to be at the forefront. As a rights holder to this land, stop saying a land acknowledgement until you drop the charges for the people who were arrested for occupying their rightful space. Will you continue to use liaison officers that lack cultural competence and uphold Blue Lives Matter antics and lenses to communicate with Black Indigenous land defenders? Do you not have other officers? And let's talk about ample time. 10 minutes is not ample time. Not only did we just wake up, but we had tents, drums, medicines. And what happened to those? There were no warnings. The care the board talks about for our confiscated ceremonial objects is a complete and utter lie. I firsthand witnessed and recorded these items being thrown into the back of a City of Ottawa truck after the arrests were made. There was absolutely no care or time to consult these organizations in which the chief of police spoke about earlier. I drove through the intersection not even an hour after the arrests, and everything was cleared from the streets and the intersection was open. Did you consult the urban Indigenous organizations at 4 a.m? Did you consult the elders and the community members at 4 a.m. on a Saturday morning? I don't think so. I currently work as a community organizer in the city with Indigenous communities and support Indigenous post-secondary students at University of Ottawa. I am currently contacting all the directors and leadership at all Indigenous organizations within the city. We need to know, and we have a right to know who you consulted about our ceremonial objects. These items were then brought to 29 Herdman, which is a City of Ottawa location. They were left outside the premises on the side of a street beside a sand pile and a porta potty. My ceremonial sage was broken into pieces and thrown around the pile of things. Our Mishomis drum, our grandfather drum, was also put directly on the ground. This breaks constitutional and international law. Not only is it illegal to confiscate our medicines and our drums, but the way the police and the city handled it must be addressed. I picked the medicine and drum up myself, and this is my truth. And because you seem to not understand when we speak the truth, let me code switch it up for you and speak your colonial law. So let's look at the constitutional rights of Indigenous people, Section 35, as well as Section 25 of the Charter of Rights of Freedom, and outline exactly how the Ottawa police fucked up. In R versus Vanderpeet, the Supreme Court of Canada discussed this exact thing about underlying legal basis for Aboriginal rights. The doctrine of Aboriginal rights exists and is recognized and affirmed by Section 35 because of one simple fact. When Europeans arrived in North America, Aboriginal people were already here, living in communities on the land and participating in distinctive cultures as they had done for centuries. It is this fact, and this fact above all others, which separates Aboriginal peoples from all other minority groups in Canadian society and which mandates their special, legal, and now constitutional status. On this basis, the court set out an integral to a distinctive culture test still used for determining whether an Aboriginal right under Section 35 of the Constitution has been engaged. In order to be an Aboriginal right, an activity must be an element of a practice, custom, or tradition, such as my sage that was confiscated, such as the drum that was confiscated. If we take a look at the UNDRIP, Article 12, and if you're not familiar with the UNDRIP, which I'm pretty sure a lot of you are not, it's the United Nations Declarations of Rights on Indigenous People. We have the right to manifest, practice, develop, and teach our spiritual and religious traditions, customs, and ceremonies, the right to maintain, protect, and have access and privacy to our religion and cultural sites, the right to use and control our ceremonial objects. But no, it was taken away from us by a municipality police service. I have a status card. I do not need to acknowledge your municipality police service. Article 25 of the UNDRIP.
Victoria, your time is up. If you could please wrap up.
This is my right as an Anishinaabe person, as I mentioned. I am a staff.
You have the same rights here as everyone else to speak at this meeting, and I would kindly ask you to wrap up.
Okay, I'm almost done. Thank you. Indigenous peoples have the right to maintain and strengthen their distinctive spiritual relationship with their traditionally owned or otherwise occupied and useful lands and territories and waters. The police system is an inherent colonial system because they measure their success on the amount of force they use.
Thank you, Victoria. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Danny Lenowet, and Danny will be followed by Ian Martin.
Kwe kakina, is everyone able to hear me? I'm going to take that as a yes. Kwe kakina, kamadog wajababra makwe indishnakas, nyashing ming minwa taganik donjaba, o mama wanene nishnabe king donji nagig dodem. Hello everyone, counselors, OPS board members. My name is Danny Lenowet. I'm Ojibwe from Chippewas of Nawash and Algonquin from Algonquins of Barrier Lake, and I come from the Anishinaabe Nation. I was born and raised and currently reside on unceded Algonquin territory in what's colonially referred to as Ottawa, and my clan is the Otter. I'm the granddaughter and daughter of survivors of genocide, of which I am also a survivor. Miigwech for allowing me this time to speak. I first want to acknowledge the land acknowledgement that was given at the beginning of this meeting. I want to express that it is an extremely empty gesture and sentiment, especially after everything that took place this weekend, where Algonquin land defenders were arrested and detained on our own unceded land. I also want to acknowledge the pain and rage that I have seen this evening and this afternoon, and I'm sure I will continue to see from Black, Indigenous, racialized, and allied community members. And I want to thank you for your words. Nimigwachindam. I'm grateful. I also want to explain the importance of acknowledging that this is unceded Algonquin Anishinaabe territory. This land, as Gabrielle stated, was never purchased, sold, won in any war. And there's absolutely no deed that so-called Canada nor the city that is called Ottawa holds for the land that is claimed here. This land is still the territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, of which I'm proud to be a part of, and which still has every right to occupy these lands in whichever ways that we see fit. I'm speaking to you today with a lot of pain, hurt, and distrust for the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Services, as well as the Ottawa Police Services Board, from the events that unfolded this past weekend. 13 Black and Indigenous land defenders and allies were arrested on unceded Algonquin territory for peacefully protesting, one of those 13 being a minor. About 2 hours after arrived at the camp on Friday evening, Ottawa Police Services liaison officers, Constables Megan Arbuthnot and Kristen LaMarche, approached us, telling us that what we were doing was illegal, hours after they had threatened an injunction. Less than 4 hours after this, an unreasonably large number of Ottawa police officers raided the camp that was set up. Of the 13 arrested, 2 were Algonquin land defenders, 1 was a young Anishinaabe Kwe who is also my younger cousin, and 3 of them were Black folks, 2 women and 1 man who were held in custody. I am absolutely disgusted at how these Black and Indigenous land defenders, as well as allies, were treated while in custody. My younger cousin, a young Anishinaabe Kwe, was denied access to her medication, berated, and spoken down to. She had her sacred medicine bundle broken that she has had since she was a baby, and while being detained, had handcuffs on her so tight to the point that her hands were swelling over the rings on her fingers. When she was released, I grabbed her and I held her and we cried, and her hands had bruising from this incident. These events were traumatizing for many, including myself and my cousin. This is a girl that I have seen grown up for many years and who I continue to be extremely proud of. After arrests, sacred items, including a Mishomish Dewagan, a grandfather drum, as well as sacred medicines were taken and put in the back of a City of Ottawa vehicle, what I'm assuming was a truck. When organizers were finally told that where these sacred items were being kept, they were found among garbage under a tarp at the side of a road by a City of Ottawa facility at 29 Herdman. The Mishomish drum was found along with medicines in bags with garbage in it, and I have these photos. Is this how the city and the OPS views our sacred objects? Is this reconciliation to you? Is this how the City of Ottawa and the Ottawa Police Services thinks of our people? Do you think that this in any way is okay or appropriate? There are videos of community members explaining the sacredness of these items, as well as the sacred fire that was lit, yet those explanations were completely ignored. It is shown to Black and Indigenous peoples that we are an afterthought time and time again. We see a complete lack of respect for our lives and humanities through the murders of folks like Abdirahman Abdi, Anthony Oust, and my fellow member of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, Greg Ritchie. This city is located on unceded Algonquin territory that the city says they honor, and that they even have a plaque stating at City Hall. This is absolutely abhorrent, and if the city and the OPS board do not work to make amends, then they need to stop stating that they are here to strengthen and build relations with Indigenous peoples, as well as quit continuing to state that they are working towards any sort of reconciliation, as was mentioned in this meeting with the TRC calls to action.
Annie, your time is up. If you could just wrap up, please.
Yes. This is not the first time we've been treated as disposable and unwanted within our own Algonquin territory. To summarize this, I am supporting and reiterating a call for an immediate freeze to the Ottawa Police budget, as well as for all charges to be dropped against the 12 land defenders. Chimigwech, justice for Greg Ritchie, Abdirahman Abdi, Annie Putuguk, and Anthony Oust.
Thank you very much, Danny. Are there any questions or comments to the delegation? Thank you again for your input. We'll move to Ian Martin, and Ian will be followed by Ayman Ayakubi.
Miigwech everyone for what?
Is Ian on the call?
Hello?
Hi, Ian. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Just following Danny there. I'm really disturbed by everything that happened. And I want to thank you for speaking out against that. Most of what I could say here has been covered at length and in detail by other speakers today, and will no doubt be reiterated by the following speakers. I just want to express support for the demands of the Justice for Abdirahman Coalition, the other organizations and community voices, particularly Black and Indigenous voices that have spoken so powerfully today. And I ask for you to immediately freeze the Ottawa police budget and release the protesters from the November 21st protest and clear them of all charges. A budget freeze seems like a simple and straightforward action to me. It seems like an easy win for everyone. And the $13.2 million could be redirected towards affordable housing, mental health support, harm reduction, and other social services to help the most vulnerable people in this community. And I think it would make a huge difference, as well as reduce the need for police. It's been heartbreaking to listen to everyone bare their souls today when it seems like a decision's already been made. Everyone who's spoken today spoke bravely, eloquently, and passionately, even when spoken over or silenced. The board today have asked multiple times for respect, but respect to me is a two-way street. And from the stories I've heard today, I don't believe that these people have been respected or valued by the police. I'd also like to mention that asking for respect from people that you hold social, political, and physical power over can be used to silence people's genuine concerns by prioritizing one's own feelings. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Are there any questions or comments? Getting a lot of feedback on my line all of a sudden. Can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you, Ian. We will move on to Amen Yakubi, and Amen will be followed by Sarah Gelbert. Okay, no Amen, so we'll move to Sarah Gelbert, and Sarah will be followed by Lindsay D.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Gelbard. I'm a white settler on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Today, I'm speaking as a PhD researcher on urban inequity and community-led planning alternatives, and more importantly, as an ally of the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdirahman Abdi, and the Kitigan-Zibi Land Protectors, and their collective actions to protect Black and Indigenous lives. I'm here to hold this space with them and to repeat their demands. I'm disheartened that these public meetings are increasingly intimidating, hostile, inaccessible, unsafe, and disingenuous spaces for dialogue. But they are one more space allies can help to hold, one more controlled, problematic space where we can repeat and amplify the message and demonstrate our support. Despite comments earlier that social media is a pointless space of engagement, it too is another space that we help to hold. And these are important, if incomplete, spaces for us to denounce historic and ongoing systemic racism perpetuated by police services in the city of Ottawa. To specifically denounce the arrest, detainment, and charging of peaceful protesters on Saturday, November 21st. Although the experience of so many in attendance today and those who no longer trust these spaces suggests otherwise, I do hope that not just individual voices, but the full weight of the collective demands, experiences, knowledge, and trauma will be heard and respected today, and that they will lead us to all correct course now, not 3 years from now, and to repair deeply damaged relationships. I fully support the demands presented by OBDC, JFA, and KZ land protectors to freeze the Ottawa police budget, no police in contested Indigenous territories, end dynamic entry, mental health checks, and sexual assault by police, end discrimination against Indigenous and Black students in schools, end school resource officer program, no racial slurs in our classrooms, more funding for Indigenous and Black students, funds to fight the public health crisis of systemic racism, end racism in healthcare systems and public services, no more evictions, affordable housing now. I also fully support the demands related to this weekend's actions, to explicitly name members of OPS who authorized the arrests, to explicitly name city officials who authorized the use of other city resources, and that all charges against the protesters be dropped. I am grateful to the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdirahman Abdi, and the Kitigan-Zibi Land Protectors for their courage and leadership, and for the care that they show for their communities, and for the immense work that they are doing. I thank the public delegations who have brought their full emotional, vulnerable, injured, honest, and caring selves and stories forward today, whether or not the board members think it was respectful, showed the proper decorum, or was in order. Because those rules of respectability are forms of systemic racism, control, and policing. I implore the board today to learn from their leadership, courage, and care. I urge you to take meaningful actions today and moving forward to listen to their demands, to begin to rebuild lost trust, to genuinely move the city towards reconciliation and anti-oppression, and to show care to our most vulnerable, care to our most systemically over-policed residents and communities. The demands of Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdirahman Abdi, and the Kitigan-Zibi Land Protectors are a roadmap on how to do this. Even the demands that are not directly about police are on the table today. Many of these demands can be realized by defunding the police and reallocating budget to community care. Meaningful change and reflecting the needs of diverse communities will mean change. It is not minor shuffling of the status quo. Community neighborhood policing and more civilian members are not community care. They are not meaningful change, and they do not reflect what we hear from community today. Please, let's listen and learn from community leaders and follow their lead. Let's provide the supports that they need and that they rightfully demand.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Are there any questions or comments for Sarah? Seeing none, we'll move to Lindsay D, and Lindsay will be followed by Julia Hamer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lindsay Dorder, and today I am also speaking for the freezing of the budget. The resources should be used for the community. We should not have to be in fear of dying at the hands of people that should be protecting us. There are constant betrayals, with the most recent being the raid on November 21st on peaceful protesters. That raid was unethical, and you know that. For example, their items were found by a dump site. This site is 29 Herdman Road. This facility is a garbage dump. Where is the respect you spoke of? There are multiple videos of this. However, to stay on topic, I want to say that there are multiple social alternatives to policing, like education and public health. And considering the creation of your diversity and race relations sector, by not seeing the value of funding the community, you are directly failing every single ACB youth that attended the listening circle last year with this sector. And to make it clear, as a facilitator of that meeting, that listening circle was filled with microaggressions and dismissal of our experiences by your employees. This is not the first time that the OPS has created community listening circles or dialogues in so-called diversity. This already shows that OPS cannot build effective solutions rooted in equity within your current systems. You're not designed to actively listen and apply. So we want to freeze the budget and we want to fund social supports. If you truly understand what it means to create equity, you, as people in power, cannot be leading this cause. You need to step down. The community needs to lead. The community knows where actions need to be taken. Thank you. That is all.
Okay, thank you very much. Just got to get my glasses on here. Lindsay, any questions for Lindsay? Seeing none, we'll move to Julia Hamer. And Julia will be followed by Sikalala Jason Segua.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Julia.
All right, hello. I'm here today calling for a freeze to the Ottawa police budget and a reallocation of funds to community services and public health, as well as the dropping of all charges against the 12 people unjustly arrested in this weekend's raid. I'm ashamed and enraged by the actions of the OPS in arresting, detaining, charging, and violating the rights and safety of the peaceful protesters, including Algonquin land protectors who have a right to occupy their unceded land. We've heard many, many incredible and brave people speak today to both the harm caused by police and the needs for funds in other areas that actually help to strengthen and heal communities. We've seen the gaslighting and the villainizing of the incredible Black and Indigenous organizers of the We Are Related action. We've seen members of the police board, you, Diane, censor and silence delegates whose opinions make you uncomfortable. You say you cannot see the connection between their stories and this budget meeting. Surely that's not true. Surely you and the other board members have the capacity to understand that an institution with so many deep ineptitudes, an organization that does so much harm, violence, and traumatizing, should not just be continuously funneled money, more money than any other service in the city. It is a choice not to understand this. It is a choice about which community members you care about. It is a choice to view people as disposable and care as conditional. It is choosing violence and harm over safety and growth. I'm now going to reiterate the demands made by the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, the Justice for Abdi Rahman Coalition, and KZ Land Protectors, and hope that you will be able to make the connection between every one of these demands and the need to freeze and defund the police budget. Freeze the Ottawa police budget. No police in contested Indigenous territories. End dynamic entry, mental health checks, and sexual assault by police. End discrimination against Indigenous and Black students in school. End school resource officer program. No racial slurs in our classrooms. More funding for Indigenous and Black students. Funds to fight the public health crisis of systemic racism. End racism in healthcare systems and public services. No more evictions, affordable housing now. In addition to these demands, I would also demand the names released of the members of OPS who authorized the arrest of the peaceful protesters this weekend, to explicitly name the city officials who authorized the use of other resources such as OC Transpo and Ottawa paramedics during the arrests, that all charges to the protesters be dropped. Peacefully protesting systemic racism is not mischief. It is the bare minimum that the board can do to freeze the current police budget at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julia. Any questions, comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Sikalala Jason Sigua, and Sikalala will be followed by Jamal Boyce.
Hello, folks. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Alrighty, before beginning with my speech, I'd like to encourage the folks who are in leadership of this board to actively engage in this discussion. It is a bit disheartening to see so many people coming forward with their own personal and lived experiences to be met with no comments, and better yet, simply the note of no comments being made and moving on to the next delegate. Folks are taking time out of their day to speak to you, and this is in part of the consultation that you committed to doing as well. So please show that you are doing this consultation by actively engaging in this discussion as well. That being said, my name is pronounced Sekalala Jason Seguia, and I'm the current Equity Commissioner for the University of Ottawa Students' Union. And I'm here today to speak on behalf and from the perspective of many youth who are watching what is happening today, what happened last week, and what has continuously happened in the city of Ottawa for the set of the past few years. Before even beginning, a part of one of my concerns is the very fear of harassment and further persecution instilled in my very being for simply speaking at this meeting, as well as for the safety of everyone else who's also speaking here as well. This fear comes from witnessing the great lengths we've seen the Ottawa Police Services go in silencing and harming community members for standing up and encouraging change, which affects the community's most vulnerable members. The very same reasoning for this budget increase demonstrates an immense disconnect with marginalized folk within this community. In one breath, the OPS is highlighting that it has heard the many calls for actions by community members and assures that work can be done towards rebuilding trust through a budget increase. The reasoning behind this increase is to expand efforts related to equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the OPS. Though through actions, the OPS and leadership throughout the city, including members on this board who I'm addressing today, have demonstrated the complete opposite. My question to you, which is as clear as a window sprayed with Windex, is how can you hear these calls for change while continued efforts to intimidate and silence those who are putting forward these calls for change are being displayed at full volume? To this point, I would like to address the rigmarole that this city forces both Black and Indigenous people to endure in order to have their voices heard. To be clear, the need for our voices to be heard does not stem from us being voiceless, but rather silence from those in positions such as the ones you each hold, which have the ability to create change within our communities, despite the fact that oftentimes you choose not to. Last week, following Section 2 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, Black and Indigenous folks who, with the support of allies, exercised their freedom to peaceful assembly to address the ongoing issue of systemic racism in various institutions that we interact with daily. For further clarity, this also included policing. Following continued support of the community and Ottawa officials and members of this very board committed to meeting with those community leaders to engage in critical dialogue regarding the ongoing violence inflicted onto our community. In the dead of the night before the proposed morning meetings, these brave members of our community were met with an ambush from OPS and multiple arrests, including one of a minor on account of mischief. Without providing the opportunity to even clear the site, items sacred to Indigenous communities, to which in other spaces the city of Ottawa has used as props to show their performative allyship, were treated like trash. I share the concern from so many others about opening this meeting with a land acknowledgement following the continued disrespect to Indigenous communities in the city of Ottawa. Furthermore, the commitment of finding ways to better treat confiscated sacred items in the future is in part of the issue that we're trying to mention. Why are you confiscating these items in the first place? In a statement from Diane Deans, chair of this board, she states, regrettably, following the apprehension of demonstrators earlier this morning by the Ottawa Police Services, the community members have since declined to meet. My question to you is, do you typically arrest those who you've agreed to meet? Is this what the OPSB considers free room and board in preparations for meetings? Following these recent actions, do you feel safer in this community, understanding that most of us don't? As a youth in this community, I worry about this message that these recent actions and the ongoing violence we continue to witness send to young people as a whole. In this city, various members, including members on this board, have engaged in initiatives that encourage young people to get involved in important discussions and become agents of change in their community. However, recent actions, including statements that were shared earlier today, reinforce the following. In the city of Ottawa, we encourage you to become active citizens and call for change for your community, so long as that change does not compromise the privileges retained by your oppressors. If it does compromise these privileges, we will arrest you. In the city of Ottawa, we encourage you to engage in important dialogues with change makers, including the change makers in this discussion, so long as your position is in line with theirs, even if that position is at the cost of your safety. If you disagree, we will arrest you. In the city of Ottawa, we encourage you to exercise your rights protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, so long as you do so in a means that is quiet and convenient. If you exercise your rights and address the many issues and injustices that inconvenience your community, somehow inconvenience us, we will arrest you. In the city of Ottawa, we encourage complacency. If you are uncomplacent with your mistreatment or the mistreatment of other people, we will arrest you. There is still a multitude of work required to rebuild the continuously broken trust between this community and services that it promises to serve and protect. One of these very early steps would be to genuinely listen to the community leaders. And when I say genuinely listen, following the fact that multiple people have constantly said that you are not listening to us is part of the issue. I simply ask, and I echo the sentiments, I'm almost done, echoing the sentiments of community leaders within the city. I'm actively encouraging members of the OPS board to reject the proposed increase of the OPS budget, and by extension to freeze the OPS budget moving forward. I'm actively encouraging this board to reinvest the proposed $13 million into public health and housing for Black and Indigenous communities. I'm actively asking the OPS board to condemn the actions from the OPS against peaceful protesters who are concerned members of your community. You have the opportunity to become the very agents of change that our community needs. Your community is anxiously watching to see how you will act. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. Are there any questions for the delegation? No, but we do appreciate your words, and we appreciate you taking the time to come and speak with us tonight. Our next speaker is Jamal Boyce, and Jamal will be followed by Yanamina Thula.
Hi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jamal. I'm the former Vice President of Academic Affairs for the Comic Studies and Human Rights Association at the University of Ottawa, as well as a student there and a longtime resident in the city of Ottawa. I'd like to begin by just saying a little bit about myself and my experience in the city of Ottawa. I've lived here since I was a child, born and raised in the city, and lived in multiple different districts around, everywhere from Bayshore to Westboro to South Keys to Lower Town, where I currently reside now. Before I begin moving forward, I just want to make some comments based on what I've heard before. And I would just like to say that respectability is a veil that we cannot let be cast over our eyes when we speak out against the clear and continued disrespect for human life by OPS. I feel as though there have been more rules been put in here to silence speakers based on the feelings of those on the board, rather than taking them as a clear issue of where we are in terms of OPS's relationships with the community. As spoken before, many have called for the board to vote to reject the current budget proposal and vote to freeze the police budget 2020 levels and redistribute the proposed budget increase to public health and housing initiatives. As a resident in the city of Ottawa, I'd like to stress this importance, especially living in Lower Town, where I constantly and daily see the effects of the ongoing housing emergency in Ottawa. Police continually victimize the homeless. Police continue allow them to be victimized by others without giving them any supports. I see these new initiatives constantly being pushed in my neighborhoods of police on bikes that just seem new ways to increase their presence. At the beginning, Officer Sully told us of the day-to-day activities that go unheard and unreported by police officers, speaking of what we don't see in the ways we help. I was disappointed to hear that he didn't mention the ways in which they victimize us on the daily and how that goes unreported. Every day when I walk to school, there are police around the neighborhood in the downtown area as I walk through Byward Market. I've been constantly stopped. I've been asked for ID by police officers. I've been asked where I'm going. None of these interactions have made me feel more safe. While on the contrary, they've made me aware of my hypervisibility, and that at any point, simple things that I do can be used as a reason to not only take further action against me, but in the worst cases, take my life and those of others that look like me based on that perceived threat. I think it is crazy. I think it is disrespectful. And I think it is out of touch to vote to increase the police budget by $13 million from 2020 levels when we see that from from past levels to today, we are now in a pandemic, as well as a housing crisis. It is imperative this money be put to supporting the citizens of the city and what we call for. I would also like to add that I not only speak on behalf of myself, but I speak on behalf of other youth who are here today and rising up as those who will be voting in these coming elections. To those that sit on the board, I'd like you to take the time to think. Think about those that have taken time out of their day. Those of us that have spent hours here listening while being disrespected and having our voices silenced because we've hurt your feelings. We're the ones that sit here to voice our concerns and are all calling for a defunding of the Ottawa Police Board. We will be the ones that will making our voices heard when the next election comes up. We will be the ones who will take your positions to run there if you do not listen. We are here to propose a dialogue, but your words are empty to me, and I do not care what you've done or what you put forward or what you wish to see change. We demand action because we are not speaking on simply topics. We're speaking on the lived experiences that have lasting and long-going impacts on the citizens of this city. As someone who has grown up here, I understand how families wait years and years to get put into Ottawa public housing, or even there will still be family members with 5, 6, 7, or 8 extended family members living in 2-bedroom houses. I understand how easily people can fall into homelessness and how many of the homeless living on the street today in the city of Ottawa have jobs, have access to other resources, but with the high level and the lack of affordable housing, it makes it almost impossible for many people to even be able to afford housing. I asked, and I really like the point put forward by a past speaker who said that listening is not a verb. Listening is not a character, is a verb and not a characteristic that you can ascribe to yourself. You will be told when you have listened. So listen to me well when I say this. I support the calls of the board to vote to reject the current budget proposal and freeze the police budget 2020 levels and redistribute this proposed increase to public health and housing initiatives. I hope that this is taken seriously, but based on the beginning and the comments made by many of the councillors, I see that many of you have come here with your mind made up. In that case, I still would like to use this time to voice my concerns and support the community. However, understand this is just one form that we will act through. And while I've sat here to speak, this will not be the last way I'll have my voice heard. So my final point I'd like to leave on is that this change will come. You see it and I see it growing, having lived in Ottawa, the push. It is no longer just the youth that see the destruction that the Ottawa Police Service causes to the communities of the disenfranchised. I would like to tell you that you will be on one side of the change. You will either be against it or you will be with it. To those that are against it, your time is limited. To those that are with it, I support you and I will be with you when we are here to will in the new wave of the city of Ottawa as we look back on the people that stood in their way in disgust. And we look at those that champion and pave the way for a new, safer, inclusive city as the heroes that will pave the story of the future of Ottawa. I yield the rest of my time.
Actually, Jamal, your time was up, but you said you were almost finished, so I allowed you to wrap up. Thank you for your comments today. Are there any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Yanamina Thula, and Yanamina will be followed by Lars Kloot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yanamina Tula. I'm the president of the Black Student Leaders Association at the University of Ottawa, and I'm also a student here at the University of Ottawa. I'm here today to echo and empower the many voices of concern that have been brought here and those who weren't able to be on the call. I'm a student who has lived here in Ottawa for the past 5 years, but originally come from Toronto. And what I've witnessed over the years has been nothing short of appalling. And what has happened this past week has added to those experiences, whether personally or whether it's on my campus at the University of Ottawa with the various racist incidents involving policing mechanisms as well. I would think that Ottawa, as a capital city of Canada, as we so claim to be this free and democratic and liberal land, that we would do better, that we would know better. And if we don't know better, that we would try to listen to be better. So I empower and elevate all the concerns of all my colleagues here, and especially those Indigenous land defenders that have been exploited and oppressed over and over again, only to be given an empty land acknowledgement at the beginning of meetings and consultations like this. Like I said, I'm extremely appalled, yet not surprised by the actions of the police towards the peaceful protesters this past week. I'm extremely appalled, yet not surprised by the damage control that was the OPS's press release. But I would be even more appalled if your board continues to enact quote unquote consultations or other performative actions to better the lives of BIPOC folks in the city. We need actual action. We need to not have to come to these consultations crying. We need to not have videos and pictures of us being brutalized by the police for our humanity to be validated, for our humanity to be considered. I'm asking the OPS board to reject this budget increase and reallocate funding towards community services, mental health resources, housing for Black and Indigenous folk who are under and unemployed in this city, and various other resources that can better and aid our communities sustainably. I have nothing more to say, as many of my colleagues have voiced what many of us feel, whether allies or whether as Indigenous or Black people. I would just ask, as my colleague Jason has said, that the board also in this consultation consults with us and gives us feedback or response to what's being said here. I know we have a certain amount of time, but I really would hope that minutes are being taken and a lot of these points and the questions we have raised and concerns will be addressed by the end of this meeting or at a sooner date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Yanamina. And the members of the board have been engaging when they have chosen to do so with the delegations. And I'm sure many of them are taking notes and will address issues and concerns and follow-up questions with the chief at the end. So are there any questions for Yanamina? Seeing none, we will go to Lars Kloot, and Lars will be followed by Zuzu.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Lars.
Thank you. I wanted to echo what a previous delegate had said about having comments following some things that are being shared here. And it also occurred to me that we're not able to see the board or know that actually people are still listening in, as so many of us have for the last 4.5 hours. And it would be really wonderful if we could see your faces in these kind of meetings. I'm very disappointed that you stated that a decision was made before this meeting began, and it seems a little pointless, but we're here to share how we feel, so I'm going to do that now. Justice for Abdirman Abdi, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, and the KZ land protesters inspired me to come here and share my lived experience. I'm going to read their demands, which they courageously defended in protest last week. Freeze the Ottawa police budget, no police in contested Indigenous territories, and dynamic entry, mental health checks, and sexual assault by police, and discrimination against Indigenous and Black students in schools, and school resource officer program, no racial slurs in classrooms, more funding for Black and Indigenous students, funds to fight the public health crisis of systemic racism, end racism in healthcare systems and public services, no more evictions, affordable housing now. I want to thank everyone for coming here to share their truth today. I've heard your experiences of vulnerability, of passion, of sadness, and real weight of the burden of your reality. I'm here as a white settler, a trans person, a person with physical disability, and a peer of those with mental health issues. There is so much I want to say, and I can only speak from my experience. I'm here because of my family, friends, coworkers, and community members who are people of color and Indigenous people, and especially thinking of my young nieces. I walk around knowing that they are at risk of police violence in a way I can't understand, and it makes me angry and sad in turn. Some things I've heard here from the board are that the police were respectful and tactful in their approach to arresting the anti-racist demonstrators from the day of action that stretched into Saturday. I've heard that the board is not responsible for these arrests, and I've heard that social media conversations serve no purpose. These conversations often take place now on social media, and I reject this statement and echo that this kind of sentiment widens the gap of mutual understanding, and I was shocked to hear it. Like all conversations, they need to take place carefully, but they need to happen. This includes hearing some uncomfortable things, including that members of this community believe that Ottawa police have committed murder. I was surprised to hear the chairperson say this is an unacceptable opinion to share, as it should be important to receive feedback from our community that people feel this way. Isn't so much of this about the feeling of trust and the feeling of safety? I've gone back through the past minutes of this board, and some things really stood out to me, that an estimated 40% of OPS calls are mental health related, that research needs to be done to know exactly how many calls are actually mental health related, and that OPS is not seeking further budgetary resources for mental health services, although this is what is being asked for by the public. I see that there are 6 employees on the OPS mental health unit, and that there's an understanding with the Royal Ottawa, but no clear relationship. Chief Slowly made a statement captured in those minutes that our city's continued reliance on OPS in responding to mental health calls is because of their previous success. This is dismissive of stories of lived experience of people who have survived those responses, and paired with the earlier statement that no harm was done in the arrest this weekend shows fundamental difference of understanding in what harm and success mean. In my personal life, my friends and family find it terrifying to call police, and there's so much harm done in a community where people don't feel safe to call the police because they don't know what will happen to the person during their wellness check or arrest. I say feel safe, but what I mean is know that it is statistically more unsafe to call for help than not when the person who needs help is marginalized by race and or mental health disability. I want to reflect that the existing mental health unit that I referred to only works in the daytime. They are not available in the hours when neighbors and neighborhoods call in around mental health issues the most. I know that sickeningly, people of color and Indigenous people are on the receiving end of most calls from the public to police for general issues, and I make a natural connection here to that increase in risk of violence to those people as a result. I've heard here today that police receive 50 hours of training per year around mental health, and as someone taking continuous training, I recognize this is substantial. So I have to ask, why does nothing seem to change? I have lived experience of police calls related to a family member's mental health, and I have PTSD related to multiple events where a dozen or more officers came to our home. And I can say from a position of lived experience that intimidation is a form of unnecessary force and causes harm. As others have shared their experience of arrest this weekend, I consider my experience as a white person who is still terrified from these memories and wonder what kind of new horror it is to question what will happen next to them as people of color who are frequently at such a risk of violence from police. I wonder what mental health care is being offered to these people, and while I can understand the enormous undertaking of reforming a budget, emergencies cannot wait. We as a city are emotionally wounded and need to be shown care and compassion. We can agree that neglecting anyone with a wound is wrong. This can be reflected now in your decision to wait to pass a budget for 2021 and adopt the 2020 budget, to listen for the feeling behind the words and begin real healing through mental health partnerships and deep community consultation about how anti-racism training and decolonization practices.
Lars, your time is up. If you could wrap up, please.
Sure. I've heard from this board tonight that you've already decided what is going to happen with this budget, but we have a real emergency. I want to remind you that you're capable of pivoting an emergency because you've done it with COVID. It is never too late to work together for good. This is an emergency. Please treat it that way and have the courage to honor the service of public safety.
Thank you very much. And right at the start, you mentioned you couldn't see the members of the board. Some members have their cameras off, but some of us do not. So if you're not seeing any of them, I would suggest maybe you hit the gallery view on the corner of your screen, and you should be able to see us.
I have done that, and they're not visible. And
none of them? None of them?
No. When a delegate is speaking, nobody is visible. You have been the only person whose face has been showing tonight. And I facilitate groups all day with Zoom. I'm very familiar with it. There's no way to see anybody else here.
Well, I'm looking at my colleagues on the screen right now, so I don't know why that is.
Thank you for sharing that.
Okay, thank you for your presentation, Lars. Are there any questions for the delegation? No? So we will move on to Zuzu, and then Zuzu will be followed by Magda Ostman.
Good evening, all. I'm speaking today through assistive technology, but I promise there's a real, flesh and blood person behind the screen here. I wrote this ahead of time for obvious reasons, but I just want to add that I am incredibly disappointed in the censorship and blatant disrespect shown today to several delegates. I am utterly baffled at the insinuation that accounts of police violence are irrelevant to this meeting, when the vote to be had is whether or not the city should provide millions upon millions of dollars to the police to keep perpetrating that same kind of violence. I cannot imagine something more relevant and necessary for those meeting here today to hear. Okay, first, I want to express my support for the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdi Rumin, Abdi, and the Kids Against ZB Land Protectors and their demands. Drop the charges. It is absolutely shameful that the police in this city mass arrested Black, Indigenous, and allied protesters just hours before they were set to meet with this very board. And the response from the board has been just as shameful, illustrating exactly why people here and everywhere have been calling to defund the police. Board Chair Dean stated that the board cannot interfere in the operational decisions of the service. In other words, practically speaking, despite any alleged civilian oversight, the Ottawa police can do whatever they want, and no one can stop them. And today, we are here to discuss a budget that no one but the police themselves can meaningfully decide. This oversight board cannot choose to approve or reject individual budget items. That said, you still have the power to reject the budget in its entirety, and I urge you to do so. So many community members have already shared their own deeply personal experiences of both violence by police and violence that policing did nothing to solve. A coalition of Ottawa organizations has even compiled an alternate budget to illustrate exactly what it would look like to divest from policing and invest in community well-being. I want to add, we are calling for defunding because reform does not work. We have decades upon decades of evidence of that. Carleton University's own criminology department, dedicated to academic study of the criminal justice system, recently cut ties to the Ottawa police for that same reason, describing policing as impervious to reform and expressing their support for defunding. If you're looking for sources, their statement conveniently provides a long list. Name any fathomable reform, body cameras, bias training, community policing, and so on, and you will find cities where these measures have shown themselves to be complete and utter failures. Abolition and nothing less is, frankly, the only realistic option for anybody who hopes to end violence and death at the hands of the police. As many people have already recognized, we are situated right now on Algonquin territory, upon which no treaty has ever been made. But if you steal something, you cannot claim it as yours. The Crown's claim to sovereignty on these territories has always been illegitimate, enforced through genocidal violence rather than law. This historical record shows that police were always meant to control, not protect, Black and Indigenous communities, and suppress them on behalf of the settler colonial state. The alleged sovereignty of any settler state can only be asserted through the attempted elimination of any and all peoples with legitimate claim to the land it occupies. Again, the historical record bears this out. And today, we find ourselves in the midst of a pandemic that has been especially deadly for these same communities. Yet, while the city always has funds to spare for policing, they voted against an increase to funding for public health. It should be unconscionable that our elected officials continue to exacerbate the conditions that lead, again and again, to death, trauma, and devastation. You are funding genocide. The police, on their own, made the decision to dismantle the occupation at Nicholas and Laurier and arrest the people present, despite absolutely no real evidence of the public safety risks that they have alleged, the very same night that your planned meeting was announced. Why didn't they want that meeting to happen? What were they afraid of? In closing, I ask that you prove me wrong. Vote against approving the proposed budget. Defund the police and fund the life-sustaining community services that are, now more than ever, urgently needed.
Thank you very much, Zuzu. Seeing no.
Diane, I have my hand up.
Okay, Member Smallwood, go ahead.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to make a comment that there was a comment made that we don't have the ability to deal with individual items on the budget, but actually City Council doesn't have the ability to deal with individual items. They have to either accept or reject. We as a Police Services Board actually have the ability to go line by line over the budget and deal with specific issues. So that is something that we can and will be doing. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody.
Great, thank you, Member Smallwood. Anyone else? Seeing none, our next speaker is Magda Osman, and Magda's statement will be read by Alicia Marie Lejour. So Alicia Marie. What? Alicia Marie, can you unmute?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I'd first like to express my disgust at how various Black, Indigenous, and women speakers have been treated by the chair of this board. As an Afro-Indigenous woman, and myself the co-chair of the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, listening to the way this event has been discussed has been enraging and doubly traumatizing. This only compounds the considerable trauma of this weekend's events when police raided a peaceful gathering of Indigenous, Black, and allied protesters. You have not shown even once that you care about the traumas or pain endured by the Ottawa residents that you represent. The opening of this meeting was a literal display of adding insult to injury. The meager resolution that you passed at the beginning and that you have claimed to represent as progress for the police force are like rearranging a deck of chairs on the Titanic. And then you have the nerve to ask for acknowledgement or gratitude for them. The OPS and the OPS board have already sunk any possible fragile relationships that they have had with our communities in the space of the last few days. I frankly do not know what could possibly come next. Secondly, and I want to acknowledge that this statement is from me, Alicia Marie speaking. Secondly, I want to speak to the Ottawa Chief of Police, whom I will not address by his name. He has seemingly forgotten who he is outside of that uniform. He has admitted that he made calls to send his armed squads to arrest sleeping, peaceful, mainly Indigenous and Black protesters in the middle of the night after promising no arrests would be made and knowing negotiation meetings with the city officials had been set for the next morning. Chief, that uniform does not absolve you of your responsibility to your community. You arrested protesters who look like you. We are fighting for the Black man that you are outside of the privilege of that uniform. We are fighting for your right to simply exist when that uniform comes off. Blue lives do not exist. The same way that uniform does not erase your Blackness, it does nothing to protect my Blackness. We both know that you are aware of this reality, yet you live in denial. We both know that you are reminded daily by your colleagues through microaggressions, yet you choose to ignore those facts. Perhaps you are ashamed of this denial, so you waited until the city was shrouded in darkness and your Black community was comfortably asleep. You waited until the dead of night when the cameras were off and when, excuse me, this is very emotional and traumatic for me. You waited until the dead of the night when the cameras were off and when we were least expecting it. After empty promises, of you and the politicians. You waited until the shadows had fallen to attack the population most at risk of dying at the hands of the men and women you command. Shame on you. If you could see me, you would see that I look just like you. And when you undoubtedly run my name, you will see and know this for sure. So again, Chief, that uniform does not erase your Blackness, and it does not protect me in mine. That is all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Alicia Marie, any comments or questions? Seeing none, we will move on to Amber LaBelle, and Amber will be followed by Kathleen Marsman and Ella Brett.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So as a white woman and as a settler and as a newcomer to Canada on this land, I'd like to acknowledge the work of both Black and Indigenous activists and land protectors who bravely established not just their right to be on their land, but a pathway forward to justice for all of the people that live in the city that we call Ottawa. And we've heard from so many very powerful youth tonight, and I'd like to bring a different perspective to this conversation. I'm a mama. I'm a mama of 2 little kids, and I'm a mama who is friends with lots of other moms who love their kids. And I listen to the stories of my Black mom friends that they're scared. They're scared for their beautiful Black sons to walk on the streets of Ottawa. They're scared when their Black husbands get in the car and they drive to work. That moment of fear, that slight increase in your heart rate, when you kiss your husband goodbye, when you hug your son goodbye, when you think, just please, please come home to me safe, that isn't right. And I know that so many of the people who sit on this board, you're parents too. You have kids that you love. And I ask you to really reflect on how many nights, how many mornings does your heart skip a beat thinking, please, please just come back home to me safe? Because when I really reflect on the heartbreak and the reality of Black moms and Indigenous moms of girls, that all they want is for their kids to come back home to them safe. And then I position that in the frame of what it takes to say, I want better. I want better so much for our whole community that I am willing to stand in an intersection. I'm willing to sleep in an intersection. I am willing to say, I want a meeting. I want my voice to be heard. I see you marching at me with rows and rows of police officers, but I believe in better for my children, for your children, for the next 7 generations of children. Like, come on, parents who sit on this board, come on. Don't we all want that? Don't we all want a better world for our own kids? I would do anything to make sure that my kids had a future where they could thrive. Like, let's just stop. Let's just stop seeing this as blue lives and as political agendas and as, simple budget line items. We can have an Ottawa where all of our kids can thrive, where all of the parents and caregivers who tend to those children don't have to have that moment of an elevated heart rate every time their kids or their partners leave the house. Like, there's a way to do that. And the path forward to that right now is in the demands of the organizations that have been put forward to you. We freeze the budget tonight. We engage in innovative, energetic thinking. Yes, the need for change is urgent. And I am calling on everyone on this board to engage in the kind of innovative and strategic thinking that we need to take this moment and make sure that all of our children, not your children, not my children, they're our children, to make sure that our children can thrive. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your time, Amber, and for your words. Any questions or comments for the delegation?
Chair,
Seeing none. Oh,
sorry, Chair. It's Robert.
Yeah, go ahead, Member Sueda.
Just a comment. I just want to thank you for your comments. It's really, really touching, and definitely struck a chord in my heart for sure. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Member Sueda, and thank you again, Amber. We will move to Kathleen Marsman and Ella Brett, and they will be
in the mom card.
Pardon me? Okay, so we're going to Kathleen Marsman and Ella Brett, and they will be followed by Rahel Ababy.
Hello, my name is Kathleen Marsman. I'm an ally to the protesters as well as a citizen and taxpayer of Ottawa. I add my voice to the demand that the mischief charges against the 12 protesters be urgently rescinded. These charges are preposterous. I also request that OPS make an unqualified apology to all the protesters and all the citizens of Ottawa for the egregious breach of trust. Your actions on Saturday deny all citizens the right to peaceful protest. A budget reflects not only our needs, but also our values as a city and our aspirations for the future. So to see the OPS budget increase by more than 3% over the 2020 levels, that's the $13 million, while other critical line items face budget reductions, is a statement of my city's aspirations for its future direction. Budgeting is a zero-sum game. When one line item increases, another is necessarily decreased absent the ability to run a deficit. So an increase in policing is not the vision we should aspire to at the expense of other items. As a taxpayer, I do not approve of the increased expenditure for policing. And you've heard today from numerous other citizens, we collectively do not approve of this expenditure, nor of the direction that this puts our city's future towards. If Ottawa citizens have an incremental $13 million to spend, it should be directed elsewhere. Public health, community and social services, or housing, or perhaps even a new line item to offer mental health services by non-police professionals. I contend that such a reallocation would do more for the benefit of the citizens of Ottawa than the same money if it was spent by OPS. The City of Ottawa has an opportunity with its 2021 operating budget to align our values and aspirations for the future of this city with the statement that is the 2021 operating budget. The city is watching you today to this committee. The country is in fact watching you, and I believe the world is watching for the outcome of your committee's deliberations. With a fairly modest change to your committee's budget, you have the opportunity to take a strong leadership role, reduce your proposed budget, reduce it with a caveat that all line items reduced by 3%, which is the $13 million, contingent on reallocation to line items of equity and inclusion. Even though such an approach might be unprecedented, so are these circumstances. Board members, even if your mind was made up before this meeting, it's never too late to change your mind, and do not choose to remain tone deaf to the emotional pleas you are hearing today. Show us that you are listening. Thank you. Ella?
Hello, my name is Ella, and I'm 16 years old. I am from the next generation, the ones who will have to fix your mistakes. This budget increase would be a mistake, and the whole community knows it, but you seem intent on making up your mind before listening to us. You are letting us down. I am one of the ones that will vote you out because of this gross misuse of resources to fund intolerance and violence. Your actions directly affect the well-being of the city's vulnerable and racialized communities, and the longer this police reform mindset goes on, the longer the suffering of the people continues, and that is not forgivable. You are choosing suffering. Reform does not work, as has been proved time and time again. It is now time for radical and immediate change. This can start by defunding the racist organization known as the Ottawa Police. My generation will arguably be one of the most educated and progressive yet because of the internet, and we have chosen human decency. You have given me the tools to make this white supremacist colonialist society down, and I will use them. I am sick of BIPOC people being targeted and people challenging the status quo to be silenced. I am angry and I am disappointed in you. I am disappointed that you would choose maintaining power in a white supremacist colonial system over helping your people, and that you would censor people instead of listening with open ears. The police kill. Defund the police, defund violence, defund racism, and defund incompetence and waste of taxpayer dollars. That is all.
And we beseech you in your considerations after these discussions today to keep your minds open and please do the right thing. Do the right thing for your city and our future direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen and Ella, for being here and for your comments this evening. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Rahel Abebe, followed by Mia Trena.
Test, test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Diane, before I start my 5 minutes, I just want to know who is screen sharing right now, the agenda? Because I think what we should do is have the board members pulled up there, because I too can't see the board members. I think it's important for us to see who we're speaking to. And I'm sure the 200 people on YouTube would also like to see them. And it's been coming on 8 hours we've been in here, so I'd really like to see the faces of who I'm speaking with.
So if we were to screen share, we would have to take the speakers list down. Is that fine?
I think that's more important to be able to see the faces of the board members, and maybe you can pull up the list somewhere else. Thank you.
Yeah, I will ask.
I appreciate that, guys.
Okay, well.
Thank you. Perfect. I could see some faces. I hope whoever speaks after me, I hope you guys can just confirm that you guys can see this as well. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start. First off, I would just like to acknowledge the Algonquin Nation, whose traditional and unceded territory we are gathered upon today. So Diane did say earlier on she is not engaging in a dialogue, as we all know. So Diane, I'm not engaging in a dialogue either. So please don't interrupt my 5 minutes. Despite making her intentions clear from the beginning, I just wanted to encourage the rest of the members of the OPS board to reject the proposed.
I have to take out the garbage. Those 3 bags.
Carol Ann, we can hear you. Can you?
There you go.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I just wanted to encourage the rest of the members of the OPS board to reject the proposed increase of approximately $13.2 million to the OPS 2021 budget. That money would do better in the hands of community organizers who understand the needs of the community and are there to uplift and support them, not terrorize them like the OPS has continually done. Put that money into social and community services. There's a need for more mental health support, more affordable housing. Horizon Ottawa did share that this proposed $13.2 million would be able to pay for 262 harm reduction workers, pay for a year of one year of free transit for over 9,000 people, or subsidize 1 full year of rent for 870 tenants. OPS does not need a dime more, and the budget should be frozen, especially after the atrocious actions that took place over the weekend, where 12 Indigenous, Black, and Ally protesters were arrested and charged with mischief. I find this repulsive considering the white woman who drove her van through the crowd and injured protesters was not arrested, but rather allowed to leave after police officers engaged her in conversation. I'm calling for all charges of mischief to be dropped against the peaceful protesters who are within their right, and for the driver responsible to be held accountable. Chief Peter Slowly spoke on the importance of the intersection of Nicholas and Laurier. But it's funny because you guys decided to take action on the intersection when it was at its least busiest at 3:30 in the morning. So we see right through that. What happened was unacceptable, and if the board is responsible for adequate and effective police services, then your board is accountable for police operations. Who made the call to dismantle the peaceful protesters? And we just demand transparency. So OPS currently has 11 officers on paid leave while they're being investigated for misconduct, one of them being the staff sergeant. I think that this speaks volumes to their track record. I don't think OPS is lacking in any funds. They are clearly being mismanaged for us to cover up their shit. And OPS is just an embarrassment and absolutely out of control. Further extending their budget will just harm the same vulnerable communities that have been speaking out time and time again. If you are here to serve the residents of this city, everyone needs to start listening, and not just listening, but committing to actionable change. As well, Caroline Meehan wanted to say at the start of this meeting to those who want to engage on social media that it's pointless engagement. This is the same Carol Ann who had previously went on social media and uttered threats on Facebook and doxed a resident and published where they lived all over an OC Transfo disagreement, which is hilarious. Your use of social media might be pointless.
Absolutely, I will reject that. I will reject.
No, I'm still speaking, but anyways, yes, you can't reject that.
Don't spread lies.
You can't reject that, and also don't interrupt me, Caroline. So her use of social media might be pointless, but my understanding is that this is an unprecedented amount of people who signed up to speak, almost 100 delegates and over 200 people watching on YouTube. That's the power of social media, despite Ms. Meehan trying to discredit it. Her comment was disgusting and a way to dodge legitimate criticism from the community. You will only find more people here in these meetings, more people holding you accountable, and more of us assembling as you continue to do nothing while smiling in our faces. Diane, to say the delegates aren't being respectful because you can't handle what you're hearing, to say respect is too much to ask from us, to try to say that none of us are bringing up the work you have done, to slight the community, to try to censor the delegates and infringe on our rights of expression. The only people I would like to thank today are the groups such as Justice for Abdirahman Coalition, KZ Land Protectors, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, the Coalition Against More Surveillance, and Horizons Ottawa for the tireless work that they do and for the unpaid labor that they've done. Just getting a taste of what you guys have been up against today has opened my eyes. Diane, you said you can't tolerate us calling the OPS murderers, but I guess that means that you can tolerate the murders of Anthony Ost and Abdirahman Abdi then. So yeah, I find that you were too preoccupied trying to police our language today. There was a lot of empty words here. I hear a lot of you saying it'll take years for change and how you want meaningful change to better serve the city and its communities. We are tired of hearing these things. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. One more sentence. We are tired of hearing these things and ready to start seeing some meaningful action. And that change can start now. Reject the increase to the budget. We are all watching. Carol Ann, you can take out your garbage now. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for being here and for your comments. And I can tell you that this board respectfully listens to the delegation. I'm not sure they've necessarily all been shown the same respect, but
you guys interrupted me, so I'm not sure about that, right? It's not respectfully listening.
Can you mute her? Yeah. And thank you. When I talk about comments made to police, I think in fairness, if people are going to be referred to as murderers and rapists, there needs to be a forum, a hearing forum that they can be able to speak in turn. I think that's part of a fair process. And this is a board meeting to hear a budget deliberation. It is not a board hearing to hear a murder charge or a rapist charge. And so I'm sorry if you don't like that, but that is the process that we're following. So thank you. And we will move on now to Mia Trana, and Mia will be followed by Morel Andrews.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks for turning your cameras on. It's nice to see who we're talking to at this point. So good evening, everyone. I think everyone speaking before me has done an excellent job of highlighting the issues with the Ottawa Police, and I would like to echo their sentiments. I'm in complete support of the demands of Justice for Abdirahman, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, the Anishinaabe Land Defenders. I was disappointed to hear at the beginning of this meeting that some of you have already listened to your constituents' concerns and dismissed them. Frankly, it's a little insulting to hear you empathize and agree with our concerns and then turn around and do nothing. I hope that listening to everyone today has maybe changed your mind. Chief Slowly himself said earlier today that the focus should be on prevention, and we can do that by funding other community services. I spent the past week listening in on various Ottawa City Committee meetings to follow how the City of Ottawa will be addressing our climate and housing crises. At the beginning of at the Community and Protective Services meeting, I heard how big a difference $5 million could go to addressing the housing shortage and how many community organizations that offer valuable services don't have enough money to do their work. At the Transit Commission meeting, I heard that a public transit tax would be untenable and that we would need to continue to increase fares in future years. I am appalled that after hearing all of these cuts or shortages of service in other budgets, that this budget proposes an increase to police services. We don't have enough money to build new housing, but we can afford to police people who have nowhere to sleep. Racialized Canadians are both more likely to suffer harm at the hands of police and be in poverty. It would make sense that if we cared about addressing systemic racism, that we would focus on funding supports for marginalized Canadians, rather funding systems that perpetuate their oppression. Part of this budget increase is supposed to go to police reform. But should we be increasing resources at all to an organization that has continually failed to address systemic issues of sexual violence and racism? Who is going to hold them accountable to use that money well? The board's response to the arrest of Black and Indigenous protesters on Friday night shows that the board has no ability to hold police accountable for their actions. I am so severely disappointed by this budget. I don't understand how someone could sit through all these speeches and still vote yes to a budget increase. A city with a housing and climate crisis should not be prioritizing policing over other services and should not vote to approve an increase in the police budget. So I ask you to defund the Ottawa Police Service, or at least compromise with our requests by freezing the budget at 2020 levels. I hope you will make the right decision. Thank you and good night.
Thank you very much, Mia, for your comments tonight. Any questions or comments for Mia? Seeing none, we'll move to Morel Andrews. Is Morel?
Great.
Yeah, go ahead, Morel.
Yeah. To the members of the Ottawa Police Services Board, my name is Morel Andrews and I live in the Somerset ward. The fact that over 85 members of our community have come out today to express their concerns, lived experiences, and raise their voice is significant. This is a beautiful but painful exercise in accountability. I ask that today, each and every one of you board members takes a moment to think about who you are accountable to. Who do you serve? Why are you here? And what do you stand for? Are you here to make change and do good? Or are you here today to uphold racist institutions, policies, and officers that inflict violence, instill trauma, and tragically kill members of our community? Your job on this board and within our municipal democracy is to provide oversight and represent the needs of city residents. You occupy a trusted position of power. The people are here today to bravely hold you to account, but it seems like you've unfortunately already made up your mind. To me, the decision should not be too difficult. The analysis is not that complicated, but the consequence of inaction and apathy is significant. Only 5 days ago, Black and Indigenous organizers took up space on unceded Algonquin land so you would pay attention to their demands. Among them, freeze the police budget, no police on contested Indigenous territories, stop dynamic entry and mental health checks by police because they result in murder, end discrimination and violence against Black and Indigenous kids in school by eliminating the school resource officer program as other jurisdictions have already done, increase funding to critical services that support Black and Indigenous people, and do the right thing. Did you hear them on Friday? Have you heard them now loud and clear? Do you recognize the pain in their voices? I stood with them peacefully in the middle of the night at Laurier and Nicholas. I witnessed how Ottawa police discarded Indigenous medicines, personal items, a debit card, food, personal protective equipment, protest materials, and items for ceremony unsecured in the dirt on the side of the road just off of the 417. It took us 4 hours and 7 cars to pack up everything yesterday, but at 4 a.m. on Saturday, the armed OPS officers gave organizers far less time before escalating the situation and taking 12 people into custody. The disrespect shown to Black, Indigenous, and racialized people in this city is quite honestly disgusting. These people are not vulnerable, they are targeted. I am embarrassed, and you should be too. This is not an example of service. And if you think the actions of this weekend do in some fashion or in some way serve the city of Ottawa and its residents, I would ask that you take a moment to interrogate whose interests were served by these violent actions and arrests of peaceful protesters. Are you really prioritizing cars over people's lives and well-being? In the 2021 budget, you have proposed new training on mental health response for police, new diversity training for police, more diverse police to fit into a policing system that is already broken. Is this really all the imagination that the Ottawa police have for a future where everyone is safe and respected in our city? Surely you can do better than this with $376.4 million of taxpayer money. I want mischief charges dropped against the 12 peaceful protesters. I want you to vote against a $13.2 million increase to the OPS budget in 2021. I want you to reallocate funding into real community support systems, and I want you to endorse the termination of racist police officers. More than anything else, I want you to recognize that you are living through a contemporary question of civil rights and human rights. To close, I share a quote from Robin D.G. Kelly that I read in the book Policing Black Lives by Robin Maynard. And as a side note, if every single person on this council or on this board has failed to read this book, I would say you need to step down. But the quote is, "In the poetics of struggle and lived experience, in the utterances of ordinary folk, in the cultural products of social movements, in the reflections of activists, we discover the many different cognitive maps of the future of the world not yet born. What you decide today will be a reflection of who you are and the values that you uphold. You still have time to do the right thing." To the members of the Ottawa Police Services Board, I dare you to explore that new future that is better and that is not yet born, and that you have the power to influence today. Thank you.
Thank you, Morel. Any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, our next two have dropped off, or at least we don't see them in the chat room. So we are going to move to Lima Ishtme, and Lima will be followed by Ishala Walhali.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My name is Lema Ejtimai, and I'm a young Afghan woman, first-generation immigrant. My parents decided to move to Turtle Island. We've settled here since I was 9 years old. I've said a prayer at the beginning of what I want to share because I would like to ward off evil, the evil that I've seen this weekend, and to protect the folks who've been speaking for the past 6 hours, and would like to share what happened this weekend as well. And before I go into anything, I would like it to be noted, if I'm interrupted, that's definitely a sign that our experiences and the fact that we've been terrorized so mercilessly is being quieted down. And I've already seen how this board has treated the grief, sorrow, and anger of other folks who've shared their experiences, particularly the Indigenous folks, and in particular the Algonquin women who have been sharing their experiences of the terror that the cops have perpetrated and police officers have perpetrated on their territory. That being said, I won't take all the 5 minutes. I don't think I will, but I want to address the blatant lies that have been spewed by the chief of police about this weekend. It wasn't an operation to remove obstruction. It was a blatant operation of what cops do best, and that's protecting bourgeois class interests and protecting property. People mean nothing to them, absolutely nothing, particularly Black folks and communities and organizers, and Indigenous folks and communities organizers, Indigenous women and femmes who hold it down time and time and again and face so much violence for the work that they do. The operation was completely methodical, that much I agree with. It was deliberate, and the point was to spread as much terror as possible at a camp that was holding it down with less than 20 people at 4 a.m. The camp, We Are Related, was there to contest police brutality, ironically. And even then, there was such a willingness, so much love and solidarity and willingness to engage in dialogue. Instead, we were subjected to less than 20 of us, again, mainly Black folks, Indigenous folks, accomplices, to 60 plus folks, 60 plus police officers in tactical gear, mercilessly and arbitrarily arresting every single person who was there. The only folks from the camp who weren't arrested were myself and my friend Victoria Marchand, a young Anishinaabe mother. We documented and we saw how brutally everybody was arrested. They didn't listen to any of our pleas. They didn't answer any of our questions. The police liaisons lied to us again and again about fire protocols, about the fact that no one's going to be arrested, about the fact that they just want us to clear the camp. And when we were trying to, many of our comrades were arrested, swooped up, Black women, Muslim women, Indigenous men, you name it. We were the only ones who escaped unscathed. I have no request, I have no expectation from this board because I already know what the settler state and its military and police apparatus, why they exist. And that's to protect property, be it at the cost of imperialism or colonialism. We don't mean anything to them. road and concrete means more to you than human dignity and people. I spoke to my friends who were arrested and charged and now are facing charges of mischief, what their conditions were when they were held for 8+ hours. They didn't have access to hand sanitizers. Officers were not wearing any masks or following any COVID protocols. They were put directly in danger. There were no soaps in washrooms. They were recorded when they were using washrooms. There was no privacy. They had no human dignity. They meant nothing. They were just bodies to hold up in a carceral system. Again, I have no expectations, none whatsoever, because the people will not be deterred until we completely obliterate and abolish this carceral system and this policing system. So I'm here as a reminder that no matter how many occupations you take down, another one will pop up. We will keep at it until you don't exist, because as long as you do, we cannot live in peace. And there's nothing more human and more beautiful than people and communities and groups exacting justice and securing their liberation. As Amilcar Cabral says, for every revolutionary movement, for anyone, any group, any peoples fighting for their liberty, tell no lies and claim no easy victories. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Lema. Any questions or comments for the delegation? Oh, okay. I'm going to return to, I'm going to get this name wrong, but Nguyen and Thu, who is now on the call. So Nguyen, I'll allow you to go next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to start by saying greetings to my fellow public delegates. I honor my ability to speak here today among you all. My name is Nguyen An Thu. I'm known as King Kimbit. Some of you might have heard me on the music, on the phone while you wait on hold with the city. I've been an opening speaker at Gender-Based Analysis Plus Weeks at the Justice Department of Canada in 2018 and 2019. And I'm also a graduate of Carleton University with a Bachelor of Mathematics. And I say that because it seems that to you credentials might be louder than people. I'm here to address the police budget for 2021. I do not consent to my tax money being spent on a police budget increase. Let me start with this, addressing the China Wendiwin We Are Related demonstration. I'd like to read from infographics made by Maya Spoken. This past weekend, the City of Ottawa spent an estimated $12,000 funding the violence in violation of human rights towards Black and Indigenous people and their allies. On November 19th, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, Justice for Abdi Rahman, and Kitigan Zibi Land Protectors held a peaceful demonstration, Chinawid We Are Related Day of Action, to protest against systemic racism within the City of Ottawa and to demand an end to all measures and practices that uphold violence against Indigenous and Black communities. While protesting for the lives of Black and Indigenous individuals in Ottawa, protesters were attacked by a white woman who drove her van through the crowd and injured protesters. This woman was not arrested, but instead allowed to leave after police officers engaged in conversation with her before continuing to intimidate protesters. Ottawa City Councillors and the Ottawa Police Service Board promised to meet the protesters on November 21st at 10 and 12 p.m. 10 a.m. and 12 p.m. This promise was unfortunately a part of their plot to instead use city resources like OC Transpo, paramedics, and city maintenance vehicles to violently raid the demonstration and arrest protesters at 3:30 a.m. that day with no warning. 12 Indigenous, Black, and Allied protesters were arrested and charged with mischief. Among other violations of human rights, a Black Muslim woman's hijab was forcibly removed from her head. Protesters were denied their right to water and medication, and they were trapped in a transport vehicle underground for over an hour without proper air ventilation. Confiscated items, many of which were sacred, were destroyed and dumped in a pile outside with garbage and dirt as if they were trash to be collected. These items included sacred medicines, drums, a Muslim hijab, and more. Only an hour and a half notice was given to pick up items before a snowstorm. And I have questions for the board. If you have responses, please write them down. Refrain from speaking until I'm finished speaking, please. Why are your faces shown and not ours? Do you not see the irony of inviting us to stay for hours to speak just to be muted easily by a click of your button? Maya Spoken created those infographics without holding residents for over 7 hours just for a chance to be heard. Who made the call to raid the peaceful protests? Why was it at 3:30 a.m. while people were literally sleeping the night before they were promised meetings? Would you yourself go to a meeting with entities when your family members or friends have been taken by the associates of these entities to ask them to stop doing just that? Who wrote the script that officer was reading to demonstrators? What is that location where sacred belongings were dumped, usually used for 29 Herdman? What is that spot? What was done to guard the sacred items? And this, I guess, is specifically addressing the comments made by Chief Slowly's statement earlier. What Indigenous community was invited for consultation and what was your process for that? Hearing you have to lean on the police earlier commented by another board member makes me feel extremely uneasy in my soul. I remember when I was handcuffed and thrown in the back of a police car, when right by us someone was on the ground passing out. Someone else came and brought this to their attention, but they're too busy harassing me. When I tried to walk away, they cuffed me and threw me in the back of their car. When I asked why, they said they wanted to make sure I wasn't missing or wanted. And in retrospect, I believe they thought I was an Indigenous woman. They found my ID and realized I wasn't and let me go. And I cannot imagine what Indigenous women actually go through with that as an initiation. Why am I taking time out of my jobs to help you do yours with no guarantee that you're even listening? I'm an artist. I have 2 shows this week, which I had hoped to be practicing for in this time. Maybe you don't care for arts, which is why we are working very hard to break out of a gigging economy, but I'm sure your board can agree at least the importance of mathematics. This time could have been spent by me also preparing lessons for Francophone students to get familiar with English word problems, which have been requested of me by their parents. I've been asked for this specifically. I also offer math tutoring to adults. One of my previous students was the brother of Greg Ritchie, who was killed by the police in January of last year. Due to COVID-19, I'm no longer able to teach extracurricular math out of Carleton University. Meanwhile, OC Transport buses were packed full of OPS troopers sent to storm on peaceful Black and Indigenous residents. Instead, I'm here educating board members whose individual salaries are probably higher than my entire floor combined. I live in the poor census strip in the city where the mayor gets to lazily and condescendingly address concerns of OC Transport fare increases, and I quote, so where would you cut to?
Just wrap up, please.
Okay. If that's my time, then I would like to just reiterate the demands of the Justice for Abdirahman Coalition, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, and the Kitigan Zibi Land Protectors. Freeze the Ottawa police budget, no police in contested Indigenous territories, and dynamic entry, mental health checks, and sexual assault by police, and discrimination against Indigenous and Black students in school, and school resource officer program, no racial slurs in our classrooms, more funding for Indigenous and Black students, funds to fight the public health crisis of systemic racism and racism in healthcare systems and public services, no more evictions, affordable housing now, as well as drop the charges of all those who were arrested during this weekend's protests, as well as compensate them for any harms done, including the trauma work required, as well as their legal representation. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim.
Thank you. The one thing that you suggested that I would like to follow up on at a future meeting is around the camera for these meetings. And I tend to agree with you. I would like to see the faces of the delegations. This decision was made, I believe, when I was off on sick leave, and Zoom meetings were new to us. But I think that is something that we can revisit for future meetings, because I agree, it's nice to be able to see who you're speaking with. So we will take that away and deal with it. And of course, we'll consider all of your comments tonight. Are there any questions or comments for this delegate? Seeing none. Next is, where did I go on this list? I believe it's Ishala Walahi. And Ishala will be followed by Kimberly Parady. Is Ishala on the call? No. Is Kimberly Parady on the call? No? Okay, then we will move to Suhey Ben Salami. Is Suhey on the call?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Suhail Ben Sliman, and I'm here as first and foremost, in solidarity with Indigenous and Black defenders whose leadership and whose call to action, created this important moment of collective consciousness. Hey, Chief, slowly, look at me over here. I'm talking to you. Yo, Chief, slowly, I want to tell you something, by the way. The budget that you're putting forward is a budget that I personally reject completely. You shouldn't even get a dime. All that money should go to community. But you folks are sitting there saying that you don't hear us, you don't listen to us. The problem is you don't even think through the same frames. You think through white supremacist frames. We think through frames of liberation, okay? The day that you're gonna understand that you are the creator of what you call crime, okay? The day that you're gonna understand that, the day we can move a little bit forward with you. But until then, we will resist you until, y'all disappear, But we wanna disappear as human beings because we're not coming for revenge. We are coming for liberation, and we wanna disappear you as a force, as a structure of racial domination and racial violence that is deployed upon Indigenous, Black, people of color, people living with disabilities, people who have no homes here in the winter. That's where we're coming from. We're coming for. We're coming for liberation. And until you know that you are not only the lackey, but you are the enforcer of these colonial systems, the day that you're gonna see through us, like a lot of people here that came to talk today, they are oppressed people. And the oppressed knows what's up because they've been to the belly of the beast and they've been getting chewed inside of it. And we are tired and we are fed up. I am not here to talk. I'm not gonna tell you nothing because the community member today spoke loud and clear. Everyone showed you the way for free. Actually, it cost us a lot because as I speak to you right now, I am re-traumatized because of you. I was re-traumatized. First of all, when I see you right now, Peter, slowly, I'm traumatized. When I see you in your uniform, I can't see people in uniform. They killed so many people around me. They beat me up. They broke my jaw. They told me to bend over and spread my cheeks. Therefore, we don't want to see you. Imagine I'm a man. Imagine what you did to women. Imagine what you did to non-binary folks, to trans folks. Shame on you. You are sitting here in front of us today, listening to all of this, and you're still gonna approve a budget, pre-approve a budget, actually, because all the decisions were already made. You're not even listening, Diane Deans. Damn, thank you and like Carol Ann, for real. Like, talk to us, We are angry. We are mad at you, And rightfully so, okay? When are you gonna listen? When? When your boot is on our neck? That's where you want the white people to go outside and protest? Like our comrade said a couple days ago during the protest? That's what you want? You want that spectacle? That's what you like, this spectacle? We come in front of you, we ask you for shit. We don't want to do that. Leave us alone. Dismantle the force. Put your guns away. If you're really about this, how many times you use your guns? Put your guns away. If you're really about safety, because there's no safety with armed fucking men walking through the street, and pardon my language, and I don't care at the same time. We are tired. We are fed up. When are you gonna listen? When we keep dying, when Anthony Aus just died, Greg Ritchie before, Annie before, Abdurrahman before. Come on, We are tired. We're not gonna let you do that anymore. And next time, you know, I'm a deportable person. I'm someone under deportation. You wanna get rid of me? Get me deported to Morocco, okay? Yeah, you like writing notes, huh? You're writing notes slowly? Exactly. How many of your surveillance are here? Surveilling us. But guess what? I'm on immigration bail and I'm lawfully outside. And I told immigration that anytime they want to deport me, I will come to their office to get deported and I will comply. You know what I mean? But nonetheless, borders, police, prisons, those are the poisons of our society.
So, hey, your time is up. If you could.
Yeah, my time is up. Of course, is up. That's it. You have questions for me? You have something to say?
Does anyone have any questions or comments for Suhey? Seeing none, I understand Kimberly Paradis has joined us now. So Kimberly, you can go next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, so I would like to start by echoing and amplifying everything that's been said at this meeting. I think it's been very, very valid and valuable input. And it would be a terrible decision to not listen to what the members of your society are asking for. However, I'm going to come at this from a different angle and just say that as someone who's chaired multiple board of directors, whether it be for students or not-for-profit organizations, I am really, really disappointed in the way the meeting was run tonight. And this is not personally on anyone. I do think there should have been a third-party chair here tonight because this does impact how a meeting is run. It impacts how voices are heard. And for contentious items like this, and I believe it was well known in advance due to the fact that the speaker list was 97 people, I believe, there should have been a third-party chair, and all members of this board should be taking into consideration that this was not done and therefore impacts how this meeting was run and how people had their voices heard. That's a very important factor in running a meeting, and I think it's absolutely disappointing that that wasn't done, and that the only people who were able to call a point of order if they believe that the chair was not responding accordingly was someone who was next on the speaker list who was already unmuted. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly, very much for being here and for your comments. Any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will go to Stephen Rock, and Stephen will be followed by Rebecca Canny.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, thank you. Testing 1, 2.
Yeah.
Thank you all for hearing me today, board members, chair deans, and Chief Slowly. My name is Steve Rock. I live in Centertown, and I've lived in Ottawa for the majority of my life. I'd like to begin by addressing the events of this weekend. Although not fully investigated, they certainly appear very troubling as another example of the breach of trust between citizens of this city and Ottawa Police Services. Before I get to my statement, I'd like to also address Chair Deans and her repeated attempts to censor speakers that are, in her view, outside of reasonable discourse. I reject her determinations. I would like to offer my support for all silenced speakers. I've never seen such an abhorrent act in a committee meeting where a sexual assault survivor is silenced. How could one's experience with the police and their failures not be relevant to their budget considerations? How is evidence of not fulfilling the duties of an organization somehow irrelevant to their continued and expanded funding? One final point before I begin. How did we get 6 hours into this meeting before being able to see our representatives, who apparently care more about their garbage than the statements of their constituents? How apt. I'm looking at you, Representative Meehan. Now to my comments. There's a role for police in Ottawa, but it's vastly different from its current form, and it certainly wouldn't be helped by an increase in their budget. The OPS budget should be, at very least, frozen and then audited to be reduced. Any available city funds should be diverted to separate programs that work outside of OPS to address mental health and harm reduction. How many wasted hours did the OPS spend on enforcement of marijuana prohibition in the past? How many hours are still wasted on failed policies that use precious taxpayer funds on police enforcement and brutality that should be spent on addressing addiction issues as a matter of public health, not criminality. Both current drug enforcement policies and the criminalization of sex work only serve to pit police against the most vulnerable, accomplishing nothing and eroding the trust in our system. How can we trust the Ottawa police when the Ottawa police can't even police the Ottawa police? An organization that can't even keep its own members in line, that share racist memes and Facebook groups about their own uniformed members, that assault their female co-workers, such as which were allegedly committed by Officer Benlos, and that encourage and engage in corruption in various schemes, most recently surrounding tow truck rackets. How can they be trusted to wield the amount of power and discretion that they've been afforded? That they should be rewarded for the dereliction of duty, their violation and betrayal of the citizens of Ottawa, or to be in charge of their own diversity training is laughable. We need strengthened civilian oversight, a demilitarization of police, and to focus our resources towards initiatives that serve our communities rather than oppress with violence and intimidation with such little oversight. One doesn't need to dig deep to see the ways the OPS frivolously spends taxpayers' dollars. Uniforms for dispatchers comes to mind, $23,000 just for the uniforms, not to mention the planning, sourcing, evaluating, and implementing a policy that was immediately abandoned because the benefits that would then be able to be claimed for the dry cleaning of those needless uniforms were not factored in. Are you seriously saying the police budget office can't even figure out how to properly cost their own policies? And they want $13.2 million more? We need a solid message to police leadership that they cannot act anymore with impunity. To our citizens, we must demonstrate that we will make the public institutions accountable. I call on the chair and to Mayor Jim Watson to take real action to restore the faith of our citizens in our most important institutions by rejecting a budget increase for a wasteful and broken department. Thank you. I see the rest of my time.
Thank you, Stephen. And are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we'll move to Rebecca Canny, and Rebecca will be followed by Parisa Anabi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Rebecca.
All right, perfect. So my name's Rebecca Canny. I'm a white settler and have been living here on unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory since 2014. I'm speaking today to voice my solidarity with Black and Indigenous community members asking for a freeze of the 2021 Ottawa Police Services budget. I'm also calling on you to drop all 12 charges against the peaceful protesters at Nicholson and Laurier. Many of my thoughts have already been voiced, and I urge you to listen to those who have spoken before me, especially Black and Indigenous people of color. I urge you to implement the 10 demands that Justice for Abdirahman Abdi, Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, CPEP, and land defenders from Moose Moratorium have put together. They are trying to have constructive discourse, even though their demands can be found on social media, which you denounced earlier. These organizers have remained constant on these demands, despite Peter Slowly's statement earlier that community members continue to change their demands as an excuse to remove peaceful protesters from stolen land. As a white Canadian myself, I can recognize the white supremacy and racism we are all taught in the guise of nationalism. It is up to us to unlearn our support for these colonial institutions, like policing, that are harming our community members in ways we can't even imagine, and in ways you can't even imagine. A vote for increasing the police budget for 2021 is a vote for white supremacy to continue in Canada, despite how many probably rich and probably white supporters stand behind you, Diane Deans. Upholding colonial systems on stolen land is white supremacy. I want you to take your duty to govern the Ottawa Police Service seriously. Police officers should be held to higher standards than they are being held to by you. They are literally the gatekeepers to freedom. They're responsible for taking away my community members' freedoms. They are responsible for taking away my community members' lives. You can talk about neutrality and diversity training however much you want to, but actions speak much louder than words. Thanks. I concede the rest of my time.
Thank you, Rebecca. Any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, we will proceed to Parisa Anabi, and Parisa will be followed by Vanessa Lehman.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. What I have to say is pretty short, but it's basically, I strongly agree with what all the delegates here so far have said. I do not support funding a racist, violent, and harmful institution like the police and their partners. I encourage this board, at the very least, to relocate the proposed added $13.2 million into vital programs that are not affiliated with the OPS, and that need more funding to strengthen our communities and support shared well-being, such as schools, public health, and housing for Black and Indigenous communities. In addition, I encourage all the Ottawa Police Board members to actively listen and act on the demands and experiences of the public delegations so far, especially the voices of Black and Indigenous folks. Thank you. That's everything.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Parisa. Any questions for the delegation or comments? Seeing none, we'll go to Vanessa Lehman, and Vanessa will be followed by Excel Medina Hernandez.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Vanessa.
Okay. So before I'd start, I'd just like to say that I'm really disappointed in the way many of you have been acting in this meeting. Your sighs, snickering, and grinning are not lost on us. I understand that we have been here for a long time. However, this is your literal job. I ask you to ask yourself if this is the manner in which you would act should this be a Zoom call with your superiors or people you respect. Talking to others around you or muting this call is extremely disrespectful to us, the community members who have taken our entire evening to be here. Now I'll start. So my name is Vanessa Lehman, and I was born and raised in this city on this land that was violently stolen from Indigenous peoples many years ago, which needs to be acknowledged as unceded Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. What I've witnessed during my time in this place, and especially over the last few days, is that our Indigenous and Black communities continue to be backstabbed and stolen from. This city continues to throw around niceties like, "We stand with you, and what we do is for the safety of everyone," while they raid their homes, murder their loved ones, identify them as criminals, and do everything they can to destroy them. It's time to stop kidding ourselves. The Ottawa Police Service absolutely, without a doubt, does not serve and protect all of our community members. In fact, it often causes harm to our women, LGBTQ+, Black, Indigenous, Muslim, disabled, and low-income communities, just to name a few. Physical harm aside, the police often make these communities feel intimidated in their own homes. Not only do they not protect these people, they more often than not are a source of stress, trauma, and fear for them. I know this because I am a part of some of these communities, have family in these communities, and have listened, and I mean actually listened, Diane, to what the others have had to say. I am not here to speak on behalf of communities that I am not a part of, but instead to amplify their voices on this matter. As a white, cisgender, able-bodied woman, I acknowledge my privilege and recognize that I will never truly understand all of the horrors that exist in our policing. However, I don't need to experience these things to know that they exist, are despicable, and have no place here in Ottawa or anywhere else. On a personal note, my experience as a woman has left me with complete distrust of the OPS. I live every day knowing that the police will not protect me from sexual assault and may even be the perpetrators. As we heard from my fellow delegate Velvet before they were silenced by you, these are not made up or imagined issues. These are real things that happen in this city. In addition, I was confronted with the news of the death of one of my childhood friends, Anthony Oust, in early October of this year. Anthony was a victim not only of the heavily criticized no-knock warrant, but also of the overall policing system in Ottawa, having been viewed as only a criminal from childhood onward. With complete respect to his family and loved ones, I'd like to share my experience with who he was as a person. While Chief Slowly mentioned the loss of police members recently, I would like to take time to humanize and honor those who have violently lost their lives at the hands of police. In elementary school, Anthony was what some would call a busybody, always running around, playing, and learning. Although many children at my school were the same way, Anthony seemed to be the only one who was disciplined for this behavior. I have vivid memories questioning why my friend was getting in trouble, even I, a 7-year-old, could tell that his intentions were pure. Now, as an adult, I realize that Anthony was the only Black student in my class, and this likely contributed to why he was singled out so often. Despite all this, he was a loving, caring, and kind person who had the biggest heart. I fondly remember him as someone who defended me when kids were mean, even when we were first getting to know each other. I am heartbroken that Anthony went on in life to have extremely negative interactions with the police, having been criminalized by the police while still just a child. While this is a personal connection to me, I know that there are so many more people like him. The fact that people brutalized and murdered by police are rarely acknowledged or even humanized is absolutely ridiculous. So naturally, I am angry. Watching and experiencing such inhumane treatment from a service that is supposed to protect us should be angering for everyone. I think all of you should be angry too. I have sat here and listened to you all say that you support those of us using our voices and protesting in the recent weeks. However, your words truly mean absolutely nothing if you do not solidify those sentiments through your vote today. Regardless, I want to draw attention to the fact that we are calling on you to simply listen to what your community is screaming in your face at this point and vote against a police budget increase. I applaud the activists and community members who I protested along with this past week and stand with them on this journey to defunding and abolishing the police service in Ottawa, because it is just that, a journey. If you make the right decision today to reject the proposed police budget, this will only be a step in the right direction on a long journey towards a much more peaceful and just society for all. Our Black and Indigenous communities are telling us that the police do not have space here, and we need to listen to them, starting with freezing the OPS budget. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, our next speaker is Ixchel Medina Hernandez, followed by Chloe Martin.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I know it's been a really, really long day for everyone on board and the 200 people who have been consistently watching, so thank you for your time. As we've heard, there has clearly been a growing lack of trust, unfortunately, of the Ottawa Police Service over time, and that was definitely accelerated in 2016 with the death of Abdirahman Abdi. I think a lot of the concerns in the community address, there are just examples of inconsistency from the police, unfortunately, depending on where, on who they're dealing with. So I'm just going to mention 2 examples. In April of this year, you probably all know this case, but a white bylaw officer physically assaulted a Black civilian by the name of Obi Ifedi. This bylaw officer was terminated from his job due to, quote, excessive use of force, but the OPS still determined that the act is considered non-criminal. More recently, unfortunately, this past weekend, a white woman drove her car through a crowd of Black and Indigenous demonstrators and allies without being charged. So this is unfortunately the standard that the OPS is setting, not only for BIPOC people who can expect this kind of treatment from the OPS or lack of regard for the seriousness of this behavior, but also by people who engage in this behavior. You know, people in positions of power like bylaw officers now can see that they can punch a civilian and get away with it. So I just wanted to mention that. I want to thank Chief Slowly for giving us that graphic of what it looks like for the OPS in 24 hours in the OPS. I believe it was more or less the name of that infographic. I think it is important for all of us to recognize that the Ottawa Police is involved in so many different areas of service, and I think that's even more of a reason to freeze the budget. There are a lot of great organizations in the city that are really strapped for cash. We know that the Ottawa Rape Crisis Center is planning on closing its services as of December. That's a great organization that could really use some funding and resourcing. Ottawa Public Health in the middle of a global pandemic, you know, they're strapped for cash, strapped for resources, and they're asking for $24 million. The fact that their budget is only $74 million compared to the $363 million that the OPS received this year just really shows the, I guess, difference in prioritization or where the priorities lie for the city. So I would ask that it be that the budget, at least that you consider leaving it where it is so that we can address other areas in the city where there is still help to be dished out. And that I think would be helpful to the Ottawa Police Service in that these organizations intersect in who you're dealing with, right? So if we're able to better stand up these organizations, better fund these organizations, that could help the workload that the OPS feels they have to address right now. I'll finish with a question. I was wondering if, I know they're listening to the talk today, this has been sold as a transitional budget and how this will really kind of move us towards where we want to go. So I'm wondering if the Ottawa Police Service and Chief Slowly has a plan B for what they can do with the current $363 million to, if this budget is frozen, what do they plan to do with the money they already have to move towards the right direction? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ixchel. Any questions or comments for this delegation? Seeing none, we will move to Chloe Martin, and Chloe will be followed by Sydney Edwards.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Perfect. My name is Chloe Martin, and I'm a 20-year-old student living in Ottawa. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge my position as a white settler on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin territory before I begin speaking. I know it's been a long night, so I plan on keeping my words as concise as I can, and I would ask that I'm not interrupted as other delegates have been. I completely oppose the proposed OPS budget increase. The only appropriate action at this time is to freeze the police budget and reallocate funds to social services. I condemn the actions of the OPS against the peaceful protesters on Nicholas and Laurier over the weekend. I stood as an ally on Friday afternoon for several hours alongside Black and Indigenous demonstrators, and all in attendance were absolutely nothing but peaceful. I stand in complete solidarity with the protesters arrested, disrespected, and mistreated by the Ottawa Police Services in the early hours of Saturday morning, and demand that all charges to the protesters arrested be dropped. The violence perpetrated against these peaceful demonstrators entirely contradicts the majority of what has been said throughout the last several hours of this meeting by board members, and actions always speak louder than words. I'm disgusted by the closed-minded nature of all board members present this evening. Your inability to reconsider the decision clearly made prior to this evening to approve the pending Ottawa Police Services budget demonstrates that you have not only fallen out of touch with what matters, which I am more than happy to remind you are the lives of those said services are supposedly serving and protecting, but are also unfit to hold the positions that you do. The OPS serves communities nothing but fear and protects nothing but outdated, inefficient, racist systems. That is all. I feel that there is nothing to be said that has not already been articulated by others here this evening. And while it was initially my intention to only echo that which has already been said, I would also like to take this opportunity to express my extreme disappointment in the way members of the board have conducted themselves this evening. You have been spoken to by delegates here tonight with nothing short of respect that I do not feel you have earned or deserve. Respect is not something that you are entitled to, nor something that should be given freely. With your lack of engagement tonight, as you have made it clear you have the right to choose to abstain from, you have continually demonstrated that you do not respect Black and Indigenous bodies that you have previously stated that you do, nor do you respect any single person who took time out of their day to speak here tonight. I encourage you to start doing yours properly so that 90-some people don't have to show up on a Monday night and do your jobs for you. Your land acknowledgement was empty, and it is shameful that you've made it abundantly clear that the meeting tonight was nothing but a formality. To my fellow delegates here this evening, especially Black and Indigenous delegates, and in particular those who have shared personal stories which cannot have been easy, thank you for your continued leadership and courage. While your brave words may have been ignored by members of the board, please know that they have not been by members of the community. Once again, I thank you. I'm now finished with my time, Diane.
You are finished?
I am finished.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions to the delegation? Seeing none, we'll go to Sydney Edwards, and Sydney will be followed by Abrar Almi.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can, go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Sydney Edwards, and I'm speaking here today to express my opinions on the Ottawa Police Services budget for 2021. I'd like to acknowledge that I'm a white settler, and I'm speaking to you from the unceded and unsurrendered land of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. I'd also like to acknowledge that you have not made this meeting accessible to the deaf community and other disabled speakers that presented today. I'm hoping you will listen to what I have to say and will not disregard or censor me like you've done to my comrades before me. Though I'm sure you are all tired, just a reminder that you are being paid for this time, while myself and other delegates who have been here for 8 hours are not. Board Member Meehan, I urge you to try and look engaged rather than exasperated. Continuing, I would like to begin by saying I strongly oppose the proposed $13.2 million increase by Ottawa Police. In 2020, Ottawa Police had a gross operating budget of $358 million. This was 5 times the amount of Ottawa Public Health's 2020 budget, which was $37.7 million. Approximately 20% of that $358 million budget went towards operating expenses, with roughly 80% being set aside for salaries. That is $286.4 million paying the bills of the very people killing and arresting members of our community. In a recent decision by City Council, a motion to divert a certain amount of police funding to public health was not passed, despite an increased need in response to the pandemic. I bring up this motion to appeal to your humanity and to underline the community's perspective that our health and safety is of little consideration to you. We have seen in the past that increasing the police budget does not fix societal issues. Addressing health needs is a public health issue, and addressing systemic racism is a social issue, not a police one. Further, should Ottawa Police be in such dire need of increased funding, there are many unnecessary expenses that they can terminate. For example, Ottawa Police can stop giving pay to suspended officers, such as they were doing with Daniel Moncion. In a recent article by the Ottawa Citizen, there are currently 11 officers suspended with pay, 7 of which are involved in serious criminal offenses, and 3 of which are involved in workplace sexual harassment. Paying these officers for committing criminal offenses shows that the OPS does not condemn their actions. As well, just 2 days ago, Ottawa Police wasted roughly $12,000 to intimidate, persecute, and charge peaceful Black and Indigenous protesters. This seems to be a gross misuse of taxpayer dollars and police resources. As a community member, I expect to feel safe in my city, and I can wholeheartedly say that I do not. I do not feel safe when I see my Black, Brown, and Indigenous neighbors being arbitrarily detained for their right to peaceful assembly. I do not feel safe when board officials such as yourselves frame these same community members as inconsiderate for refusing a meeting with you just hours after they were raided and persecuted. I most certainly do not feel safe when the Ottawa Police blatantly lie to the public and desecrate community members' personal belongings. I do not feel safe when our most vulnerable communities are being targeted by you. As a queer, mentally ill, sexual assault survivor, I do not feel safe. And I feel absolutely disregarded by the fact that you made all your decisions prior to hearing from the community members today. I urge the board to freeze the police budget at its 2020 amount and to reject the proposed increase. And Peter Slowly, I expect you to drop all charges against everyone who was unlawfully detained this past weekend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sydney. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, we will move to Abrar Elmi, and Abrar will be followed by Kat Various.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi. I'd like to start by saying I'm quite upset to hear that the decision has already been made and that you're not even pretending to listen to our thoughts and whether that will have any effect on this budget right now. Second, Carol Ann, you say that that social media is not productive, and yet you take to Twitter during this meeting to refute a tweet saying that Diane Deans has censured delegates. I would think that you being a former journalist, you would not blatantly lie, but perhaps it is just alternative facts. And Diane has since let people say these same statements, so perhaps she has realized her error. Anyways, it is a fact that police do kill and assault citizens. It does happen. That is literally what the SIU addresses. Regardless, I'll continue with my statement. My name is Abrar Elmi, and I'm a concerned Ottawa resident. I opposed the proposed police budget and asked the Ottawa Police Services to reject it. Services Board reject it. The police do not need an increase in budget. I personally believe they need a decrease, but the least the city can do is support a freeze in the budget. We do not need more police. We do not need them trained with new mental health responses. We need them to not respond to mental health crises. We can instead invest in services that have nothing to do with the police services and get better results. I have personal experience with the Ottawa police and my family regarding mental health crises, and I've witnessed over and over again how purposely OPS escalates situations. The mere presence of police is an escalation. We're in a pandemic, and our city officials cannot even stomach a slight increase as opposed to a larger increase to the Ottawa Police Services funding in favor of increased funding to Ottawa public health in a pandemic. I appeal to your sense of logic and humanity when I say you have to see that this is clearly wrong. Throughout this meeting, I continue to wonder what exactly your role is, except some fake oversight budget bureaucratic board who would never say no to the Ottawa police. If you never challenge a budget, what is the point of having your board? Clearly, the police have the ultimate power in this situation, regardless of the actual consequences to the city. I am serious in asking, how much does this board cost? Because it seems useless. Our mayor loves to mention how there's only a finite amount of money to spend, but there is enough money to fund mental health, to have free transit that actually works, to have affordable housing, to do things that put people, not the interests of developers and corporations, first. A lot of that money is unwisely spent on the Ottawa police. Look at the Ottawa alternative budgets for ways to accomplish this. The Ottawa police do not stop crime, they exasperate it, and this city enables it under the guise of safety. I see it with my own community in Vanier. If you want better results for community, maybe start investing in people and not policing. The community policing is clearly a thinly veiled attempt to clear the way for the grand gentrification project that Ottawa has become. I end by asking this board not to continuously enable the Ottawa Police Services and useless budget increases. Just because they ask does not mean you are obligated to say yes. Consider the actual lives of residents and do not cower to the political power the police of the Ottawa Police. Please reject this budget. Thank you.
And thank you. Any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, we will move to our next speaker, who is Kat Barrios, and Kat will be followed by Sharuka Celia. Don't think Ikat is on the call, so we'll move to Sharuka Celia, and Sharuka will be followed by Andrew Clark. Okay, I don't think Sharuka is on the call either, so we'll move to Andrew Clark. And Andrew will be followed by Indira Flores. Okay, no Andrew. Is Indira Flores here? Indira, if you're there, can you unmute? Indira, can you unmute? We're not hearing you. Indira, I do not believe your mic is working. We're not hearing you. I don't know. Okay, I'm going to let you stand down, see if we can work that out. If you have a specific problem, if you can email the clerk and we'll see if we can work it out. In the meantime, we are going to move to Dave Weatherall. Is Dave on the call? No. Is Babacar Faye on the call? Is Madeline Kelly on the call? Is Mirez Poon Young on the call?
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so go ahead and then we'll return to Indira if we can get the microphone working. So you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a spoken word piece. To vote yes in this matter is to vote yes into a system of oppression and police violence against minorities, against the LGBTQ plus community, people with low income, people experiencing homelessness, people with mental illness. The list goes on and on. You can no longer turn a blind eye to those oppressed. We are here speaking to you right now. To ignore our demand to vote no is ignoring how millions of people have taken to the streets this past year to protest Canada's unconscious and systemic racism, as well as police brutality and the corrupt organization that is the police force. To ignore our demand to vote no would be to ignore the cries, the pain and hurt of those oppressed that are impossible to ignore. To ignore our demand to vote no would be to ignore the worth of our very lives. To ignore our demand to vote no would be to ignore and therefore support the belligerent and excessive force used on a racial basis against my brothers and sisters. To ignore our demand of voting no would be to ignore everything that you all supposedly stand for, to serve and protect. Listen to us. We do not feel protected, and that should be enough for you all to vote no. And now I'll be reading a letter on behalf of my friend. Dear members of the Ottawa Police Services Board, I'm writing to you today to call on you to take meaningful action in response to the police violence against local minorities, as well as against a system that does not work for all Ottawans. The police in our communities prove time and time again that they are unprepared and unwilling to protect or serve our communities. In the cases of so many Canadians, some names you've heard and others you haven't, the police are contributing to the deaths of human beings. These deaths are not just abroad or in other cities, but are also happening time and time again right here at home. Even one death as a result of the actions of an officer is too many. I am not comfortable continuing to fund racist policing in my community at the expense of essential services like housing, firefighting, transit, libraries, and community health centers. I am asking that you vote no on the upcoming $13.2 million that are destined to fund a corrupt system. In the face of cyclical police violence happening throughout North America right now, there is no better time to commit ourselves to change. We have seen that investing in body cameras, civilian reviews, or de-escalation and implicit bias training, unfortunately, does not work. What we need is leadership that can initiate a reduction in the immense police violence that targets our most marginalized people, toward the eventual abolition of people in prisons in favor of a new system that works for all people. The police in this city must withhold pensions and not rehire cops involved with cases of excessive force, require cops to be liable for misconduct settlements, and reduce the size of the police force and stop sending armed and uniformed cops on mental health and poverty-related calls. An increased police presence, which includes transit inspectors and enforcement officers, does not keep us safe. Rather, it directly threatens the lives of our most vulnerable communities. Instead of investing in policing, our city must prioritize alternatives like education, increased mental health services, housing initiatives, income security, harm reduction services, accessible rehabilitation, mutual aid, community workers, conflict resolution services, transformative justice, and other vital community-based support systems. These initiatives must support our most vulnerable communities. Logically, it makes no sense that we send paramedics with medicine and medical training to respond to physical health emergencies, but we send police with guns and no medical training to respond to mental health emergencies. If we divest from the armed bullies that are the Ottawa Police Service, we can invest in a separate entity that is designed not to incarcerate people, but to respond to mental health crises and those struggling with non-criminal matters such as addiction, houselessness, extreme poverty, and other issues. Our city can lead the way in defining public safety through community, not cops, where Black, Indigenous, and people of color are free from police oppression. I'm asking you to create a better future for all residents in our city by divesting from harmful policing and investing in life-affirming services. Ottawa has the chance to be a leader. Nothing is permanent. There's no harm in attempting to change Ottawa for the better when the opportunity to revert to our current police state will always exist. For many of us, myself included, the concept of defunding the police was once unthinkable, but that is the issue. We must think. We must not remain committed to the indoctrination that has been cast upon us to make us think that the police do no wrong. The word defund can seem scary, but the idea is truly about reallocation and logic. Why should we expect untrained or undertrained officers to be able to properly respond to mental health emergencies? We shouldn't expect them to kill people either, but that is the reality of what policing has become. The truth is that if we freeze the budget, the police will still be there. They will continue to be there to respond to burglaries, murder, extreme violence, and everything else that we rightfully fear. Instances of these offenses, however, will likely decrease with a municipal budgetary reinforcement on people, not police.
Maria, your time is up. If you could kindly wrap up.
Racism is alive and well in our police force, and that was never designed to fill the functions that it currently attempts to fill. Racism is not the path of the future. We want a new reality today, but if you fail to fulfill your moral obligation to a just and fair society for all, we will not back away quietly. BIPOC and allies are fed up but not done. We will continue to fight for what is right, regardless of whether you choose the status quo or progress at today's meeting.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, Indira Flores. Indira, can you try again and see if we can get you the volume on your screen this time?
Did it work?
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Indira Flores, and I wanted to speak today to the 2021 Ottawa Police Service draft budget, just like everyone else this evening. To be honest, every time that someone added their voice to the discussion tonight, I found myself revising what I had written down to say, only because every single one of my points has already been covered many times over. And a lot of those times it was done in a way that was more powerful, more impactful than I could have done it myself. So I was thinking, maybe that's it. I should just get off the list and just simply tune into the YouTube presentation. Because I asked my spouse, I was like, what else can I say? And then they replied, just say that. Make the board feel uncomfortable should they decide to go ahead with the decision to approve this budget. Because it's clear that our city's residents, they are saying extremely displeased doesn't even cover how they're feeling with the services, or rather the lack of services that are being provided by the OPS. And social media is what it is. That's how I found out about tonight's discussion, someone rallying friends to join. And I thought I would add my 2 cents. And someone came along and commented, well, I guess if you need help, you're not going to call the Ottawa Police Services to help you out. It's like, no, I really do not agree with this whole us versus them mentality, that blue lives matter versus Black lives matter and the blue line and this line. That is nonsense. The Ottawa Police Services works for us, works for our community. And the issue is that they are not showing it. So I was reading the budget numbers, and that the 3% increase amounts to about $13.2 million, that a lot of it is being attributed to the compensation and benefits that's all in the collective agreement and the contract settlements and inflation. And for those portions of the budget, I'm guessing that your hands are tied and that you have to meet the commitment. Otherwise, we'll have officers on strike or they'll take legal action, something that the city wouldn't be able to deal with. But I also saw that there were new investments that they were looking to make for mental health initiatives, for sexual assault investigations, for neighborhood resource teams, all of these services that Ottawa residents are saying, no, we don't trust the OPS to take charge of this. And so if you do have the power as the board to go line by line on that budget, don't approve those extras, not until the Ottawa Police has shown that they can improve using the means that they already have. You know, if we're going to say, let's say it was a business, let's run it as a business. You wouldn't be giving more money to a supplier that wasn't already meeting your needs. You wouldn't trust them to take those steps. And now you say, well, the city is not a business. Okay, but the city still has to be careful with how it doles out its funds. And so based on that, use your power, because all I can think is maybe you guys are also afraid as individual board members, as possible public figures, as possible business owners, that if you turn against it, against this budget, if you say no, if you freeze it, if you decrease it, that you'll feel that Ottawa Police Services won't protect you. And that also points to another problem that we have, where there has to be some accountability for that, in that they shouldn't lord that much power over the rest of us, because then it doesn't feel free. That means, like, you as a board, you're really not there except to just rubber stamp any approval requests that come your way. So I hope that all of the voices you've heard tonight have given you something to seriously consider, to know that the people who were involved today, I heard there were white people, settlers, and people from the different POC communities. We have members of the Ladies Who Lunch group, which is so popular on Facebook, and business owners, and we have students, and we have activists. And so everyone is giving you a message. And rather than just, yes, thank you for taking part, Indira, thank you for being online since 2 p.m. And, you're 2 young kids, and we know you had to run out for groceries, but you came back and logged in and were logging in from your phone while your spouse was driving. I really was doing this because while I am not afraid of walking down the street and thinking that the cops are going to arrest me because I'm white passing or I don't look like a certain demographic, I have to use my voice for this. I hear people complaining. I'm hoping that this doesn't cause any blowback on me or my family, hoping I'm too small for that. But I had to let you guys know that the decision you take tonight matters. It really does. It will have an effect on our...
Your time is up, so if you could wrap up, please.
Yeah, so just when you make the decision, know that we are watching you. Know that we are hoping that you have Ottawa citizens' best concerns in mind when you do that. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and for hanging in with us all day, and for your words tonight. We appreciate them. Is there any questions or comments for the delegation? Seeing none, is there anyone else who had registered to speak in accordance with the rules that has not had their opportunity to speak? Don't believe so. So I believe that is the end of the public delegations. I want to take this opportunity. I know this was a very difficult day. I want to thank you all for coming out and participating in the meeting with us tonight. Now, this is the time of the evening when we would go into the questions to staff from the board members, and then to the line-by-line consideration of the budget and the motions that we introduced at the start of the meeting today. But seeing as it's already 10:15, and I know that the board members heard a lot today from the public delegations, and you may want to have some time to consider, sleep on it, think about it a little bit, consider what you heard today. I want to give the board an opportunity to recess now if they would prefer and come back a little fresher tomorrow. We could reconvene at 5:15 tomorrow afternoon to consider the budget when you're a little fresher. So I'm in your hands. I think I will ask, just maybe by a show of hands, if you would prefer to come back tomorrow. So if you would, could you raise your hands? Okay, I can't see everyone, but I think everyone would prefer to come back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so with that in mind, I am going to call this meeting recessed for today, and we will resume this Zoom call tomorrow at 5:15. And I want to thank all of the public delegations again for being here with us today and for your words. I know this was a stressful day for many of you, but we appreciate your input, and we will see you again tomorrow at 5:15.
Thank you. Thank you all.
You, Chair.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.